Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And I9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15, just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what melon so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, but it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has one exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Operation League Southeast Asia. My name is Proto, and for Playday number 2 for the playoffs, joining me is the man, the myth, the legend, Lan. How are you feeling tonight?
I am so excited. Today is the penultimate moment for a lot of these teams, for us and everyone behind the Castle's desk in production. It's been a long time coming, and we're finally here.
Yeah, here we are. Obviously, play day number 2 for the playoffs run. We will finally get to decide who is the champion, the victor overall in the grand final. But before that, we do have to see the 3rd and 4th place playoff match. So 2 best of 3s tonight are on the cards for the evening. But I mean, Lan, we got 4 of the biggest hitters from the season coming into tonight. The schedule on your screen right now: Direwolves versus GG for the semi-finals, and Elevate versus Fury for the final.
Yeah, and of course, Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators is a matchup that we did not expect to actually roll through. And let's be honest, honestly, the way Fury took out Gaming Gladiators on Skyscraper was very unexpected, to be honest. So, if anything, the Gaming Gladiators already have their glory in the spotlight. As we all know, they're already going to Berlin. So, right now, Direwolves have to be able to show they've got what it takes to say that, you know, unfortunately, they're not going to win. They didn't win the trip to Berlin, as their Twitter, unfortunately, didn't age very well. But here we go. The players that we've seen and who performed so well. Souffle, look at that, 189.
Yeah, a lot of kills for Souffle. But I mean, Direwolves are a roster that's very scary, but going up against them, arguably one of the best teams currently in SEA. Gaming Gladiators, Joe, Ape, Hoven, Tolji, and Rix locking in their place here for the playoffs. It's not the first place chance, but 3rd is definitely still very respectable, especially when you've got bigger fish to fry, that being Berlin coming up for GG. But regardless, top 4 finish is always great at the end of the day. I mean, with a roster like this, finding yourself in Berlin, you've got to be happy regardless of the outcome.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have to give them, they have to give it their best shot at all times possible. They got to stay sharp. They got to make sure they solidify their place in that top 3. But hey, it's overall a pretty good time. And I'm sure they took away lessons from yesterday. Losing on a map like Skyscraper, sure. Disheartening, especially with that scoreline. But I'm sure they learned a lot. And moving into Berlin, they'll be able to take that with them all the way through. And look at these bans.
Yeah,
look at these bans.
We do. It's interesting to see how the map ban pans out. Obviously, this being sort of the 3rd best of 3 sort of format that we've seen so far this season in the Rainbow Six Operation League. But Villa Border, Oregon. Border really the only map in that pool that I would say that sort of throws us off a little bit. One that we haven't seen too much of in the Operations League so far this season. I mean, I say that. We've seen it a few times.
Yeah.
But in terms of the playoffs, I mean, a map to bring to the playoffs, GG definitely sort of throwing a little bit of a curveball here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I'm excited to see Border actually go through. And I hope we don't have to go to Oregon for very obvious reasons, but it's definitely a map that you either really do well or you really do badly. But of course, you can't go wrong and you can't do bad by winning a couple of prizes here or live on stream. We've got some other giveaways to give away and for you guys to get your hands on later on. We'll get to that later. But as usual, we have our R6 credits and we have our pins.
Yep. Hashtag fight for glory, and make sure you follow Rainbow Six SEA for your chance to win. PC only, unfortunately, so for all my console brethren out there, I do apologize immensely. But nonetheless, LAN, we have our first match lined up and ready to go. Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators with a pretty interesting map. Well, I mean, Villa to kick things off, Border to follow. I mean, do you think we'll really go to Oregon? I mean, keep in mind, these are two of the best teams in SEA. Unfortunately, not finding themselves in first place playoffs, but regardless, coming up against each other for this third place. I mean, do you think we see third map?
I would only expect to see third map, and I think we have to give them credit to expect it to be. Just because, like you said, they are some of the best teams regardless of this placing. And, you know, when you're at this level, it's bound to happen. You're bound to be in third or second place. And that just means that the competition in the region is healthy. So, coming out of this, honestly, I'm hoping to see a pretty interesting turnout on Villa. I know Direwolves picked it, but we've seen Gaming Gladiators do really well. So, the fact that Direwolves are going to this map first as their own choice, it shows that they've got a lot of confidence, that or they've had a lot of time to study Gaming Gladiators, but we'll see how that pans out, really.
Well, I mean, you'd hope there'd be VOD work going in, right? I mean, you've had the whole season so far, multiple play days, you've seen multiple iterations of strategy across an infinite number of maps, so coming into tonight, you'd hope the Direwolves have done their homework, but regardless, Gaming Gladiators locked in, focused, minus Hoven, who's probably off getting some fuel before the bout. Regardless, I mean, this is going to be a battle of the ages. It doesn't matter about the placement, as you said. This is going to be an amazing game of Rainbow Six to watch, purely just based on the names that we have. I mean, GG qualifying for Berlin. First of all, congratulations, guys. I know you'll probably never hear this, but congratulations, guys. That's a solid effort. But yeah, I mean, to come up, finish off the Operations League in a good swing, and then head off to Berlin. I mean, you couldn't be any happier if you're a Gaming Gladiators fan.
No, 100%. Everybody in Southeast Asia is ecstatic. We haven't seen too many Southeast Asian teams actually go to internationals or massive majors. Of course, Invictus has been going nonstop, but this time we've got a little bit of variety, and this is the first time an Indonesian organization or an Indonesian team is actually going. So that's a massive step for the region. It's a new space. A lot of these guys have never set foot overseas, and you know, that means that we can't expect too much, but we can only hope for the best. In saying that, it's a massive moment for those guys. So GG definitely will be taking away a lot, especially in the next few coming weeks. They'll be preparing, and we can only expect that some of the more experienced players will come down and they'll say like, hey, you know what, let's do some scrims, let's practice and share some strats, because overall now it's a regions battle, isn't it?
I suppose so, Lambert. Heading back to the task at hand, Villa, map number 1, a map that we've seen both teams do relatively well on in the past, as you sort of said. Direwolves, definitely a very dominant team on this map, but GG have their moments as well. I mean, you look back on previous playdays, they've had 7-4 victories, 7-3s, you know, the odd 7-1 chucked in there as well. So Gaiman are definitely a very capable Villa team, but given that, you know, we've got two very capable teams coming up against each other on a map like Villa that is sort of tending to be a little bit more on the defense side, what are you sort of expecting the scoreline to be between these two for map number 1? Anything out of the park, or do you think it's going to be relatively 7-5 affair?
Man, honestly, it's kind of hard to say. I have to put my my bet with Gaming Gladiators, but I think Gaming Gladiators on this map will actually blow it out 7-4.
Okay. Relatively a low guess compared to what I was expecting. I mean, if I had to say anything out of all the maps picked, this one would probably be the one that I'd expect to go to overtime, maybe an 8-6. But what do I know? At the end of the day, I'm just the color caster. I'm just the play-by-play caster. What am I? See, I don't even know what I'm doing at this point in time.
We're just gaming. We're just
hitting the Bing Chilling on broadcast, waiting for this one to kick off. But Gaming Gladiators and Direwolves, two very capable teams. They know what they're doing. They know what's going on a lot more than us. But either or, I mean, at the end of the day, throughout this entire season, I don't think any real surprises as to the four teams we have in the top of mid elevate. Oh, actually, I lie. Fury is one that surprised me. After coming off a, quite frankly, not great performance in APAC South the season prior, after a couple of roster changes, and they've actually found themselves in the top 2 spots for the Operations League is a real big step up for them, given that they were not having a great season aside from this. So good to see them back in form, I suppose, but we'll get to see more of them later on in the evening. As we say that, though, Direwolves and Game, and I believe moments away from beginning. Any final thoughts, Lan, before we head into this one?
I think in general, if we don't see Gaming Gladiators do well on Villa, then we are most likely not going into overtime. I mean, like into a third map. Is what I'm trying to say. Just because, might be biased. Like, I don't know if what if this even makes sense, but I feel like they're better on Villa than they are on Border. And in saying that, if we go to Border, I have more faith in Direwolves than I do Gaming Gladiators. So, to me, they have to win this here on Villa in order to be able to go all the way to Oregon. They obviously stand a chance of going to Border because they picked it. But we've seen teams get blown out of their own map picks, so hopefully we see it 2-0 this time around.
Well, I mean, that's how competitive Siege always goes. Teams trade map picks and then go to a third, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, we should have just played a best of 1. But either way, best of 3s are always good fun. You'll have to see it. And as I say that, finally, we will get into game number 1 of the third place match here. Direwolves versus Gaming Gladiators in a best of 3, kicking things off with Villa. And as always, beginning with the bands. Flores to go first. No real surprise. Villa and Flores go hand in hand. The real question is, are GG going to leave Thatcher up, or is he going to go? They don't seem like they're too ready to ban just yet. They are sort of taking their time and choosing who they want to get rid of.
Yeah, well, Flores on a map like Villa does bring a lot of utility destruction, a lot of value in that pick, and we've seen him play it multiple times, especially whenever you're attacking over by the Study and by the Aviator. So taking him off the board does mean that the defense this time around gets to sit a little bit prettier, and that's what Direwolves want. They want a good defensive round. Not getting taken off, probably because either Souffle or Ape is going to be on that pick, and if it's taken off the board, then they can rest easy on that defense as well. Oh, and Valkyrie. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, no real surprise on the Valk ban. The Nock ban is definitely something that I do rate here. Given that Nock has had one of the most successful sort of iterations into competitive Siege, Azami as well to go. I mean, you kind of have to at this point. We saw what Direwolves were bringing when Azami was introduced into the competitive sort of pool, operator rotation, if you will. I mean, that first playdate, Direwolves versus, I believe, Fury, it was insane to watch, and no real surprise that it is taken out in the end. But I mean, regardless of the bans, Nock and Azami probably the 2 biggest that I would highlight in terms of the bans. Defending ban for the Valkyrie, we're used to it by now. Flores as well. Thatcher being up, though, does open up a few more avenues, albeit circumvented completely by Gaming Gladiators, opting to bring the Twitch instead to get rid of the things on the wall, as well as maybe even grenade from below with the hands of the Yana. So still utility available, but no Thatcher in play. Interesting choice, especially that he's available when he is in such a position that he is at the moment. I mean, he is insane, the amount of utility that Thatcher brings, but regardless, no Thatcher.
Yeah, it's going to make it a little bit, it's going to make it interesting. I mean, like you said, he's not just strong, he's also easy to use, especially on a map where you can literally just throw that EMP down and rotate quite quickly, considering how small Villa can be in terms of entry points. So instead of bringing the Thatcher, it looks like they've brought the Twitch instead to take care of utility. So I suppose focusing a little bit more on the recon side of things for the Gaming Gladiators here on this attack.
I mean, Twitch is essentially just a flourish you can use more than once type thing, I guess, really, at the end of the day, if we want to glorify it. But
yeah,
either or, Joe already with the Twitch drones inside, get rid of the default cameras up by Astro, will be taken down by Pecan. So some of that Twitch drone utility already taken off the board for Gaimin early in the first 30, albeit a relatively spread out push. I mean, you got 2 over to the south, 1 on the west, a couple over by the north as well. So a very large multi-pronged approach here from GG as Ape actually takes the first sort of little bit of damage here as Jackie Wu wants to get aggressive on the top of the main stage.
Yeah, they know they have to take the fight to GG. They're quite an aggressive roster, especially Ape as a player. So the only way to counter that really is to take the fight to them. With a nice little angle like this, those Souffle. What?
Ooh, okay, Ape
Hey.
somehow winning that. Jackie Wood take down Joe. Frags traded out here by Diables with Clash in play. And I mean, as we sort of said at the start, Thatcher not being bought could have been a great pick given that he would have shut down this Clash. But having it on the main stairs, paired up with Jackie Wu as well, gives Direwolves so much flexibility land in the amount of sort of that they can hold. Because, I mean, you can just aggress the Clash down. Harambe playing it perfectly right now, just information gathering. I mean, nobody here from Gaimin can push towards the bottom of those stairs without getting called out, without getting droned, etc., which makes clearing that position out infinitely harder. I mean, we already see 2 picks forfeited by GG trying to clear the position out. They actually have to rotate. Told you to take down Pecan. And, I mean, at this point, you've used 2 minutes, and all you have to show for it is 2 kills.
Yeah, you've only got a minute left here. Told you's not in great health either. Considering that GG are quite low, and they're going to play this quite smart, Ape wins that trade, and Jackie Wu goes down. He might get a second one here, too.
Ed, TD, doing a lot of damage down to Ape. So Tolji and Ape both not in great health at all. In fact, Zash from the Clash will finish off both players. However, taking some good damage. I say damage about 20 HP lost to Harambe. Will get a little bit sort of shot in his direction, but it is ED to take down Tolji very quickly. A 2 versus 2 is what we find ourselves in. A Clash and a smoke. Relatively short work as Rix walks into study, cleans up Harambe, doesn't look good, swinging on out. ED rewarded. A triple for him. Diffusion control as well now. Full health as well, but Ape on the rotate round the bar. Through the wall, takes ED down, and GG lock round 1 out. A very clutched up situation.
A nice cheeky angle there for Ape. Definitely caught him off guard. Saved that round. Coming down quite close in that first encounter between Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators. So already a
It begins.
Yeah, already
it begins. Round 1. We already have disconnects, but we love it. Esports ready. We are here and loving our time regardless. Albeit round number 1, I mean, a breakdown. We lost 2 people from both sides in the first 2 minutes, but with no real control gained. I mean, I don't know. It was a little bit slow off the mark for both sides, albeit Direwolves did come out on top of the trades in the end. They had the Clash available to work with as well, but not having the Clash paired up with ED inside of Vault there probably is what cost them the round. I mean, having the Clash alive definitely made things a lot more doable, but sort of throwing the body away into the 1v2 with the Clash by themselves, probably not the greatest choice for Direwolves, albeit Gaming Gladiators capitalizing on the mistake, turning the round into their own and walking away with the first. And I mean, you've got to find those attacking rounds on Villa, because if you don't, your defensive side becomes ultimately that whole lot more harder.
couldn't agree more, Proto. But it did look quite hard for the defense. As soon as they lost the momentum, they made a couple of wrong choices there. And Gaming Gladiators, we know this roster is just capital at taking advantage of all these things. So they're definitely looking for all these opportunities. And Ape, despite taking a big chunk of damage in the very start, he kind of came out on top and also clutched that round. So quite a versatile player. Hope to see how he pans off into the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, upcoming games as well. But speaking of upcoming, we're going to take a very short 3-minute break, get the players back in, and we will be right back into game number 1. So don't go anywhere. We will return very shortly.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Welcome back. We are here after the rehost. A very sort of quick start back into things. Game walking away with round number 1 in case you missed it. We are here for round number 2. Direwolves all back in the lobby. Gaiman still looking like they are going to be walking away with a lead here. Well, I mean, they are currently in the lead. But Direwolves not going to go back to AVG. Opting to forfeit, move over to statue and trophy. Sort of give a different bomb site a try, sort of see how things go. I mean, this is the playoffs after all. You don't want to be making too many mistakes back to back because it will cost you that all sort of encrusted third place.
Now, these operator swaps are very interesting. They hovered over the Thatcher and they were like, we don't need it. So, I think their solution to utility on the defense is to just frag at it. Or even use, like, Zophia's impacts. I mean, sure. Why not? If it works for you, it works for you. And if anything, they've got 2 heart breachers. So, there's a lot of things you can do, especially since a lot of the floors are soft on Villa, so maybe, you know, some up nades could be the solution to a lot of these utility problems. So we've got Jackie Wu over in the bathrooms here, and Harambe off-screen takes out Ape.
Yeah, big kill to find downstairs on the roam. The Malusi taking out the Zofia is a great sort of trade to find. I mean, all those stuns and impacts are gone. The LMG as well off the board. So that is a huge loss for Gaming Gladiators. Direwolves very happy with how that one panned out. I'd imagine it was a nade yet to come. I mean, we could see Harambe make it out relatively quickly, but it's missed. Told you. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Unfortunately, the grenade bounced right back at him. He avoided a little bit of damage, so that's fine. But now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, unsure what to do outside the wardrobe. So Ed starting to pop off some of these toxic babes, trying to hold down that staircase. Hoven and the rest of the attacking team just waiting for the right moment to push through Statuary, but it does look like they're rotating through Kitchen instead. Worried about their 6 here. They might be looking at the wrong angles.
Definitely risks to take down Harambe though, so at least there was some consolidation, albeit a minute late. GG need to find a few more on the entry here if they want to have any chance of making it into the site. The bathroom still a point of contention to deal with. The nade from below will be there out the closet and open the door for gaming.
Couple of nice kills here being picked up by Ape, by Gaming Gladiators. Does make it a little bit easy for this attacking team to push through, but a lot of the members are still outside that master bedroom, unable to push in. Souffle with the LMG is waiting with bated breath. A couple of drones go through, and a couple of trades going down between bathroom now as well.
Told you allowed to walk all the way up with ED on the cross. Not sure how it was allowed, albeit Gaming don't come away with a frag in the situation. Joe, a considerable amount of damage taken by the toxic canisters, but does manage to keep most of his health as they look to try and walk in the bricks. Joe to find one under Pecan. Souffle to take down Tolji. Make it a double for Souffle as he finds Rix now as well. Joe in a 1 versus 1 as he takes down Souffle. Has to go huge, and indeed he will. Gaming Gladiators find their second. Joe back in the fray of things, definitely still as sharp as just before he left.
An explosive conclusion to that second round there. Gaming Gladiators still scraping it round by round. Just close every single time so far. Direwolves just barely able to hold on to some of these rounds and just losing momentum, or even losing their a lot of their footholds, if anything. Gaming Gladiators just slowly, through explosive force, no pun intended, literally dismantling their defense and just taking real estate inch by inch. And it's working out for them, isn't it? Direwolves can barely keep any of these rooms, and they're even popping a lot of these toxic proto. Like, honestly, I feel like if Direwolves don't get more aggressive, and bringing that pulse is one of those solutions, you're gonna lose a lot of these rounds on that defense, and that's not great.
I mean, it's been 2 1v1s in a row for Direwolves, and they have not been able to convert one just yet, which, well, yeah, and its sort of main point is not great. They have been keeping the rounds relatively even for the majority of the time, and then they just lose out on the mechanical side of the 1v1. So take it as you will. But regardless, Direwolves are still doing really well to get the position they find themselves in. It's just Gaming Gladiators, when it comes to getting aggressive, a little bit more comfortable.
And they just keep around the Buck and Hoven on the Jackal. So these are very interesting picks. We're seeing the Finka come in this time as well. But no Zofia, so only 1 LMG on that side of the attackers. But this time around, a lot of soft destruction and a little bit more utility in finding and spotting out some of these defenders. So in some sense, that Jackal also counterpicks that Pulse. It's a good way to play around identifying positions. But I'm just interested to see how Khan and the rest of the defense actually play this out. Hopefully the Legion Goo Mines actually buy them the amount of time they're looking for in order to actually hold this off. Maybe they want to play time. Maybe they want to be able to buy... Ooh, that's not great. Not this early. Not your
smoke. especially it being your smoke. I mean, not great, but he will be returned back to fighting form, or at least some fighting form, as he will be revived by Pecan inside the bathroom. So no confirmation for Gaiman, who probably knew the down had occurred, but regardless, can't capitalize on it, and we'll look to sort of source out manpower elsewhere. I mean, we've got some control coming in through the living room side. We do still have a few players upstairs as well, but with Hoven on this sort of roam clear by himself on the Jackal as well, this is going to be relatively fruitful, but no, so much damage taken. ED deals the first blow to the Direwolves once more and takes down Hoven on the entry.
Unfortunately, not reacting in time, did lose that duel. He had the advantage there, but slower reactions, and you could say it's the visor, or generally just wasn't he wasn't in the zone right there. Oh wow, Jackie with a C4.
This is why you have to be scared of Pulse.
You have to be.
Having Pulse on the board makes things a lot scarier. I mean, the information alone being relayed to Souffle to take down Joe, Tolji, and Rix now in a 2 versus 5, as Pecan can't quite thread the needle here from inside of China, but regardless, now called out, Jackie Wu has the information. The guy will begin to converge, the positions are known, and the crossfire is now to be held. I mean, Gaming Gladiators are going to have an insane execute here to even find hope at the end of this round. I mean, 2 alive, yes. Ace and Thatcher, very doable. Given the positions held, I mean, Rix on the entry will find 1. Can he take any more with him before he has to go for the plant? The bomb needs to go down here. Will take some damage from Kitchen. Not enough bullets to find the kill. Told you to take down ED. The diffuser needs to be planted. Killed by Harambe from above, I believe. Tolji finds another on the Souffle. So 3 kills for GG in the fray, but not the round. Direwolves convert, and on Kitchen find their first.
So finally finding some of their some of that momentum they were looking for. It's starting to pick up now. So 1 round for Direwolves finally under their belt. This time around, maybe we'll see their Pulse again after it's worked out so well, or was it just simply a pocket pick for them, and now they want to move back onto something a little bit more stable or a little bit more meta. So does look like we're going to see a more similar lineup, more standard lineup, I should say. Bringing in the Warden though, so another, I suppose, reliable or standard pick for Direwolves, considering we've seen him on their roster quite a bit.
I mean, Warden has sort of come into his own. I mean, you see teams bringing him, yes, he's really, really useful, but I don't think it's fully because of the glasses. I definitely think it's for the shield. Not only is the shield really, really useful, you obviously have the MPX with a 1.5 and an angled grip, which is just absolutely insane, especially when the MPX is as laser beaming as it is. And I mean, the SMG as well as a machine pistol secondary. Warden has one of the better kits on defense in terms of guns, so no surprise, really. As well as the shield, obviously makes him a whole lot more useful, and then the glasses do come in useful sometimes, I guess, as well, with flashbangs. Especially when Ying is such a prominent pick in SEA as well.
Yeah, I suppose he makes a little bit more sense to play over by Aviator in games instead of the Pulse, just because Pulse would be in front line in that sense, considering the position of that map, of that site in relation to the map. He'd have to play very far off site. But considering where Gaming Gladiators are starting and trying to push him through, this might not be the worst situation. 1 kill for Souffle.
No,
wow.
Souffle. That's insane.
Oh, hi.
They get 3. How are they allowed to get 3? Hoven does get a trade on the Pecan, but it's too little, too late. There's 3 members from Gaiman are taken down. I mean, to lose your Zove, your Gridlock, and your Ace in the first 30 seconds and then only find a single trade, that has got to hurt. Direwolves now, I'd imagine, to play the most passive Siege that we will see from them in this matchup so far. I mean, why wouldn't you? After 3 kills like that, I mean, great way to start the round.
Yeah, they only trade out the Aruni as well. So while Aruni does have a lot of good firepower, all her utility is already placed, and like you said, 3 key members, key operators on that attack. So it's not going to be very easy. They're going to have to play very passive, you're right. They have the Finka to be able to pick them up. They've got, you know, the Gemini holograms to be able to find a little bit more information, perhaps. And they've got 3 frag grenades. So this is not completely lost just yet, but they're going to have to play real smart. Unfortunately, they just got read like a book. Direwolves knew exactly what they were doing, and they predicted it well, and they reacted to it even better.
I mean, proning inside of the bathroom and not getting is just not something that usually works, but they will find Souffle in the end, so at least they have got some vengeance for their fallen teammates. But 2 versus 3, definitely doable. Got 2 Adrenal Surges and 1 frag grenade to work with here, and I mean, forcing an entry is something that can be pulled off, especially by Gaiman, but they are going to have to find another kill here if they want to kick it off, because, I mean, without that, things are going to be really difficult as the smokes begin to come out for the time burn here. They're going to have to brute force into the site with the crossfire held. I mean, things are not looking good whatsoever, especially with only 20 seconds left. Joe takes a lot of damage, but it's Hoven to open things up. The boost to follow, make it an 0 or 1 versus 2.
No way.
The bomb needs it. 15 seconds left. Jackie Wu sneaks into the site. The diffuser going down behind the bar. No nitro in hand. So much damage dealt to Hoven, but Jackie on 1 health himself. A massive clutch from Hoven and his teammate Gaiman find a round that should not have been theirs off the back of such a big mistake. Direwolves, you've got to be kicking yourselves over that.
You can see the frustration in Ed's face right now, especially as soon as the round ended. A phenomenal performance by Gaiman. Massive comeback, reverse sweep on that round. But all of them still cool and collected, still within, you know, within their own mindset of not just, you know, throwing it all away yet. They're all still very focused. So moving to round 5, Gaiman Gladiators leading 3-1 and winning some rounds they really shouldn't be. Direwolves are just really struggling at this point, and they found some good momentum, but they aren't able to capitalize on it or even solidify their positions in a lot of these spaces.
Indeed, I mean, that was insane. But I mean, look at the position here on the replay. I mean, the fact that Souffle was allowed to sit inside of the bathroom, proned behind the desk, and did not get spotted on the drone. Good for 2. His teammate's there to trade a 3rd, and then ultimately gets traded out as he gets away. I mean, 3 for 1 at the beginning of the round is insane. And that is a big mistake. But Gaiman, they didn't really care. Hoven and Joe get the job done regardless. A 2 versus 4. And I mean, that is highlight. This is why they're going to Berlin. But a 3-1 lead also helps sort of back up that fact.
So moving to round 5 right now, Gaiman Gladiators taking a little bit slower. Quite spread out across the map so far, Proto. But they definitely are placing themselves and trying to get a nice wide berth on this second floor.
Yeah. Indeed they are. I mean, they have to sort of gain control. Villa is a map that is very control-oriented. You have to spread yourself out to have control and then ultimately sort of push everyone into an area where you can catch them and frag them out. But Direwolves retreat from their own positions, making their way back to the site. With Gaiman not actually having too much control at all, it's going to allow them to just walk in now and clean up. And I mean, you take that with Gaiman. I mean, without having to use drones or really any utility to put those roamers out, it is just going to come down to a 5-on-5 team fight, which I think is what Direwolves are sort of hoping for, especially with Harambe opening things up with a big kill on the Joe. unfortunately,
Jackie finding a kill off screen. And now Ape trying to dismantle some of this utility on the statuary as they try to push through now. So does look like it's still within Direwolves' control at this point, Proto. But Gaming Gladiators taking their time to still dismantle it. They have a minute left and it's still not lost. And Rix is just outside Masters, so not completely down just yet. But, you know, again, Ape traded out for a double kill.
Starts to kick off as the Direwolves come alive. And Rix, the last to fall, as ED cleans things up with the SMG inside of Master. I mean, you saw the control there. All 5 push back towards the site, lock it down from inside of the bomb site. I mean, GG just could not get in. They had downstairs presence still in that last sort of 40 seconds. And, I mean, Gaming Gladiators were not expecting that whatsoever. I mean, we saw the shots coming through the floor there on Pathology. You didn't even know where to look. So for Direwolves, you take that where you can get it 2-3, 1 away from a 3-3 half, but albeit Gaming in the fashion that they have playing, definitely looking good to make it 4-2, provided they can sort of lock this one out in quick succession.
Yeah, Direwolves definitely need this one in order to make it a little bit easier for themselves. We've seen teams leave that first half 4-2, and it's very hard to recover from that. We've seen some miracles happen in that respect, haven't we? But not very often do we see teams actually recover from a 4-2 deficit. So if any team can do it, it's Direwolves.
100%. I mean, Direwolves have shown on multiple occasions that they are a very, very capable team in the face of adversity. So given that they are finding themselves not in the lead is definitely basic of them up. Albeit getting it to a 2-3, very respectable, and a 3-3 you'd hope, but the Clash coming back into the fray, it's an operator that's already done a good amount of work for them, albeit still forfeit them the round, but either or. If they can play it a little bit smarter this time, Gaming Gladiators definitely in for some run.
Yeah, but as usual, here for Aviator, they need to play the whole second floor, if anything. They had some great success here on the site last time. Can they replicate that? I don't think they're going to go for the same play again, prone on the bathroom floor. But Souffle will have to play on that side along with Pecan, just so they can control the eastern side of the map anyway.
Indeed. Shots come out. Hey, the first trade. No damage dealt in both regards. Souffle actually allowed again to get away without anything directly behind in terms of information. If Gaming Gladiators only just now begin to dictate that Trophy, Astro, all of those positions are clear, and I mean they are going to take that in bounding strides. Rick's outside the mudroom. We do see through the floor there, hoping to maybe find one of the people rotating down below. But I mean, Jackie Wu with a Nitro in hand, looking to find a kill, has got the call with the Clash as well. This is going to be insane, because just think of the damage. If they can find a kill with this Nitro, it's going to open the door for so much for them.
Minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Still no fatalities, no kills just yet on either side, and all members still quite healthy. We've got Ape right at the doorstep of the Direwolves here, waiting, and he might just find one on that trade, but no, he pulls back.
Interesting that he pulled back. I mean, could have been a kill, but regardless, I mean, now we come down into the final minute. Gaming looking to set up, but with this Clash on the board, I mean, things difficult. They need to find a pick. I mean, what do you think the approach is going to be?
Honestly, they're going to have to play a lot of these updates, as we can see here. They have 2 left. Nope, 1 left. I take that back. But you know what? They don't have too many options. They don't have that Thatcher to take down this Clash properly. They have to find other defenders, and it's not going to be very easy considering Harambe is just holding it down right outside and landing.
Especially now with Souffle finding another onto Hoven towards the red stairs. 2 key players gone for Gaiman. And, I mean, Vault is open, but having that clash on the board has opened up so much in terms of maneuverability here for Direwolves. You cannot get into the site when you're staring down the barrel of the clash. Rick's now going to be made to force on through. Joe to kick things off with one onto ED. The main stairs player aggressing, but Tolji Siege timing at its finest. Jackie who walks on round to find him with the swag shades on. The Nitro from Souffle to connect onto Rick's and inside of the site. Sophia unable to find 3. It will be the 3-3 half that we sort of skepticized moments before. But going into the second half of this matchup, Game go on to the defense, Direwolves on to the attack. Do we think that this is going to be any different to what we just saw unfold?
I feel like Direwolves might actually struggle here. Gaming Gladiators should be more comfortable on this defense and being able to play aggressively, but Direwolves are an experienced roster. They can capitalize on being able to punish Gaming Gladiators for being too aggressive in a lot of positions that they might not want to be. But overall, a strong defensive round from Direwolves there, and they definitely played it how they want it to be played. It's been a couple of rounds now. We see Direwolves really struggling on that defense, but this time on that attack, if they're actually able to find the holes in Gaming Gladiators' defense, they should be able to win these rounds. But Gaming Gladiators, if they can get aggressive and stay aggressive, then I don't think Direwolves will be able to adapt to that.
No, it's Direwolves are a team that sort of rely on pace setting. If they can't set the pace themselves, then things get difficult in their sort of side of the woods. And well, I mean, Gaming Gladiators are also a very pace-heavy team. They like to dictate their own pace as well. So when you get 2 sort of Titans clash, that's usually what tends to happen, and we're seeing that unfold here. I mean, a 3-3 trade and a half, not the worst, but I definitely think Gaming Gladiators are that slightly more defender-sided team. So as we look to move into the first round of the second half, I'm expecting big things from this defense.
I'm expecting big things from these frost mats. I actually expect some of these frost mats to go off, and for them to actually catch some unsuspecting wolves.
I mean, even inside of Wolf as well. Funnily enough, is where that frost mat was. But very brave in front of the open holes, tracking down that late frost mat. They're actually going to opt to rotate away as well, as one of the players was making his way towards Astro, but ultimately Gaiman choosing to give it up early. I do believe one player's still up there. No, Rix has made it out as well. So Direwolves a minute cost. They do gain control of the north side of the map. But Gaiman playing this roam great. Choose to give it up early, and you take those.
Yeah, you absolutely take your wins whenever you can, but Ape with the C9 and the extended barrel doing work right now, taking down Sledge, and that's pretty big early in the round. That's your frag grenades, that's your soft destruction, and that's a very dependable rifle as well. So Direwolves gonna have to find some pacing here and recover from that.
With the adrenal surge, though, it shouldn't be too much. Shouldn't be too much hard work. You get back up to health. I mean, we got 2 adrenal surges left, but having a deep on this flank here does spot one out. Some good damage under Jackie, but I mean, just having him in this position is going to cause so many issues here for the Direwolves if they don't shut him down, because if he's allowed to continue this roam, it's not going to go well, especially if he can hit this red stairs flank late in the round. But Direwolves begin to look to open up the 90 hallway. It is sort of shaping up to be a whole lot more interesting as he walks into the site. 2 from inside of Vault. He's going to find a 3rd, possibly Ape on the flank does get 1, but it doesn't really amount to too much, and Souffle has already caused so much damage from the inside of the site, but Rick's there to shut it down. Picon will take out Ape, a 2 versus 2. As things begin to culminate, does spot the one walking into the site. The bomb now going down, the cross being held from inside of Study. The Nitro needs to hit. It's not in the hand. Rix doesn't have it. The bomb to go off. It's a post plant in the 2 versus 2.
An interesting round 8 there, Proto. Unfortunately, we didn't see that pan out too well for the Gaming Gladiators. And, I mean, just with Souffle, sorry, the Sophia, the last round, just walking right in. Straight through the site. Not great for Gaming Gladiators on that defense.
Unfortunately not, but it happens. I mean, I don't know how the Sophia was allowed to walk in there. I mean, Souffle, absolutely insane from him there. Sort of taking that initiative, walking in, cleaning up the round. And, I mean, what, you find 3 or something? I mean, you take that if you're a Direwolves fan. That is a great way to sort of open things up for your team in terms of the execute. It was a 3 versus 5, and he walked in and found some insane kills. The LMG, I mean, Mouse 1 meta goes hard, but regardless of the Mouse 1 meta, I mean, finding kills like that is always good. The Monty here from ED will be locked in. Direwolves enjoying their shields time.
Not just the deployable ones, but also the walking kind. So, interesting to see, you know. First the Clash, now the Monty, so I suppose they feel that Gaming Gladiators just don't react well to the walking drones. This might exactly be the play for them. But this time, Ape actually rotating down might be quite a cheeky play here if they don't drone him out.
No one to aggress after opening up that kitchen wall. Interesting choice from the Direwolves. I mean, he's just AFK, just chilling on the pantry stairs right now. And I mean, if you're gaming, it's control that. And yeah, I guess you'd be happy to have that control. And Direwolves not putting any man count down there is an interesting choice.
Yeah, Hoven managing to actually get up some of these barricades mid-round, so very bold, but he's safe where he is for now. Ed trying to find a safe moment to actually rotate through, manages to get through quite nicely. And now that they have control over Bathroom, struggling to take out some of these utility, but now that they've got position there, they might be able to actually push through once they get some of these Selma charges off.
Clearing out Ace's utility is always something you want to do, whether it's shooting them or, you know, getting rid of them. But this is a dangerous game to be playing. Rick's not aware of the player so close to his left. I think he knows that someone is out there, but in terms of their relevant position, I don't think he's directly aware that Souffle is quite literally hard left of the window. But it's actually going to be Direwolves to take the first loss as Jackie Boo goes down. A very quick trade back onto Joe, but the vault on in from Souffle. This could be big. He has roamers downstairs that he could find on these frags. The last minute begins to elapse, and DD will one onto Rix. No more to follow, but as the site control falls into the hands of the Direwolves, ED there to lock down Wolf with the Monty. Ape going to have to get aggressive, but Picard take down Tolji. Hoven will get Souffle as the shield comes down and goes back up. The bait is there. The diffuser now being planted. Is the cross covered? Ape going to walk into bricks, and yeah, it is. Finally, Picard to find that. We go into the post. Picard to clean up both. Direwolves, with the help of the Montagna, clean up that round and put themselves in a really good position going forward.
I'm surprised Gaming Gladiators aren't being as aggressive as I would expect them to be. Like, sure, Ape got some pretty good control over down below Pantry, but at the same time, they allowed Direwolves to set up for that push, and as you saw, once they got in, it was very hard for Gaming Gladiators to retake that site. They had it all covered, and they planned it out very well. Gaming Gladiators then struggled to just play retake. They struggled to even recuperate or even adapt to the situation as it started unfolding in Direwolves' favor. So now that we see Direwolves actually leading 5-3, my entire prediction is out the window, Proto. We actually might see them take this map.
Yeah, Direwolves definitely might. And, I mean, not completely out of the hat question. at the end of the day, we could also skepticize to some degree that GG might be saving strats going forward into Berlin. I mean, that could be
Possibly
something that we have to sort of look at maybe a little bit. Regardless, it may not be. It might be sort of, the G2, their saving strat sort of meme that was going on for a good amount of time. But albeit, they qualified for Berlin. That is where their focus is going to be. Albeit, still finding 3 rounds. I mean, they're only 2 behind. If they really wanted to turn the burners on and start doing some damage, I have no doubt that we would see them do just that. But given that they've already qualified for Berlin, given that they've already locked themselves in for a top 4 spot regardless, I mean, that is something that we could sort of have to look at when it comes down to the scoreline, depending on whether Dire Wolves wins 2-0, obviously. But
yeah, you're not wrong there, Proto. We have to take into consideration the entire scene as a whole and what Gaming Gladiators have as well going on outside of this. But, I mean, if anything, it's definitely sitting in Dire Wolves' position here, sitting in their hands to really prove themselves. But as you can hear in the background, we can hear these LMGs go off, and they have 3, I take it back, 2 LMGs. And ooh, there we go. Finka actually picking up an operator.
great trade there, though, regardless from the Legion, from the Oryx inside of the bathroom, but it is going to be ED to walk away on top. Joe walks around for the trade. Souffle finds one onto Tolji as well. Everything going down right now. Ricks to take down Jackie as well, make it another. ED falls and the shots connect for Gaming Gladiators finally in a flurry of kills for both sides. Half the round hasn't even elapsed, and Souffle finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Make it 1 versus 1.
Oh.
The shot onto Ricks lands. A lot of health traded off in the process, though, and Joe now the last alive. He has 3 tracks to play with. That is plenty of utility to find this player.
He's got 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Souffle really has to take his time here. He's got to go get that diffuser, of course. And that's a pretty big thing. He's found the footprints, and that's going to force Joe to actually continually rotate so he doesn't completely give away his position, or at least tries to throw him off. But now that he's got that diffuser, Souffle should be able to come up with some kind of plan. Surely they have a couple of drones left around the map, and they might be able to make some sort of plan moving forward in the last 50 seconds here.
There's plenty of time for both players. I mean, everything's opened up. Everything was opened up by Gaming here for Dire Wolves to work with. So, I mean, if Souffle can find this, it'll be absolutely huge. His team, the smokes come out to cover the cross, maybe a little bit of a bait as he wants to think that he's walked into Memorial, but it's actually China where he's crouched into. The cross being held here by Joe as he opens the wall up with the shotgun. Souffle trying to be resourceful in the time that he has left, but as it starts to dwindle away, he's got barbed wire that faces him. He has to shuffle on through, make some audible sound, obviously. Opts for the prone peak round here. The left will stand back up. Opts to face check the pre-fire just a little bit too far to the right, and Joe clutches things up on the defense. Gaming, another round on the board, 1 closer to equalizing.
That DMR coming in quite lethal there. Doing it quite big. Of course, they had to make some kind of play. Souffle had to do something, and unfortunately just overswung just by a millimeter there and unable to react or readjust his aim within that time frame, and that allowed our Aruni to just capitalize and take that last kill. So Gaming Gladiators not too far behind now, 5-4. Still a little bit of work to do, but victory still in their grasp, especially on this defense. So they still have the odds on their side, Proto, but they're definitely having to pace themselves, because when those kills went down in that first half of the last round, on round 9, it was mayhem. Everybody down in Bicycle, everybody down in the near Fireplace, just dropping like flies.
Yeah, there was a lot of kills for sort of the first 30-odd seconds, which is not usually what you see. But, well, especially for the kitchen hold, I mean, there was really little to no presence on the top floor from both sides. The main focus was quite literally just the living area where a lot of that action went down. So Interesting, I guess, is the only thing that we can really say in terms of how that one played out. But regardless, Gaming happy. I'm gonna imagine the round there. So yeah, you run with what you get.
And Gaming Gladiators are happy to take that round. Hard fought, of course, and Direwolves again coming close in these 1v1s, several rounds consecutively now.
Indeed. They are, with Harambe opening things up onto 8. First of many thorns to go off inside the bathroom, but unfortunately no damage dealt here for Gaming Gladiators as they lose another Joe. Taken out on the cross as well, as Tolji also almost loses his life on the rotate back to the bombs. Direwolves with an explosive entry onto the north side of this map. So much damage has been dealt already. Basically 3 kills, but 1 traded back in consolidation from Hoven. Makes things a little less hurtful.
Tolji's not very healthy though. He does have a C4 left, but I fear he might not get the opportunity to use it. So hopefully we see that defender stay alive just a little bit longer, but magnets from the Wumai and maybe some of these mute jammers might just help him keep alive for just a smidge longer. Not if he plays like that though, jeez.
Yeah, very aggressive right now. Especially on low HP, but I guess you can be, right? High risk, high reward type thing, especially in the shoes of Gaiman. Staring down the barrel of what could be the round that puts them on match point and coming to the last minute. The utility starts to fly. The Goya canister will be drawn out. This is good for Direwolves. Get the utility out of the way early.
Standing wide in the open here, Tolji confident that he's going to be able to land some of these shots, and Hoven taking a couple of pre-fires through some of these double room angles as he tries to snag in a couple of more kills. They do need to even out the playing field in terms of manpower, but all members from Direwolves are starting to push in, use their utility, and make an opening for themselves.
The laps to come. Pecan finds 1. Rix will fall. A 2 versus 3 as Hoven connects onto the head of Harambe. The MP5K doing absolute wonders right now, but ED from the flank up the main stairs and behind will take down Hoven. Nitro out from Tolji now, the last alive with the lowest HP. Needs to find something. The flashbang to blind him. Souffle there to find the kill. Direwolves secure match point here on map number 1 of this best of 3 series in spectacular fashion. GG now play catch up from the depths if they want to have any chance of taking game 1 in overtime.
Direwolves in that last round managed to maneuver in 2 pincer movements on both Ape and then on Tolji in the last round there. Pretty well set up, and again, if anything, GG only reacting to some of these positions and trying to find kills on the back foot. So not seeing them as aggressive as we quite used to, as you said, might be because they're trying to save strats, quote unquote. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration that Direwolves aren't letting up in a lot of these scenarios, and they did have the upper hand quite often early in the round as well. So now that we see them on this attack with yet again the Finka, the Zofia, and this time the Dokkaebi, you know, a couple of phone calls might make it might close this round out.
You would assume so. Look, hopefully there is some fire left in GG. I mean, you can't really blame them if they are sort of preparing for Berlin, as that is their primary focus, and I would not be surprised if that was sort of the focus at the end of the day. But you also cannot really assume that. Competitive siege in any sort of capacity, regardless if you have to take a plane to get there or not, but all be the same. Direwolves at the moment, game number 1, definitely looking like they are in better fashion to take this first map with a relatively quick breeze. I mean, 7-5, 7-4 at the most.
It's looking like a 7-4, but yeah, maybe 7-5. So my prediction backwards this time. Gaming Gladiators aren't looking too hot on this defense so far. Not definitely their forte here. But as Ape tries to duel 1v2 again, I'm wondering where his backup is. Is he that confident? Does he tell the rest of his team he doesn't really need it? And is that really the right choice? Rix
Oh!
Wow, I jinxed it. I jinxed it.
The
bad.
one tap SMG11 trade down. Souffle with 16 kills. It's not enough. As Rix falls, the one shot that he got out connected, and he finds that kill. Pecan does trade with one onto Joe. Make it 2. Told you goes down as well, but 8 from below to take down ED. Direwolves actually come out on top still. I mean, with Rix being on low HP and everything, they're looking great. But especially now that they're getting the plant down, we look to go into the post plant. Direwolves definitely not messing around.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
Khan takes down Rix, but it's not enough as Hoven re-enters into the trophy side. We'll find one on statue, sorry. Does actually make it in without being taken down initially. Pecan for a quad. He's on for 5. Can he find the last player? Hoven's position largely unknown. Will be called out. Will he get taken down? No, he does end the ace hopes. For the good half, Harambe closes it out in another 1v1. Direwolves, off the back of a rough start, make the best in the end of game 1.
Again, another pincer movement, and Direwolves having all sides covered round after round. So, as we can see, as long as they can set up and they get into position, GG just struggle to react or even to adapt to these things or try to find any way they can even get a foothold in some of these attacks or even in some of these defenses. So, I'm actually really surprised. Like, Direwolves, yeah, great team, but I honestly thought Gaming Gladiators would have taken that map.
It definitely was a map that should have favored GG. I mean, you look back at all the times we've seen it previously this season. I was thinking that GG were going to walk away with that one, sending it on to a second, maybe a third, but with Direwolves locking that out, that was Gaiman's pick. That wasn't Gaiman's pick. Gaiman's pick is Border. So yeah, Direwolves winning their pick quite convincingly, you know, not really surprising. Going into Border though, that is Gaiman's pick, sorry. And I mean, we could be on for 3 here, but as you said, Direwolves is probably the team that is arguably a little bit more comfortable with Border in its current state.
Yeah, that's at least my prediction here. But don't forget, despite predictions, you guys can play the odds and make sure you guys are entering the giveaway for these credits and this pin here. So we're doing it per every round, every little match we have per every best of 3. You guys stand a chance, and of course PC only, and make sure you're following the Twitch channel.
As well as putting the hashtag Fight for Glory in the Twitch chat. Make sure you're doing all of the steps on screen right now for your chance. PC only, so unfortunate for the console enjoyers out there. But regardless, game number 1 of this best of 3 series concludes with Direwolves walking away with the victory. Now that is their map pick. So if it is anything like we've seen before, Gaming win theirs, we go on to Oregon. At the end of the day, I mean, anything could happen. It is the third place playoffs. We don't know what to expect right now, but what we do know is we are going to be heading to a very short break, and we will be back with match number 2 momentarily. Don't go anywhere, because we definitely are.
Looking so handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And I9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And the triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the
clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Sapit. It's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one. Finds the head onto another. Shotgun out. Triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad. And Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there. The pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Oh, spots it. And it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin.
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has one exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. Map 1 concluding in very swift fashion. Direwolves find themselves an early lead here against Gaming Gladiators, but as we head on into map number 2, Border, things open up here for a possibly interesting storyline.
Yeah, so Gaming Gladiators have their pick now. This time around, they stand the best chance to actually win. Considering that this is their map pick, both teams actually excel quite well on this map, but I still have Direwolves picked to actually take this one away from Gaming Gladiators, ending this 2-0. But, of course, as we've mentioned many times before, they are both very competent teams, and we very well might go to a full best of 3.
100%. I mean, look, Direwolves have the momentum off the back of that first win, but that was their map pick. We go on to Gaming's map pick now, a map that we've seen them do some insane things on, but as you said, I mean, Direwolves probably the one that you'd pick going into this, given that they are going to be on the favoured side. Obviously, this being Gaming's pick, Direwolves get to pick the side they want to start on, and you'd imagine that they will pick the side that they feel the most comfortable on, whether that is attack or defense. I think this map sort of tends to sway in the 50-50 region at the end of the day, if we really sort of look into it in any great depth. But Border is one that sort of opens up the doors for a lot of possibilities. It's a map that can go either way really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with both teams being very well versed on this map. It really depends on how it actually how it starts off. But if it's going to be anything like Villa, if Direwolves get the opportunity to properly set up and properly position themselves, their ability to actually execute some of these strats and some of these plays should actually win them a lot of those rounds. Gaming Gladiators, unlike some of those rounds that we saw them lose, need to be just as aggressive on this defense or attack in order to actually find good footing, and then also to be able to dictate the pace of the rounds as well.
I mean, speaking statistically, we look at the 4 times that Border has been picked. It's got a defensive rate of 62% over the attacking side. So if Direwolves don't start on the defense, I'll be very, very surprised. But that is pretty much what we would expect. It doesn't look like it pans out that way majority of the time, but when you look at the stats, I mean, they don't lie, and they don't lie for a reason. You've got 4-2 halves, even though the half isn't, as dominant as you could have wanted it, 5-1, 6-0, etc., it's still a large percentage in your favor. So coming into this, I mean, a 62% defensive win rate for the defensive side. Direwolves, I would imagine, will be running it safe, starting off on defense and looking to put as many rounds as they can on the board. I mean, a 5-1 half is definitely up for grabs here if they can make it happen with the momentum from game one.
I wouldn't put it past them, if anything. I definitely think they have found, I suppose, themselves in some of these games here. But as we can see, they're all very focused, calm and collected as usual. We barely ever get to see Direwolves actually excited or very expressive in any of these player cams. And, that's not that bad. That's not a bad thing. If anything, it gives them a sense of mystery. But I think Gaming Gladiators should do a little bit better than that. I don't think it's going to end up 5-1. But I definitely think it could very well be a 3-3 on each side.
100%. It could be a 3-3 both ways. I mean, as it is one of the most defender-sided maps. I mean, on the half, if Direwolves don't have a great defense or they don't have a great half just in general, I mean, they go down 4-2. They could maybe reverse it back, but at that point, I think it'd probably just be GG, go next from them. But given that they have had such a dominant start here in this second play day of the playoffs, map number 1 went theirs relatively quick sort of fashion. I mean, 7-4 against the team that has just recently qualified for Berlin. You take those. You definitely take those. So going on to their map pick, obviously things are going to be looking a little bit more scary. But regardless, Border, one that opens up a lot of doors for both teams. But yeah, Direwolves on the defense definitely going to be in the spotlight to sort of get some early lead under their belts.
They're going to need that early lead, if anything, as we've seen Gaming Gladiators, of course, pretty much just send it off as soon as they get a little bit of a... As soon as they get the ball rolling, they kind of just take the whole game for themselves. But we'll have to see as the games pan out, because we never really know in the end, and both teams are very capable of surprising us.
Map number 2 in this best of 3 for the third place playoff match. Beginning as always with the bands. Thatcher to go first. Gaming Gladiators definitely starting on the attack as Direwolves do lock in that defense. And it will be their bands that follow. I mean, Nock probably not going to go on a map like Border. You may see the Finker, maybe the Habana and Ace possibly, depending on what wants to be run. But, as soon as I say that, yeah, it's not going to happen. Monty goes. Direwolves did crush that a little bit hard in that last game, and I would not be surprised if you saw Clash go here too on the defense from Gaming.
I wouldn't put it past them, but I think it might be a bit of a stretch. They did, of course, struggle, and especially now that Thatcher is banned, they would struggle even more. Valkyrie, of course, here we go, more of a priority ban. Generally, the intel that Valkyrie provides, also the utility and her kit in general, just too powerful, especially on a smaller and shorter map like Border.
Cade to round it out for the Direwolves, leaving up a lot on their defensive side. I mean, Clash still available, Mute as well, quite a potent character, if you will, on Border. But Flores another one that sort of snuck on through, and whether or not we'll see much play from Flores is a different question. But an Echo Mirror from Direwolves here in Armory Lockers for round number 1, the most defender-sided site on the map. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators are going to have the work cut out for them. We don't see Flores. We don't see a Twitch even. So these wall openings going to have to be largely utility-based. I mean, grenades, you've got the Zofia impacts, but that is really it on the side of Gaming.
Hopefully we see some operator swaps come in midway through the prep phase. But like you said, a lot of utility-based destruction going on right here. And if anything, they're going to have to really rely on some of those up nades if they do stick with this particular roster. If not, they're really going to have to try to force their way in, and that never really works out too well on a site like Armory. So like you said, the most defender-sided site on the map, and if anything, does take up some of the most real estate as well. See how they're setting up. It doesn't even stay in sight, it actually expands straight into the hallways.
You got like 4 rooms for extensions, right? You got fountain, you got office, you got the 90 hallway. You even have CC in some iterations of holds. I mean, cutout, I guess, you call the little square room box even. You have players set up sometimes with the Romai. But with the mirror in play, it's interesting that we don't see too much of a heavy extension over towards that side of the map. I mean, Southwest largely untouched here by Direwolves in its entirety.
We even see one player actually taking the fight quite aggressively, and Pagan, there we go, off the board quite soon.
Fortunately for Gaiman, means they do take a little bit of damage and will draw one of those adrenal surges. But I mean, a pick in sort of consolidation to that, definitely something they take trade-wise. I mean, they've done a lot of damage to Souffle as well. So in terms of getting 1 Nitro off the board early, dealing some good damage onto the mirror as well, I mean, things are looking really good. Early days here for Gaiman, defensive sided or not. Direwolves not the best start here, round number 1 so far.
Yeah, especially losing Pakan so early, and Souffle taking that much damage is pretty big. I don't remember exactly what utility Pakan had on him. I'm not sure if it was C4, but still, regardless of that, Souffle has to play much safer, and unless Ed keeps playing like that, of course.
I don't think it really matters if Hoven's there on the cross. He's on for 3. Make it 4 and 5 with the trade to go down at the end. Hoven with an ace. Round number 1. Gaiman Gladiators locking it down. The fire from behind that LMG. My. Gaiman not happy with how that first map turned out. And definitely looking to make this one theirs. I mean, Direwolves, that's got to hurt. Didn't get a single kill. Well, they did kind of in the trade at the end, but up until that point, not a single kill. Eesh.
Honestly, that was pretty... what a way to start the game here on Border for Gaiman's pick. And not even a trade in sight for Gaming Gladiators, as Hoven just completely takes the entire team by himself and decides to just take off the limiter and go straight Super Saiyan. It went from a triple kill to an ace real quick, and I really didn't expect it to go that way, but you know what? Gaming Gladiators are happy to take that one as they move into round 2 quite confidently, and then the defense moves down into Tellers.
And they kind of have to after that. You wouldn't want to go there again.
No.
Smartly so. Especially given that you were schooled, I guess we can say, by Hoven on the top floor. But yeah, 5 kills to his name, going in around number 2, looking to make it more. Direwolves, smartly so, opt to go to their secondary site, which isn't sort of towards Workshop, which is interesting. But, albeit, going down to the bathroom Tellers, I mean, it is, again, largely defender-sided, but, albeit, a good start for Gaiman regardless.
So right now, the actual site completely unmanned, and Direwolves look like they're going to be playing it from above, as you normally do see. But this does, of course, mean that Gaming Gladiators have an opening there if they can actually read on this and do a little bit of proper drone work. Pakan on the other side of the map here, waiting as the EE1D goes with the run out. Doesn't see anyone. Moves on back in and decides to forego the barricade.
Yeah, it does indeed. And I mean, dodging that isn't the worst thing. Yeah, no kills just yet. The first minute elapses. Good information being held here by Hoven at the top of East, waiting for the flank. But they know there's a player up there. I mean, these holes inside of Passport definitely give that away. But Joe with a one-tap headshot. Souffle falls in Gaiman on an absolute tear for Border right now. I mean, defense-sided, it doesn't matter when you ask Gaming Gladiators. They are here to take names.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the Surya gate's down. Grenades are flying out, and perhaps no! Hoven goes down to a nice headshot by Jackie Wu.
Unfortunate there for Gaiman, but they have done some good damage. They've taken a little bit, Ape especially, but I mean on the backside of that, Joe will find his second kill in the round. Could be on for back-to-back aces here for Gaiman. I mean, an insane prospect to lead with, but it is going to be Tolji to find Pecan, so no. Unfortunate for Joe. This would come down into the last minute. Not a lot of time remaining whatsoever, but Jackie and ED, the last two for the Direwolves. Jackie on low HP, ED with no nitro left. I mean, the denial prospect's not really there as Ape takes down Jackie Wu rather. Tolji finds ED, Gaiman close out that second round, almost flawless, but either or, Direwolves are definitely looking like they're having a bit of a struggle right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, trying to play that site from above became GG's initial plan, or at least their secondary adapted plan, as Direwolves start to fall back to site and have tables turned on them. So unfortunate turn of events, if anything, but they're going back to customs and supply this time around, and they're bringing the Azami. So maybe a little bit of flexibility here, Proto, maybe a little bit of creativity as well. But if anything, hoping to get a little bit more aggressive in some of these defensive rounds with Oryx and some fast rotations that he brings, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Oryx definitely has probably the most maneuverability out of all of the operators on defense, but either way, so look at how things are going right now, and Gaiman, we already see them with 2 Direwolves, nothing to their name right now, and given that this is a defender-sided map, that is relatively surprising. Not what we were expecting, we can safely say, coming into this. So we find ourselves in a relatively interesting position as we stare down the barrel of what could be an excited half here. But still, only 2 rounds in, we can't really be saying too much as we head on into round number 3.
In 2 rounds in a row now, we see oh no, I don't think it was Jackie Wu twice, but we do see the castle come through twice. And, you know, some of these reinforced barricades are doing a lot of work. It is forcing GG to actually use the Gon 6 and some of the utility on that. Spare them the utility on site. But, again, playing the site and playing defense from above. Hopefully this time, Direwolves can actually retain their position and keep their foothold in their favor. But as the EE1Ds come off, Flaming Gladiators start to home in around Direwolves. Try to move in on their position.
Yeah, I'm going to try and lock some of these players down on this attack, even though they haven't really struggled doing that so far. But the first kill, I mean, going both ways, a trade instantaneously there from Ape, but it's Jackie Wu to thread the needle. Takes Ape down on another instantaneous trade, and it's Direwolves that come out on top for once in terms of the opening kills. But I mean, Gaiman definitely not out without a fight yet, as Jackie Wu somehow is allowed to get that reinforcement off without being punished. And not really a lot left here for Gaiman to work with. I mean, losing your Sledge and your Lion, not great.
Yeah, they still have Souffle above the site as well, above customs, and Hoven being taken off this point of the match, it's pretty big considering they had 1:20 left, and Finka still had quite a few adrenal surges in her back pocket. So unfortunately, without that utility and without that failsafe, GG have even less now, Proto. They had barely anything before, now it's almost nothing.
Indeed it is, not really lots left. Joe does find one on the Souffle, but speaking of, Jackie Wu takes him down, and Rick's outside of customs, the last alive on the Thermite. And a 1 versus 3. A minute left in play. Plenty of time to make that said play, especially when he gets gifted freebies like that. Walks into the site, but Pecan is ready and waiting. Direwolves with another great trade. Close that round out, put their first on the board. Finally, putting a slow to the game and train.
There we go. Finally a round for themselves. Repeat performance for the last map there over on Villa. But this time maybe Direwolves are finding their pace here. And finding a couple of sneaky kills. So unfortunately Gaming Gladiators really did lose out quite big early on. And we're seeing Tolji just bring that line time and time again. They're really depending on that one this time, but I'm not sure if they're capitalizing on it too much. We kind of see the EE1Ds get used, but rarely do we see kills get followed up on.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Indeed. Indeed. But, I mean, regardless, Gamers still hold the lead by 1. So, when you take that into consideration, it isn't really a lot to hold a lead by, but in competitive Siege, 1 round can mean a whole lot of difference, especially in terms of mentality. But Direwolves not too keen to go back upstairs to CC just yet. They want to go downstairs to Office. It's their 4th bomb site here, given that, you know, the downstairs has definitely been a little bit more successful as opposed to the top floor for them so far. So, I don't really blame them too much in that respect. But Gaiman, as I said, still holding the lead. Looking great to continue doing so, provided they can find some more kills here in this 4th round.
But here on the 4th round, we do see Direwolves, again, not on site and instead playing in every other room. And, you know, we had a couple of actual on-site defenders over in the last round, but only as the round progressed halfway through. Maybe we'll see that happen again for Direwolves, but this time Ed might actually end up dueling some of the attackers as they try to push through. But no, he's actually rotating over into, I believe, Customs.
Yeah, look, yeah, backing off, maybe a good choice. Obviously, Gaiman not going to be wanting to forfeit any of these early picks, especially given that last round, but not spotted out in the corner.
What?
I thought they'd seen him, but no, Souffle is allowed to get a kill onto Tolji and get away with no refrag from Joe or anybody else from Gaiman in sight. And he might be on for more here, provided they're not careful, but spotted out in the rotate. Joe gives himself away. I mean, that is not good with ED there to consolidate losses. Direwolves definitely awake now.
Oh, they are doing so well right now. Unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators, with a little bit of oversight, did not foresee that or actually just do their homework. And Direwolves, the fact they got away with that, it just means they're going to be able to capitalize over it. And if anything, now that they're back on site, they have 1 minute and 19 seconds left to just chill closer to the point. And Gaming Gladiators, they're not completely out of it yet. We've seen them recover with only 2 men on their roster. And this time around, they've got 3. So it's still possible. They have the Ace, they have the Finka, they have the Buck. There's a lot of ways they can play this. They can play vertical, and they can play, to some extent, with that 1 nade. But they only have 55 seconds left, Proto. And they're running out of time.
Will spot the head of 1 inside of the lock from Customs. Will actually find 1 as well, waiting for the swing on out. Is there to collect Hoven for 2. ED falls as well as Souffle, but swinging into long. Ape actually finds that kill on the Harambe for the cross. Hoven's there for a 3rd. Can he find more? Pecan now the 1 versus 3. Hoven has to go for the reload. Physically out of bullets is a hard thing to do in the LMG, but he is going to be heard. Pecan there to collect for 2. He's on for 3 of his own as Rix now begins to plant the diffuser. It is going to go off. It is going to be the post here for Pecan as he aggresses in. The headshot connects for Direwolves. They find another round off the back of an insane 1 versus 3 here. 2 clutch rounds for them. Number 4 going in their favour off the back of a defuse. GG. You got to tighten that ship up a little bit more. Unfortunately, it won't sail when the Direwolves are around.
Unfortunately, due to unlike popular belief, the LMG does have a finite amount of rounds, and the reload does take that long. So, capitalizing on that, they did a great job. Direwolves did hear that reload, and they were like, you know what, this is the right time to swing. They got that, and Pecan was able to just save the round, fortunately catching that last operator on the rotate out post-plant. So, close. Direwolves did almost lose that, though, I will say. Losing 3 members to Hoven in that fashion was not ideal, but unfortunately just not enough from GG in order to secure that round for themselves.
Even regardless, you sort of look at I mean, yeah, it came down to 1 versus 3 for Picasso whatsoever. Yeah, Hoven definitely sort of the deal breaker in that round. I mean, the LMG going to town. I mean, he found those 3 kills without reloading once. And then when it came to the 4th, he just didn't have enough left in the tank to get the job done, or the box rather, should I say. Still, Gaiman were close to that one. Direwolves have definitely sort of become a whole lot more invigorated in this sort of last 2 rounds that we've seen from them. So if they can keep that up, I mean, we could definitely be on to the 4-2 from them, but I think 3-3 is probably more what we should be expecting.
Yeah, given these performances right now, it is back and forth, and if anything, these rounds are actually very tight. I wouldn't put it past both of these teams to leave quite even into the second half. But once we move into the second half, that's where it's really going to change up. I think we might go to overtime this time, though.
Very well may. I know I said it would probably be Villa, but I mean, there is slight possibility that this map could sort of see it. I guess if it's sort of not read into, I guess, by Gaiman, but Direwolves, unfortunately, have been spotted out in the drones. The information's available for Gaiman to play with, and it's just going to be about how they act on it now, as they look to sort of aggress onto the top floor.
Yeah, the E1D gets used, and no kills to follow it up just yet, so still using it to try to flush anyone out of some of these positions, but not using it to actually move in and take real estate. So a couple of flashbangs go out. Told you he's going to move in, and he's rotating through to maybe find a better angle here.
I don't think he needs a better angle. It is 8 to find the first. He will trade back. Hoven finds one on the Souffle as well. So some big kills lost here by the Direwolves as they find another loss for themselves. Sure to take down Pecan on the rotate and attempting to get away from this top floor. ED's going to look to re-aggress, but at this point, Gaiman hold a really strong man count advantage over the Direwolves. Unless he can go huge here and at least find 2, which at the moment he's not getting greedy with any. Things are not looking good for Direwolves.
Yeah, one of the rare occurrences we see Direwolves here on the back foot and in a massive man disadvantage. Rick's going down does help it a little bit in that sense.
Ooh. Oh. ED's still alive somehow. No, okay.
My gosh.
It's okay. It's all good. He didn't find that kill. Had he, that would have been insane, but Harambe now left in the 1 versus 2. Both players unaware of his position. Creeping up the east stairs. He's got the backs turned of both. Finds one. Not the second though. Hoven with the headshot for Gaiman. That could have been a Direwolves round. He just couldn't connect on the head. He was so close. A pixel away. But a pixel is what is the undoing of the round for Direwolves. Gaiman find the lead once more. But a 3-3 half, I mean, it's doable. Still doable.
It's definitely not out of their reach just yet, but it was just in their reach just before. And unfortunately, just did not find the last headshot there. Direwolves letting that one slip away, unfortunately. But we still have one more round in this half. So, will they be able to hold this defense? Oryx coming back on the board as well. Maybe trying to bring in some of that aggression. Unfortunately, the last time we did see him, he wasn't around for very long. But maybe it's different this time.
Could very much be the case. Regardless, the setup is going to be a large deciding factor for how Direwolves want to run it, and they are going to opt to set things up in one of the sites that they had some pretty good success on, back down in customs, and can't really blame them. I mean, we haven't seen a reattempt at the top floor, and I think that is for good reason. It's an interesting reason, I suppose, given that it is the most decided site on the map, that maybe Gaiman's execution on it is just that impressive that Direwolves didn't want to mess with it at all, and you can't really blame them. But, I mean, as we've said, you know, these are 2 of the best teams in SEA for a reason, so you'd hope that they knew what they were doing in terms of why they didn't go back to the same site. But I guess there's probably some good reasoning as to why we didn't see a return. Mira I'm surprised we haven't seen her use more. Well, I mean, we saw one round of Mirror so far, and that's it.
Yeah, when we did see Mira, the mirror windows themselves worked to some great extent, but Mira herself not exactly having a great time, playing very aggressively, of course, so did get punished for that. Souffle this time with the wow, punished.
Overly unstoppable on this Finker. I mean, you give him the LMG, tell him to just go for it, and he does exactly that. But either way, you know, you look to show. I mean, he's doing 12 kills right now.
Yeah.
He aced on round 1. He's been feeling himself ever since. And, I mean, you can't really blame him as Ape somehow has snuck in. The drone information's there. Jackie Wu finds one. The line scans. Oh, there he gives himself away with a pre-fire. Harambe collects the kill. Dai will swing things back in their favor, but, I mean, with Hoven off the board, Dire Wolves, it's looking good. Okay.
Well, you know, Castle Curse is real, and Ed unfortunately being traded out again, so not a great position. Rick's here, finding a kill into Harambe to bring in a little bit of revenge for his dead teammates, but still not a great position for Dire Wolves, considering that Jackie Wu is really unhealthy right now. The guy is on like, what, 10 health? It's not great. Especially with the UMP left on their side. It's really going to come down to Pecan to find some of these kills.
It is indeed. It is indeed. 3 left for Gaiman. It's plenty enough to find a 4-2 half. Jackie Wu and Pecan definitely able to get the job done. The nade does come from the hatch. The headshot connects. Looking for more. Unable to find it. Jackie Wu there on the support. Takes down Rix from outside the breach and the double wall. Told you, though, will find the headshot onto Pecan. Now a 1 versus 1. Again, Dire Wolves. Low HP for Jackie Wu. Both players blind out of their mind, as 30 seconds is all that separates these two teams from the end of days here on this first half. Tolji swings on round towards the main lobby double door, looking to push on into customs. Will be spotted out, but the swing not successful for Jackie Wu. Tolji with the left-hand flick. Only that he's on 1 HP makes the job a lot easier. Game and find a 4-2 half. Dire Wolves on a defender-sided map. That is not how you wanted to be starting it out.
They still have an opportunity to save this and bring in a reverse sweep, but it is definitely not great. Like I said before, it's very rare we see teams recover from this position after a first half. But if anyone can do it, it is the Dire Wolves. They have been fighting tooth and nail, and a lot of these rounds are very close, so I wouldn't put it past them. If anything, they have a very good chance of winning the second half here on this attack.
100%. 110%. But that's if Gaiman don't have an absolutely insane defense. Because they had an absolutely insane attack, that is for sure. I mean, with Hoven, just Hoven on his own. Largely did pretty much all the work, or a lot of the work, rather, should I say, for Gaiman. Obviously supporting characters, opening up walls and whatnot. You gotta love to see it. But yeah, Hoven with 12 at the half. That is 2 kills a round, regardless of outcome. So that is a very valuable play right there. But yeah, going on to defense, having him on something like the Melusi as well, that is going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, we've seen Melusi been used quite extensively by the Dire Wolves this time around in the hands of Hoven. Surely just to be just as effective, of course, with the MP5. She's definitely something to keep an eye on. So quite a stable and reliable SMG. But I'm really keeping an eye out here for Joe, because Joe has had some really good moments, and on Alibi we could see him really pop off. So maybe we'll see something pretty interesting. But if anything, I think the front lines are going to be just a little bit spicier with him there.
Yeah, Joe is definitely a very capable fragger, and given that he has sort of had, a large impact, in the clutch side of things. Coming back into the fray for GG this week. Yeah, I mean, we are expecting good things from him. We always usually see good things from him. The things kick off upstairs. I mean, GG on the defense, bunkering down on the top floor. Direwolf was a little bit flustered, I think.
Yeah, there's not a lot of momentum going on right now. They're still struggling to take down some of these walls, and while it's happening, they aren't exactly getting a lot of movement going down. So 1 minute 38 seconds left. GG still rotating now and trying to adapt as best as they can to some of these positions that Direwolves are taking for themselves.
Hogan goes first, though. Pecan to find Tolji as well. Rix takes a considerable amount of damage from Jackie Wu. As the rotate comes out from Direwolves, Joe does find one onto Jackie Wu. The flashbang to follow, but Pecan opts to go for a little bit of a wander down metal stairs. The utility begins to fly. Pings are there. Ape with an insane headshot mid-reload. That is not a kill you should be losing.
Oh, man.
As it all culminates, Joe finds another on the Harambe, swings on round. The hipfire headshot onto Souffle. The Direwolves had so much lead in this round that has just disappeared. They've got 3 players left. The pings and the top east for 1. The information there for ED. Can he pull it off? No. Joe for 4. We talk about him. He hears us. Gaming Gladiators further their lead. 5th round for them now. The first round on defense. An absolutely insane one at that.
I mean, we were talking about how capable Joe was, and we see him absolutely go off like that. Only adds to the point, to the fact that, you know what? The MX-5 in his hands, absolutely crazy. A triple kill in such a unexpected fashion. We didn't expect that headshot to come off as he came up from prone. But in saying that, we didn't expect the headshot coming from Ape either with the SMG. So luck maybe, but also good crosshair placement if anything. So obviously we all know the spray pattern from Hipfire is quite predictable as well. So good from both sides here, but GG definitely having some good moments there. Leading it at 5-2, so going even further away, and it's starting to become less of a reality for Direwolves' comeback.
%. I mean, we look at how that round panned out. Direwolves had a great lead, or at least some good footholding in terms of what they wanted to do. And they had a couple of good kills early. Hogan dead early. Definitely opened up the door for them to do some spicy things, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out to sort of play out that way. And Joe decided, you know what, I want some kills as well. Went and found 4 of them. And thanks for coming. Gaming Gladiators find themselves a 5-2 currently with a 3-round lead. I mean, Direwolves are going to have to do something pretty serious very soon.
They really do need to find something. Jackie now on that Finka. Might be the solution they need, but if anything, I don't even think it's a strategy, because we've seen their strategies, we've seen their setups, they're all meticulously detailed, but really is coming down to mechanical difference in a lot of these situations, and losing some of these duels. So can these young guns, GG, actually take this one away?
You know, you would hope, sending us on to Oregon. But with shots like that, it becomes an eventuality that is coming ever so close to Ape as well to find Souffle. The shots now trading all around. Jackie Wu on the entry into Fountain will find 1. ED collapses into the site. Jackie Wu for another. Pistol in hand, he's looking for more. Jackie for 3. It's all going on. Jackie goes down though. GG, slow things down. ED in a 1 versus 2. Has a lot to play with here. The L85, an insane gun in the right hands. ED not looking though, doesn't know the player is to his right. It's going to opt for the revive here. Ape's actually dropped off, disappeared. Regained with his teammate Rick, spotted through the floor. No, the shot's not there. As things slow down once more to the point of droning again, Direwolves aim to consolidate their losses.
They still have some time left, a minute and 8 seconds, and Ed still has a lot of work to do as he tries to get through some of this flooring, trying to find an angle of where some of these defenders might be. Even Jackie has decided to go all the way down to the first floor. No? Still undecided of how he might want to attack this, and does look like he's just going to pop that Adrenal Surge just in case Ed might need the little ADS boost.
45 remain. It's not a lot of time.
Not at all.
Especially given that they weren't allowed to play for the vertical earlier on. Regardless, though, the nade, unfortunately, clipping isn't going to open up the little bathroom, and Jackie's looking for more. I mean, he's on for the ace right now. He's got 3 to his name. ED goes down. He'll be spotted out on the default, a triple for 8 in his own respect, but regaining the vertical control makes things a whole lot harder here for Jackie Wu. Have to find 2, but Rick's on the cross, the SMG in hand. Game and close it down. Find themselves on match point against the Direwolves here on border. We are definitely staring down the barrel of a 3-map.
It does look like it, and you know, the scoreline this time around in favor of Gaming Gladiators is very different from how it was with Direwolves. At least Gaimin had 4 rounds prior to this on Villa. This time around, 2 rounds is a very poor showing. So, I mean, sure, this time around, Gaming Gladiators, they're winning their map pick. So, if Orkan's the most balanced map, or the most, balanced in terms of attack and defender side of wins, and these teams are going as neck to neck as they are right now, I can only expect Oregon to be even closer, or even that much more of a good showing from both sides. So hopefully we see overtime coming around there for that map, but it doesn't look like we're going to have it this time around on border.
No, it does not look like that at all. Direwolves on the defense just not really with it, I think, tonight, unfortunately, on border. Gaimin definitely a lot more comfortable with the facts. I mean, their attack 4-2 half, staring down the barrel of possibly a 7-2, given that they have already won 2 of their defensive rounds so far. Direwolves really yet to make a dent whatsoever in this second game here. I mean, especially walking away with the first so breezy. But yeah, Mirror's second round of play. Will that make a difference here?
We're seeing a pretty interesting setup with that mirror window here, looking into office. But as usual, we don't really see too many people play on site here for these, for the tellers and bathrooms. But Pecan going and getting taken off this early is pretty bad. And then following suit, Ed. Yikes.
Well, I mean, Jackie Wu does find 1. Takes down 8. So one of the big fraggers off the board for Gaimin. But ED's just going to choose to send it here. Does check into Africa, but doesn't quite spot Joe deep inside of Archives. And the headshot, not quite there, but it doesn't matter. Damage dealt is enough to find a kill. GG for their lead even more here. Looking good to close us out in 7-2 fashion. And I mean, I don't imagine we see anything else fold out from this unless Jackie can go huge right now.
Not at all. Having to rotate, get spotted on the cameras as well. Doesn't look like he's going to win this duel as the alibi actually rotates and Joe makes it out. Oh, he actually gets caught by Souffle.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I mean, must have gone through Blue Hole straight away, but they were expecting it. So you got to give the Direwolves that. They've got the flanks covered in this instance. Gaimin really sort of feeding kills, I guess, at the moment, but they do still have Hoven alive. I guess you take that as you will. As we move into the last minute, there's plenty for the Direwolves to work with.
Yeah, they really do have a really solid lock on some of these crossfires and a lot of these rotations the Gaming Gladiators are using on that defense. But 3-on-3 right now with 54 seconds left on the clock. It might still be workable for Direwolves, but Gaming Gladiators definitely have the advantage and match point here, so it's very unlikely, unfortunately.
The final 40, or what could be the final 40 of map number 2. Direwolves look for the execute right now. Gaiman still 3 strong. Rick's in a great position to lock this side out. Same with Tolji on the main door, actually. Opts to get aggressive, not expecting it, but Jackie still wins out. Rick's to find one onto Harambe. Still 2 left from both sides. The ace will open up the wall into the backside of Archives. Jackie Wu for 3, looking for his 4th. The final player left, Rix, has Jackie on low HP. Souffle at full breadth, but Diffuser in his control. From inside of the site, finds the first. Where's the second? Nowhere to be found. Souffle, not quite close enough, but walking out, Rix reveals himself. And Direwolves hold on for one more. Gaiman, unfortunate, but Direwolves fans definitely happy with how that panned out.
You know, it looks like they're still in it to win it, and despite being on match point for Gaming Gladiators, Direwolves pull up one more round for themselves, and they're 3 rounds away from taking this into overtime. So if they manage to pull that off, wow, what a comeback, honestly. Huge for them. But still, each round close, neck to neck. So still really a 50-50 split on both sides. We'll have to see how this pans out. But honestly, I'm not sure what to predict anymore, to be honest, because Gaming Gladiators are doing well on that defense, but Direwolves catching them on rotations, punishing them for being overly aggressive, and if anything, reading them very well on some of these rotations and some of these plays.
Direwolves have been doing really well reading into things. I think it's just when it comes down to the execute, they seem to be struggling a little bit in a few regards. I mean, they have flanks held, yes, but when it comes to the execute side, they just can't quite seem to put all their chips in one basket. It is sort of, I don't know, a multi-pronged approach on a multitude of levels. So hopefully they can sort of collect all the thoughts they're having, put them into one, and sort of make their way onto the site for the next few rounds. I mean, 3 rounds unanswered isn't completely undoable. So hopefully we'll see them convert a few. I mean, OT on border would definitely be insane, but albeit Gaiman probably not looking to let that happen.
Yeah, it's in their best interest, for obvious reasons, for Gaiman to just close this one out. But this time around, similar lineup on both sides. Might just be the secret sauce they need. Direwolves bringing in the Nook for this round, of course. So that's to me, that's a big gamble, but it might be exactly what they need if Ed can find the right kills to tip the scales in their favor early.
100%, but a minute surpasses now as we come into, again, what could possibly be the final round. The vault in here from ED, caught out, but unfortunately not punished there for Gaiman. So the vertical nades are something they are going to have to be aware of, especially inside of CC. I mean, Hoven in a dangerous position right now, especially if he was to sort of find his feet a little bit hotter than they were before, but he is going to make his way on out. So Gaming Gladiators playing a little bit more reserved coming into the final moments of this round.
1 minute and 30 seconds left, and a nice grenade from Ed picks that one up, and Joe trades it back onto Souffle. So both these players being taken off of very, very high stake and very valuable players. Huge frag potential, but still not enough for either team to really just have that advantage. So considering they got taken out quite early on both sides and in close succession, I'd say it's still pretty even, but they only have a minute left for this attack, and Ed's still looking for a kill.
I mean, lurking on the knot, probably one of the most important positions right now for the Direwolves. Looking to do damage where he can get it, but no one rotating into his waiting arms, so unfortunately not finding any kills just at the moment. But the mirror window spotted out as the information becomes through. The wall in fountain reinforced means that the rotate no longer available for both sides. It now becomes an infinitely more defendable position, especially when you got the likes of Tolji bunkered up inside of the fountain. And with support from Joe as well on this mirror, it's going to be really difficult right now for the Direwolves pushing in, but as the wall opens up, they're going to have to get aggressive. Goes for the swing. Joe not there. Jackie Wu and 8, though, will find their own kills respectively. A 3 versus 3. 20 seconds. Edie walks into the site, given away by the Malusi Banshee, but not taken down. And it is going to be Joe to look for the swing. Pecan takes down Rix. in a 3v2. Joe makes his way back into Fountain to support his teammate. A great flick there from Tolji. Good damage dealt. Harambe does find Joe, though. And as a down comes out from Tolji, the last player alive for Gaiman, the bomb not going down just yet. It does. It finally in the last second. But he's going to have to get aggressive to find. He's got 7 seconds to make a play. Does get past the person holding the cross, but it's too late. The diffuser has been planted. It swings on out. Doesn't connect. And Harambe shuts it down for the Direwolves. 2 more rounds are all that separates us from overtime here. And that is a round that Direwolves needed.
Told you had a tall order to really win that round for the Gaming Gladiators, being outnumbered, outmanned, and just unfortunately being put between a rock and a hard place. The vault over unfortunately did not do him any good, as he did not have the opportunity to ADS, but it was the best position for him at the time. In saying that, Direwolves are doing very well. I think if Ed didn't get caught by that Banshee, which was inevitable in that position, he would have honestly ended that round real quick, because they did not see that one coming, and he had the upper hand right up to that point, unfortunately. But moving on to this round, the Direwolves still survive 4-6, so a bit more salvageable. Sorry, my brain. A bit more salvageable, Proto, coming in 4-6. It's starting to look a little bit more winnable, but it's so close but so far.
2 rounds is not a lot. If Direwolves can find, all they need is 2. So
yeah,
if they can do it, that would be rather insane, given that, you know, overtime on a map like Border is probably their most viable position to walk away with a win. But albeit Gaiman still hold that match point sort of, I don't know, leg up. So as we sort of look to, again, possibly go into what could be the final round, Gaiman are just locking things down and looking to at least lock things down.
Yeah, while Direwolves are only 2 rounds away, and that is quite achievable. Gaming Gladiators, oh no, not like this, Hoven. Ed gets taken out early, and that's your sledge. That's 2 frag grenades, and unfortunately a very strong position for Gaming Gladiators to secure this final round for themselves. What is happening?
Whatever it is, Direwolves are getting dismantled. And that's no real surprise. Oven doing Oven things, but losing your hard breacher, losing your sledge, not good in the slightest sense. Not good at all for Direwolves.
Yeah, not this early at least, especially with 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Still winnable, still potentially around for them to survive and hold on a little bit longer. But if Ape's got a position like that, Souffle's gonna have to rotate, find a better place to push through, or not. They find a kill onto Rix though, so that's something. Pecan, a second onto Joe.
Very quickly becomes a winnable situation once more. A great grenade onto Joe. Souffle now taking Ape down as well. This just turned into a very doable position for the Direwolves. As I say that though, Hoven for his 3rd in the round takes down Pecan. Souffle now left in a 1 versus 2. Vertical pressure, not his to hold. Does have the diffuser though, so I guess that is something to go off. But in saying that, it is not a lot. The LMG does go hard, but at the end of the day, 1 impact and an LMG, 2 drones. Is it enough? I guess we will see momentarily. Does spot the player above, but it's not really any information that he can sort of use. They've barricaded everything up there as well. They want to lock that position in for themselves. I mean, they got the shield and everything. So this is going to have to be huge from Souffle. If he wants to have any chance, we'll open up the wall towards the bomb site, looking to make a play into the back of Workshop. The breach charge to sort of give a little bit of skepticism. The diffuser now going down. Do they know? Do they have any inkling?
Surely.
Told you. The Nitro does come out, but it The bomb goes off. He finds the kill. One more left. The LMG available. Can he do it? Does spot the head. The player walking down into cutout inside of work. No, Tolji threads the needle. And Gaming Gladiators finally put an end to the onslaught of the Direwolves. No comebacks here. We go into game number 3.
Souffle had that so close, and it was just by the skin of his teeth that Tolji finds that. So wow, a great game from both sides despite that score. And if anything, it's a good score to end on, this considering that Direwolves were 6-2 at one point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, staring down the barrel of a very decisive loss. It's good to see they had a little bit of fire come back towards the sort of mid to end part of that game. Regardless, GG, lock it out. No real surprises. It was their map pick. But as we head on in now, we've got one more map under our belts left to go. I mean, Lan, final thoughts before we go to a break once more. I mean, what are you expecting for Oregon? We've seen both teams win their maps respectively. What do you think Oregon holds for us?
Well, like you said, they both won their maps respectively, and on each map for their own picks, they performed very well. For a decider map like this, I can only expect it to go into... I'm hoping it goes into overtime, and honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. I feel like I want to say Gaming Gladiators win 7-5 on Oregon.
Okay, well, big predictions here. Come back to see if Lan's right. After our giveaway and the break, obviously, follow Rainbow Six SEA. Make sure you enter the hashtag #FightForGlory in chat for your chance to win 600 R6 credits, as well as that cool little pin there as well. PC only, unfortunately. But regardless, an insane game 2. As we head to our short break, we'll be back for game 3 momentarily. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylus, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch up, spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate, close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. He's going to push that. Off.
Rick still has one extra thermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to map number 3. We've had number 1, we've had number 2. We go on to Oregon land. I don't think we expected ourselves to be here, but we are here nonetheless. So we go forward into game number 3. I mean, for third place, this has definitely been one hell of a battle.
Yeah, as we expect though, because, I mean, despite us not expecting to go all the way to the end, we do expect both of these teams to put up their best, and as we've mentioned before, they are some of the best teams in the region, and they are, if anything, very capable. So, moving into Border, we can only expect both of them to really just put up their best foot forward, and it's going to be a very close game. It's on the probably one of the more balanced maps in the map pool, and it's also a map that we've seen both teams do well and also struggle on.
Yeah, Oregon is an interesting one. You know, we look at the picks throughout this competition, actually is the most picked map throughout the Operation Southeast Asia League, and is probably the most 50-50 map aside from Clubhouse. So coming into it, Direwolves again get to start on the defense, which does hold a little bit more in terms of its lead. But we start things off with the bans, Direwolves to take the Flores off. No real surprises given that they're starting on the defense. Thatcher probably to go here for Gaiman if they're smart, but maybe Maverick, depending on what they want to do.
Both are on the table, of course, but I don't think Thatcher's gonna make it through. Nah, I didn't think so. Too easy. It would be to just leave him on the board for a map like Oregon, but Maverick will do just fine considering how flexible he is in a lot of these scenarios and how good he is at taking down hatches as well. So,
Mai as well opens things up for maybe a blue take. I mean, with the Wamai ban, you'd sort of assume that Gaiman are going to be having a lot of focus towards blue, maybe even the backside of Pillar, but albeit final defensive ban here for the Direwolves, most likely maybe the Mirror or the Valk, depending on, it will be the Valk. So Mirror in play, but doesn't usually see too much on Oregon anymore these days, but regardless, Azami also does make it through as well, keep in mind. But with Direwolves starting off on the defense, they had it on Border, wasn't the greatest start, so hopefully Oregon is a lot different for them.
bringing in the Nook again. Ape is going to open with it this time around. Maybe swap it over. Might just be bait. But we will see the Mirror come straight off the board. And as you would expect if you're going down to Laundry and Supply first round in.
100%, no real surprise there at all. Mira definitely a pivotal operator when you are downstairs. All the same, though, I mean, default setups, everything that has been done on Oregon has either been done before or is sort of an old strategy being brought back, and Mira definitely sort of fits into that category. The Oregon of old, I guess we could call it, back in the day when there was no operator bans, before Oregon saw its rework. Mira was probably one of the most busted characters. Especially set up correctly. I mean, back towards the old Z hallway, as well as facing the main sort of stairs. But, albeit after the rework, she sort of saw a decline in play. So good to see her back, Harambe at the helm. But yeah, Direwolves on the defense. You'd hope they can find a better start than the previous.
Yeah, interested to see how Direwolves actually play this one out. Pecan is very far off site. Usually when we play down over in Supply, we usually do have most defenders actually playing on that bottom level and holding sites like this here in Freezer, and of course back in your construction and the back stairs to tower. But this time around, a little bit more proactive, a little bit more forward, and surely to fall back onto better footing as soon as they catch a glimpse of the Gaming Gladiators and start to understand what they're trying to do on this attack. But Souffle, with a very interesting defense here, has the Kiba barrier already placed over the wall, just to keep himself safe and make sure he doesn't get taken out by any cheeky headshots.
The drones coming forward. I mean, interesting that we're seeing the Thinker leading there instead of the Knock, especially with the silence step. When following a drone can be a lot more impactful, but I guess regardless, that is what they're running right now. Ape does jump off the drone and look to make his way forward into the fray with his teammates, but as we sort of, again, slow down towards the mid/end of the round, things start to open up. We've got Habanas going off elsewhere, and things begin to culminate for both sides. Direwolves, 5 on site, looking strong, but Gaiman now starting to get this control towards Freezer and the tower side of things, looking for that execute on the split.
Yeah, and these X-Kairos are going off right next to the mirror as well. It's going to make it very hard to actually hold down that site, especially now that they are not very safe behind that mirror at all. But Ape might just be contesting this angle here.
That was really close to being a headshot from Souffle.
Skims it.
That was super close. So Ape knows he's been spotted. Does have a frag grenade to work with. Tolji opens things up with a kill onto Pecan. The nade does come out. The ADS there to grab it. Spots the player inside of the site. Some damage dealt, but some taken as well. And Consolidation does spot the head and does connect. Souffle falls. Direwolves now down 2. The final 40 seconds. Gaming looking good on Oregon so far. Blue looks like that wants to be the next point of contention here, as the smokes are the only thing keeping them at bay. ED will get away and get the reinforcement off, but he baits it. However, read into by Hoven. Joe to find Jackie Wu. Hoven for the final kill. A flawless round to start Oregon off for Gaming Gladiators. And what a way to kick it off. They've got the momentum from map number 2. Border has set them up for success here, especially when you got Hoven on the finger.
Unfortunately, that reinforcement bait did not work in his favor, and if anything, left him very vulnerable. Gaming Gladiators, very confident so far on this attack for Border, which bodes very well for them, but unfortunately, I think Direwolves had it all right. Unfortunately, just couldn't hold those forward positions very long, but it's not like they got completely blown out there, but definitely just, if anything, just lost a lot of those gunfights in very unfortunate manners. Ape winning that on an angle like this, as we can see in that replay. Just very good timing and very good prediction. That FMG, of course, quite the laser.
Especially in the right hands. The correct hands, definitely one of the support players. You'd love to see it. But Direwolves so far, unfortunately, at the beginning of at least, it seems, not having the greatest beginnings. When it comes to the mid sort of side of things, or even the end, or what looks to be the end, rather, should we say, they sort of start to fire up a bit. And I'm not too sure if that's because they're sort of staring down the barrel of a loss, or if something clicks and they go, guys, come on, let's start winning some rounds. But either or, I mean, keep in mind as well, then, we have seen 0 tack timeouts used from both sides here. So I'm not too sure why Direwolves are choosing to bypass that utility, but it's a valuable thing they should be looking into, I think. Especially doing things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Jackie just taking the aggression to Gaming Gladiators in the wrong time. It's not really paying off. Harambe follows suit as well.
Khan good for one. Traded out by Riggs.
Not at all.
ED, though, there to consolidate losses. So Direwolves down 3. ED on low health as well. I mean, Gaiman, if they're smart, they'll regroup. They'll push onto site as a unit and play for the crossfires. But, yeah, look, Direwolves, again, a little bit too aggressive off the bat. They get a couple, but they are absolutely thwarted for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, now Souffle, now that he's been droned out, his position's been given away. With a minute 30 seconds left and a couple of frag grenades, it doesn't look good for Direwolves. Yeah, absolutely. Just skimming it.
Well, I'm going down a triple now for Hoven. Joe to find the last. Gaiman Gladiators, round number 2 in the bag. No questions asked. Thanks for coming. We'll be taking that and rolling with it. Go on to round number 3. Direwolves again, yet to find anything.
Unfortunately, Direwolves just became like, they just like fish in a barrel at that point. They droned them out. They were like, hey, you know what? The last 2 guys are in these rooms. Let's just throw grenades right at them, and we'll see what we get. And it worked. Like, those grenades were fantastic. They didn't get those kills with them, but made it very easy to pick up kills straight after, as they got flushed out of that position, got caught on the rotation, and they were very wounded. So easy frags for the Gaming Gladiators, finalizing that round.
Yeah, Gaiman just able to walk on in and clean up without any real question. Direwolves had a good beginning to that round. I mean, they found 2 off of early aggression, but other than that, there wasn't really much else available for them after they lost the trades. I mean, they had 2 on site, but that was it. And even then, there was no smoke. There was not really any denial. I think there maybe was a nitro in the hands of ED, but that was it. And as we look to see how things are evolving on the GG side, I mean, we've got Namaru in tow, so things could look to get a whole lot more hectic. I mean, Hoven's 5-0. It speaks levels of the difference, I think, between these two so far.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Joe's following up real close, 2-0 at the moment. And Gaming Gladiators barely taking any deaths at all. So, in saying that, we're only 2 rounds in, Proto. There's still a lot of opportunities, and if anything, we've seen Direwolves take a couple of rounds to warm up on some of these maps. So, maybe from round 3 onwards, we might see them really take off. But right now, Ed, trying to rotate up and be a little bit sneaky.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Sneaky indeed. He's got the suppressor on the G8 too. I mean, that is not something you see every day, but I mean, you take it where you get it. ED will start it off with a kill onto Joe, but straight away, 8 all the way downstairs, playing inside a pillar, waiting for that rotate. ED a little bit smarter, you sort of assume, as he is sort of weary on that rotate, but does spot the player out. Doesn't connect the shot, though. 8 there to take him down. Told you, also falling in the process. So, Gaiman down 2. Direwolves finally hold an advantage for once.
Trying to shuffle some of these ADS. So Jackie's trying to be a little bit more adaptive and trying to make something work for that defense there, as he feels, or maybe even has a premonition that it might end up being as it was in the previous rounds. Might need those ADS closer to sight and on point.
Oh, Harambe takes down Hoven. Rix and 8, the last 2 alive. Spotted through the wall. Rix can't quite find the kill, though, unfortunately. The M4 not able to connect. As Ape does make his way up the white stairs, the suppressor in tow finds one, not the second though. Pecan somehow surviving that headshot. Vertnade now here from Rix to attempt to find another, but only damage is all he's going to get onto Pecan as the final 50 now faces. Rix in a 1 versus 3. The crossfires are all here for Direwolves as they look to lock this down without any real question. The cam at white shot out does give them some indication, as well as the barbed wire takes a considerable amount of damage, but Souffle with the shotgun closes it out. Direwolves find their first on Oregon after some significant back and forth.
And finally, Direwolves actually have their first round there. So, in typical fashion so far in this series, they've taken a couple of rounds. Gaming Gladiators always just leading each round, each map. But that last round was very convincing, and they had a very strong advantage through and through. So it's a matter of whether they can stay consistent throughout the map, right? Because throughout this entire tournament and this entire league, we have just spoken about Direwolves just being inconsistent. They are very good at analyzing, setting up, planning, but adapting and being flexible is something completely different. But as we saw there, once they have the advantage and they've set themselves in, they can control it very well.
Yeah, if Direwolves are allowed to sort of lock down the site after finding a couple kills, they do really well at sort of just locking it down and going from there, because Gaimin, well, yes, if they're allowed to dictate the pace, they will. If you can sort of cut them off at the knees, really, in terms of finding two of their biggest fraggers early, I mean, Tolji and Hoven, you're looking pretty good, especially if you play relatively passively, don't feed into kills, which is exactly what the Direwolves did. If they keep doing that, I mean, we are going to be looking at another possibility at overtime here.
Well, you know what? I kind of hope so. Both teams deserve to go into that overtime, and to fight and to be able to fight tooth and nail for this victory here. Albeit third place only, it's still a very, coveted spot, and it's definitely something that we need to understand in between these two players, these two teams, who deserves it, where they place, and how this league is shaping up. If anything, now that we see that Direwolves are starting to pick back up a little bit, definitely is more of a reality. But they've spent a minute now and still no frags on either side, and still doing a lot of recon. Not a lot of information available for Direwolves to make a very fast execute. But Rick's still all the way back in spawn.
Possibly just doing all the drone work. I mean, you'd imagine that that's possibly what would be going on, given that you're still in spawn a minute into the round. But regardless of where you are or where you find yourself in a competitive R6 round, Direwolves are still yet to find any type of, well, I want to say redemption, given that they lost the last map. But they're doing just that as Souffle opens things up onto 8. One of the big killers off the board for Gaimin so far. So start going to work on the hatches above. And Direwolves, again, 5 on the site. I mean, having this bottom floor opened up for them again means that Gaimin are going to have the work cut out for them now down a man.
Bomb located by attackers.
Knock knock indeed. 1 minute left on the clock and the hatches are starting to open. Gaming Gladiators have to execute this real fast, and they can't waste any more time. Get those reloads in while you can, guys, because you got 50 seconds left on the clock. But they have 5 grenades and 3 flashbangs, so I can only imagine everything being thrown really soon.
Over to take down ED. 40 seconds remain. Equalised with the smoke off the board as well. Makes things a lot better. The nades come towards Deep Freezer. They connect as well. Joe finds one. Harambe for the trade. Low HP though, locked behind the washing machine now. 1 health left for the Cade. Hoven there to clean up. Swinging around with the Fink and not able to find the player in the long haul. As Souffle finds 3 and now leaves Hoven in a 1 versus 2 from Pillar. He's spotted out through the footholes. Can't connect his own shots, and Souffle's there for another. The 919 goes hard, but in the hands of Souffle it goes even harder, and Direwolves find another round and equalise here they found exactly what they needed in that round.
What an explosive finish to that round. Direwolves tie it up 2-2. And like I said, everything had to start flying. Unfortunately, not a lot of that utility got used. Hibana got taken out almost immediately, and there goes your flashbangs. Real quick, if anything. But they did find one frag grenade kill on the Jackie, and but unfortunately just was not enough for Gaming Gladiators to take that round. Direwolves did very well to set themselves into those defenses and really pivot around their own rotations. But Gaming Gladiators, nonetheless, unfortunately, just losing some of those trades in unfortunate positioning. I'm not exactly sure what the logic was behind the Hibana vaulting over the some of those crates, but did not work out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know what the play was there.
Maybe just like better angle because it's higher, you know.
Yeah, it could be. You can usually see the player behind washing machine from up on the boost, but the issue is getting up there without dying, I suppose. Saying that though, here we are, and Direwolves was definitely happy, I guess, with how it panned out. Regardless.
Yeah, now bringing in the Oryx as well, so trying to get a little bit more aggressive on that, on those rotations, and Echo as well. So Souffle on 5-2 on that Echo is going to be pretty crazy. Silenced SMG, of course, but in general, ooh, Pecan looking for a cheeky spawn peek here. Fortunately, won't see anything just yet.
But it's told you to open things up. ED falls on the roam. Direwolves, not what you're wanting, but we told you and Hoven both on low HP. Yes, they do still have 2 adrenal surges to make use of, and they indeed will start doing just that. Regardless, though, the Direwolves still hold on to a little bit of utility inside of the side. I mean, the wandering deployable shield here from Souffle finally goes down. He then retreats and places his final Yokai. So, Direwolves down a man, but had the information to make plays.
You're absolutely, especially how Echo has been played in recent seasons. He's been very aggressive, very forward. Harambe, unfortunately, losing to the FMG. Ape picks that one up for himself, and Nook strikes again.
She does. Scary prospect. Pecan strikes as well. Rick's caught out. The trade not there from Hoven or Joe, depending on who it was. Regardless, it didn't happen. 8 takes a considerable amount of damage from that well-placed Nitro, and things start to unfold here in the 3 versus 4 Direwolves. Not a whole lot left for them. The drone spotted out upstairs in Attic, but there's only a minute left in play. Gaiman are going to have to make a move.
Not a lot of opportunities left. 1 minute left on the clock. And Pecan, not exactly very healthy either. So they're still outnumbered, and they're not exactly in a better shape to take trades. They need to find a couple of free kills, and they only have 50 seconds left on the clock. And saying that, all they have to really do is wait for Gaming Gladiators to make a move and punish them for it. But they can't be too passive either.
Pecan hits 360s inside of Green Hall. Will spot the player in dining, but doesn't connect. It's the swing from Tolji. Souffle goes down. Ash with the diffuser, an interesting choice, but regardless, the bomb being planted. Pecan and Jackie Wu now need to reingress into the site from the hatch above. It can be single-handedly denied. Pecan for 2, make it 3. Takes down Joe and Ape. The diffuser yet to be planted. The flank from Greenhall called out. A quad for Pecan, but shut down by Tolji. On for his own quad now. Jackie Wu has dropped back down into the site. The information's there. He has to aggress. The pre-fire with the drop shot. Hip fire from Jackie. Direwolves, a round that was so close to being Gaiman's, just snatched away in the 1v1, and they are happy for the first time I think we have ever seen on broadcast. What a way to take the lead.
That is actually the first time I've ever seen Ed smile.
Genuinely the first time ever.
Mark your diaries, guys. This is history here. And you know what? That was a very well-fought round on that defense as well. It honestly looked very lost. But that triple kill at the end, and only for Jackie to be able to take that one away with the hipfire. Wow, just crazy stuff on both sides, right?
Attackers need to locate
100%. I mean, could quite easily been game and drown had they had upstairs control still, but they didn't. Unfortunately, they took forfeit in the eyes of moving towards the bomb site, and that ended up coming back to haunt them later in the round.
If anything, though, you have to give it up to Direwolves for actually using that upstairs control to deny that plant. Like, we saw that plant get initiated and denied over and over again, twice, if anything. And it just came down to good timing and good prediction on where that plant might have been. But look at this, a quad kill from Pecan, right into a triple from Tolji. Action-packed stuff, guys.
Definitely is. Shaping up to be an insane map 3, but I mean, even just on the beginning, we are 6 rounds into this matchup. So far, it could be anybody's game. I mean, Direwolves looking good for the 4-2, but Gaiman definitely a possible 3-3. I mean, it is about as even as it gets right now. Given that it's Oregon, no real surprises at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a couple of close shaves here for some of these pre-fires through windows. Definitely not what the Direwolves want at this moment. If anything, they need to take this 4-2. A little bit of damage into Tolji. Nothing he can't heal over, though. So not a huge loss, but it does send a message.
Definitely a message sent. Shots coming out from Jackie Wu, none connecting, unfortunately, as he's taken down from the game's repel. Hoping to find that kill and get away with it. So Jackie falls. Harambe still holds control of Walk-In, which is a big position to find. Swing with the shotgun, though, is good. Tolji falls. And Harambe not to be traded at all. Might go for the reinforcement here if he can get the chance, but he chooses to pop the Goyo canister instead as Pecan, the last member left inside a master. He's going to be graced with a kill on the Hoven as well. Direwolves definitely hungry for this 4-2.
Ooh, unfortunately getting too close to the fire itself takes a little bit of damage. One in Armory, dueling it out and trying to stay alive as long as possible. But Direwolves are taking these trades quite comfortably. It's all down to Rix.
The last alive for Gaiman in a 1 versus 4. He's got 2 on low HP. Pecan and Souffle on better days, but through the wall, it doesn't matter. Souffle's there with the SMG to connect. Pickle Rick is ecstatic to see that one connect. And Direwolves take their own 4-2 half. Order definitely on Oregon as they move on to the attacking side. Can Gaiman equalize, or do we see Direwolves run away with it? I mean, they are the pace setters right now. So if Gaiman want anything to say about it, you're going to have to do it relatively soon.
You're opening up with the Thorn. I wonder if that gets locked in. That's a pretty interesting pick for a laundry and supply defense. We've seen Thorn get picked up before for this basement hold. Extend a couple of ways of blooms, tied in there, but it is a pretty interesting one. It might work. It might work. Very aggressive, obviously, very forward with that pick, and considering the rest of that roster, no one's really going to be shying away from any firefights, I should say.
Yeah, you'd assume that Gaiman might even look to get aggressive.
A lot of shotguns.
Yeah, a lot of shotguns. So you would assume that would be the play. I mean, aggressive is the best way to counter a team like the Direwolves. I mean, fight fire with fire type thing. So could be something that we see employed here. I mean, the shotguns definitely open up a lot of avenues, given that they are an aggressive weapon. You have to get up close and personal to make them count. So we'll see momentarily as the round unfolds.
Yeah, you know what else is interesting? Hoven's actually opted to not use the shotgun. The TCSG will not be picked on Kaid. And, it's my favorite option on Kaid myself. But that SMG is quite dependable and quite reliable. So I suppose they didn't need more shotguns. They needed more fire, more DPS. But 2 SMG-11s on both of these SAS operators for Tolji and Ape. Surely to bode well, as they are paired defenders. But as they both deny intel and entry for a lot of these things, there's a lot of mitigation on that defense. So hopefully burning a lot of utility for that attack. But they've got 6 grenades on that attack. We haven't seen any Claymore kills, but they've been used. So unfortunately, there's nothing of massive value coming off recently.
That is value, though. He going to take down Hoven. So TTSG or not, he's not going to be using whatever it is. Does spot another running down the tower stairs. Opts to go for the default camera instead as that player runs away and gets the 360 door open. I mean, Direwolves styling on their opponents right now a little bit. But yeah, GG. Losing Hoven in the early frame and a Nitro down as well. Not the greatest of starts, not the greatest of operators to lose right off the bat.
Not at all. But, I mean, look at how GG are playing these defenses, and they're being very aggressive. We talked about them taking some of these fights to the enemy, but man, like this, with that Claymore now off, oh, wow, told you in that shotgun, really nailed it.
Nailed it indeed. And actually gets the smoke off as well to cover the retreat. As we make it our way into the final minute here of the first defensive round. Direwolves still 4 strong. The hatch, I was about to say, a little bit bugged there, but does open up the flank from Ape. Doesn't spot Pecan proning on the floor, so the trade is there in quick succession, but they lose the Maverick. Sorry, the Habana. But I guess it doesn't really matter as the hatches are already opened up. The wall inside of blue as well. Tolji still alive, but low HP means that anything will take him down. Joe now too. Hit with a great grenade from the bottom of Freezer. It will be Rix to take Souffle down though. ED to find Rix as a trade. 2 very high health players, but it's Joe to shut the Dream down from the front side of the site. It's all left up to ED. Deep inside Freezer. He has 2 to find Joe and Tolji, both on low HP, has to prone on through or at least look to aggress out the freezer door, but he can't get the prone angle. 6 seconds with the LMG in hand, has to find one, but the crossfire held means that he's not going to find anything from behind the shield. And unfortunately for Direwolves, it's not going to be around in their favour.
Started off so well for them, and unfortunately not able to just find the right opportunities for themselves. But hey, Gaming Gladiators still in that fight, trying to level this out 4-4 right now. Obviously 1 round away from 4-4, but they're trying to get there. Ape unfortunately didn't see the guy on the floor, yeah, and but didn't matter if he didn't see him or not, they still won that round. I just feel that Direwolves lost a lot of momentum with that kill after Ape caught them out. They had to reposition, they didn't feel safe over those hatches anymore, and we started seeing them take everything very horizontally.
Yeah, we definitely did. I mean, they sort of lost a lot of pressure inside a meeting on that flank, which hurt, because having the Habana would have been the E-box pressure they needed to sort of make that push onto the site. Regardless, though, as we see the final setups here moving forward into our 8th round. Direwolves are going to be aiming to regain some momentum they just previously lost as Gaiman stare down the barrel of what could be their equalising round.
Eight rounds in now here for a best-of-3 match between Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators. And a full best-of-3 series. Now, this decider, obviously, is pretty tooth and nail right now, isn't it, Proto? It's very close. Especially when you lose defenders like that early on. Direwolves picking up Ape early is pretty big, considering he is one of their main fraggers.
Definitely large. Nitro drawn out here as well with the Hoven, and then fragged subsequently by Pecan. Big kills as the player swings down white. Unfortunately, as Pecan walks away, so Gaiman not going to be able to get a trade in that instance. But Nade's there, and even losing it out as Jackie Wu gets aggressive on the thinker. Looks for a second, can't quite connect it. It will be Pecan and Jackie Wu, a nade and the LMG for a flawless round from the Direwolves. You can see the pressure beginning to mount here for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, just look at Rix. It says it all. It tells a story. The Direwolves are locked in and focused. They've got 2 rounds to work with. But Gaiman, this is map number 3. There's no more second chances after this.
A phenomenal performance coming in from Pecan and Jackie. Almost in sync, if anything. One kill after the other. And again, Ed smiling for the second time today. The whole Direwolves team. Definitely in good spirits. They're definitely feeling themselves as they start to lead this on. But let's hope that is not in vain, as Gaming Gladiators still have quite a few opportunities to take this before Direwolves take the map away.
Regardless, what we're staring down the barrel of is an insane matchup. And this isn't even the grand final. This is just the 3rd place playoff, and we've already been graced with some of the greatest siege that we've seen this stage. So, even after this outcome, as we go to the grand final, this has definitely been a highlight match regardless throughout the stage. In saying that, though, it's not over just yet. Direwolves are not yet to win, neither is Gaiman. And at this point, anyone could walk away with it, given what we've seen previously.
It really is anyone's game, to be honest. 9 rounds in now. Gaming Gladiators are just not having a great time. Despite their performances today, they've had some very good moments, but so far, Direwolves are just setting up better, and they are picking them off one by one. The Gaming Gladiators are just getting very callous. They're taking a lot of these angles a little bit too aggressively, to be honest.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you feed Direwolves some kills, and then things definitely don't go well after that. Especially if you sort of just play into what they're wanting you to play into, which Gaiman have been doing, unfortunately, a couple of times here in the last few. So they can change that up. Obviously, we'll be on for something a little bit different, but albeit at the moment, a player inside of Attic, no information for the Direwolves as to his whereabouts as the wall opens up. Should force him out of position and maybe even open the door up for a kill, but it's Joe to find one. Here's the pin, goes for the swing, and is rewarded.
We might see another swing come out here as he has droned out. No, he rotates off, but Ape with a double kill of his own.
Oh my, it's all going down. Jackie Wu for 2, Joe to find 1, but it's Jackie Wu that finds himself in a 1 versus 3 very quickly. Things go south for the Direwolves. The nade's used to burn. Shotgun in hands here. He's going to run into his own nade, though.
Okay.
An interesting choice. Direwolves a little bit ecstatic as to how that... Dude, write it down. We got smiles all over the board. He's diving off the screen. Jackie doesn't know how to react. I don't blame him after that one. I mean, that is definitely attack time out. We have to have a word about that, boys. But, yeah, Direwolves, you love to see it. It's good fun. Even though it's 3rd place playoffs, they're enjoying themselves. Even when they're blowing themselves up.
And you know what? It's healthy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Round 10 now for the 3rd place match. Like, it's technically high stakes for them. But at the same time, they know how to have fun. They know how to enjoy themselves. And we can only imagine Sufan are smiling equally as much as their teammates are. Last 2 players on that roster there are just a little bit shyer. But now let's move on to round 10. Gaming Gladiators are only 1 round away in difference from Direwolves. But you know what? That time around, they didn't get punished for being as aggressive. In some instances, they did. But man, Direwolves still very close in every round, I would have to say.
Yeah, really close. And they still actually do hold the lead. So, in saying that, Oregon still holds fruits for us to find. Obviously, with exceptions. But still, early days, I think, in terms of this half so far.
Oh. first 20 seconds of the round and Souffle's off the board. So that's ooh, okay.
So then.
Yeah, well, you know what? They definitely made sure to capitalize on that. So it's a good trade though, if you think about it. If he had the Attila clause already down, without Maverick, those hatches are much harder to take down unless they they destroy the Attila clause first. But they don't have a Thatcher. They don't have a Twitch. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, they don't have a lot really to work with in terms of getting rid of the Attila claw in itself, but because Maverick being gone, obviously that makes things difficult, but clearing out these positions is another thing they're going to have to get good at doing relatively quickly, because the Nitrox, it doesn't find a kill, but it opens up some good angles for Ape here. I mean, Gaiman defaulting back to the site this early after finding a pick. I mean, finding a pick on the Maverick like that as well, it means that E-Box will not be opened up unless they can do some pretty cool sort of magic to make it happen.
No, and they're going to have to very much force their way into this. And as we can see, Harambe already trying to push through laundry storage, and it's not easy. He's going to have to find a couple of utilities to take out first, but it's inches and millimeters at this point.
Indeed it is. The swing on out. Harambe does spot one, can't connect. Jackie Wu takes a lot of damage in the fray, and it all still elapses here. The final minute elapses as we look to go for the execute, or at least Direwolves do. We're looking to watch it. The wall into the small box opened up here by Harambe. Flashbang to follow. Jackal tracks as well to help out. The Finker boost even used up here in an attempt to make something happen. One of those adrenal surges actually, I'd imagine it will be left for the execute, but Rick's slightly smart at the end of this, knows that there's a player outside of blue, wants to lock him down. The smokes have been rotated to lock the sort of progression being made by Direwolves out here, but they push on through the smokes regardless. The first kill going in favour of Jackie Wu. It all starts to fly. No, Tolji lives somehow, but ED finds the kill. Rick's to trade back onto ED. Harambe now the last alive with no bullets left. Tolji somehow surviving in that position, finding two with the shotgun. I don't know how the Jackal didn't take him out.
I had him pinned for dead. I honestly thought he got that kill. Maybe I probably read that kill feed wrong, but the fact that he managed to survive and picked up those kills with a shotgun definitely turned that around in their favor. 5-5 now. Gaming Gladiators bring this up way closer than we thought it would be here on round 11. I honestly thought Direwolves won that.
If Tolji had died there, that would have been a Direwolves round. But
would have been done.
I don't know. Something just went wrong, lost in translation in terms of the crosses being held, and something unfolded, and we find ourselves in the position we find ourselves in now. Regardless, though, unfortunately for the Direwolves, they maybe had envisioned it too. And Gaiman definitely probably very happy. I mean, Tolji definitely very happy. He pretty much single-handedly locked that down from the front side of the site, so keep that in mind. You look forward back on the highlights. Yeah, I don't know how that wasn't a kill. Oh, only two of those shots connected, and then he tried to run away. Yeah,
he took it for granted.
Yeah, you can't beat that at close range. So no surprises, but yeah, that looked like he should have died, but yeah, definitely should not have. Only two of those hitting out of the 8 fired. So yeah, understandable, but unfortunate.
It very much is. Ed this time bringing around the Twitch, so trying to future-proof their plans, not having to push dry like that again. They'll be able to at least take care of some of the utility this time around as they try to push in. As long as those Twitch drones make it onto site and close enough to that utility, of course. That being said, hopefully Ed doesn't cop a bullet in the next 30 seconds so he can do his job. But in saying that, we're not seeing too much on that side of the defense. No electrical denial this time around. But instead, Hoven playing up top and taking, again, aggressive angles on that side for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Direwolves have definitely let the ball drop a little bit here, given that they had a great lead, but That is the nature of Oregon, I think. When you sort of come down and looking at it, it goes anyway if you're not careful.
And Joe rotating through meeting hall now. See Souffle take a little bit of damage, but Hoven rotated all the way to the top of tower, all the way to T3. Takes a little bit of fall damage and might just find another. Yep, and that's the Fuser as well.
That's a massive kill to find. Drone here as well to spot out, but doesn't really matter too much if Hoven's already gone, and indeed he is starting to back out right now. The Diffuser has to be retrieved. He hears a play on the rappel. He spots the rope. But does he know to go for the swing? No, from below. Jackie Wu there on the great drone bait from his teammate. Pecan playing perfectly into that one. Read like a book. And Direwolves do consolidate the loss, but at what cost? They lose their ace to find an alibi. Not the greatest trade, especially with only a minute left, and none of the walls opened up.
And in saying that, Hoven did a great job at buying a lot of time and actually delaying the attacker side from getting closer to point. And if anything, held them outside the tower for quite a long time. So 55 seconds left on the clock. And Direwolves still need to clear out tower properly and take down these walls. Jackie finds another to Joe. And that's your Azami. That's a value pick. But they still only have 40 seconds and these walls are still standing.
I mean, yeah, valuable pick. Joe, no more keeper barricades. Also just a big fragger, I guess, at the end of the day. But 30 seconds remain. That is all the Direwolves have to work with. And you say that's plenty of time, given they have the advantage now. They have to play through the toxic baits that have all been used. So they are at least going to have the ability to make a play on through somewhere. But as 8 finds 1, Jackie Wu falls. Souffle will get the trade back onto 8. They're going to rotate over to the kitchen drop. But this has been read into by Rix. He's there ready to collect the nade, looking possibly like it's going to come out. But the drop is there. Misses the first shot. The trade from his teammate available. Dropping from the hatch. Pecan is there to clutch it up though. Direwolves finally break the hiatus and find both off the back of a massive clutch from the sledge. Insane for the Direwolves. Pecan, they have got to be happy right now.
Rix did not see that third operator decide to run right through, through that door. Took it for granted. Decided to rotate and paid the price. You can see the frustration right now as he just he's fuming with himself. Essentially, it looked like a simple kill to acquire, but really he really switched off in his brain. He's like, I got 2, surely there isn't a third. Decides to rotate, and that's, to be fair, that's the logical choice, right? You wouldn't stick around for too much longer considering the time left in the clock and the vulnerability of the site on the other end. But down to him only. Unfortunate. He could have got that with a shotgun, of course. Just unfortunately.
He read into it perfectly, and rotating in that instance, probably not the smartest, given that he most likely saw the sledge. I mean, he did see the sledge. He flicked back. So he definitely knew that all 3 were there. I don't think he was trying to rotate out. I think he just sort of got caught up next to the rotate. But even so, unfortunately, didn't hit the shot. Pecan did. And with 6 in style for the Direwolves right now, it's a little bit of a Hoven moment. It's just not playing the finger. He's going to jump on the in, though. No warden in sight for Gaiman, which means that these flashbangs, if placed correctly, do some big damage.
Yeah, they are going upstairs, of course, so this time around could be a pretty interesting breach for them as they try to push through. They've got the third as well, so they're expecting to play quite hard and fast, quite close to the wall, and quite aggressive by the look of it. Definitely pushing through what looks to be master bedroom and wardrobe. So Harambe already getting to work on that, and ooh, Ape getting punished on that run out.
Direwolves sit comfortably on match point now, especially with finding that kill. One of the top fraggers so far. Well, 1 of 4 for GG, but even then taking your alibi off the board. It's a very aggressive operator. A good one to remove regardless. Hoven's still alive. No nitro though as he uses it in an attempt to find a kill. Either or, the wall opened up. Direwolves making great time here towards the site. 2 quick kills from Gaiman. 3! Told ye! What a shot through the window. Jackie Wu to take down Hoven. Direwolves lose 3. Gaiman lose 2, but this is still very much anyone's game.
It's still winnable for Direwolves here, especially with oh, okay, I take that back. A couple of frag grenades left in their pocket. Especially if you're gonna pick up kills like that. Souffle with a nice frag onto Tolji finds that, and it's a free kill for them, leveling that out 2-2 right now. And with one more Geno Surge left, Jackie could make this work for that attacking side.
1 minute remains. Direwolves ever so closer to making third place theirs. They stare down the barrel of 1, but if Gaming can do it, we head on to overtime, which I'm sure neither of these teams want at the end of the day. It's been a long one so far, but as Jackie Wu teases his entrance into the site, backs up for a little bit, waits for the rotate of his teammate to help as he goes to face check towards Dorms. 40 seconds remains. Souffle taking his time, though, down towards main. Jackie has walked in and out of the site twice. His teammate to rotate. The Goyo canister will be popped by the double window as well, but it doesn't matter. Both of the Direwolves players have walked away. Rich is going to catch Jackie out. Souffle now left alone, has the information on 1, but the second largely unknown to him. 20 seconds remain. The Maverick has to go big here. Swings down into tower, doesn't find the kill. Gaiman send it to overtime. The Direwolves not happy with that. Gaiman hold on for a little bit longer, and the possibility of third is still there for them.
We're going to overtime, boys and girls. Direwolves and Gaming Gladiators take it all the way in this best of 3 series. Absolutely insane performances on both sides, of course. But as you said, Direwolves not happy with themselves after that last one. And unfortunately, just overswinging in that last instance there. Unfortunately, not with full information available to them on that side there for the attackers. But Ape now, and the rest of his team, all, of course, switching over to attack. Things are different for them now.
100%.
Maybe a Nook?
Yeah, maybe. Could be. A Nook would be probably the safe bet, especially in the hands of Hoven. Sort of silent but deadly type thing. And especially when you give it to Hoven. Definitely deadly. Surprised we haven't seen him on the Finker more, given that that's what he was popping off on border with. But, you know, maybe this isn't the operator that he plays on this map. Regardless, we go into overtime. Direwolves get the liberty of going onto the defense first, so they're going to be happy with that, I'd imagine. But still, it's anybody's game now that we head into overtime.
Finka, Nook, Zofia, and Maverick, along with Habana. Gaming Gladiators are looking to be quite aggressive and quite smart and cheeky with this one. Gaming Gladiators, of course, did lead 2-0 in the start of this map here for attack. So if they can replicate that, they win this. But Direwolves have finally found their second wind, and they definitely are a little bit more woke, so to say. Hopefully we see something positive come out on that end.
Transfer from Jackie. But there you go. Doesn't need the Finker. Put him on anything and he'll find kills. Hoven takes down Pecan as the opener here for Gaiman in the first round of overtime. And that is not great for Direwolves, losing your top fragger like that. But you put someone like that on the roam and you expect them to get kills, you also have to sort of accept the fact that they might die doing just that. And unfortunately for Pecan, that is the case. Hoven finds a second with a well-placed grenade onto Souffle, and thinking, unless Direwolves can do something pretty insane, Gaiman are going to be looking for round 1 of overtime to go ahead. That's something to say about it.
Ape getting taken out by C4. This ordnance on ordnance right now being used. So much utility. Now Ed forced to rotate to the bottom of tower. Rotating up that stairs manually. Gonna have to take a very awkward fight. Maybe try to find any stragglers. But Harambe now in a very awkward position of his own.
Oh, spotted out on Games. Doesn't quite realise that Tolji's there. Rix as well to find D. Jackie Wu now the last alive. Smoke's available, but it doesn't matter. Hoven jumps in for his third. Gaiman locked down the first round of overtime with no real issue. and put themselves on OT match point. Direwolves now on the attack, Gaiman on the defense. Being completely honest, I see this ending here. Gaiman would not let this continue, especially based on how good their downstairs hold was. Direwolves are going to have to go absolutely nuclear if they want to take this to maximum regulation.
It's going to have to be a pretty bipolar performance from that last round. Unfortunately, Direwolves are just caught in very awkward positions. Harambe with essentially with his pants down, pulling out the toxic babes, unable to react, and you know, a lot of members on that defending side were actually caught through grenade kills and sneaky picks with the Nook. Unfortunately for Direwolves, just put in a really bad position really early, and Gaming Gladiators really capitalized on just catching them off guard. So this time around, now that they're on defense, you know, like you said, Direwolves have to go nuclear. They have to be very aggressive, and they have to control the pacing, because Gaming Gladiators love taking the fight to them.
Yeah, the aggression from GG has been doing absolute wonders. Absolutely indeed for them. They now regain the lead. I mean, Direwolves were staring down the match point victory for themselves. And here we are. Flipped the script. Gaiman hold that advantage, which, I'll be honest, not what I was expecting.
Neither, to be honest. Such a strong performance from Gaming Gladiators. I expected Direwolves to probably, you know, put up a little bit more of a fight there, but perhaps this time on attack they might do a little bit better, as they have in the past. But this time we got two members of GG actually in tower, one on T2 and one still at the bottom, trying to take external angles. Ooh, he sees the model, sees the head. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on that just yet.
2 minutes. 2 that separate us from a possible GG win. The Nitro plays by Hoven here, I believe, actually gets the drone through the floor there, which is actually kind of insane. But off the Nitro, off a no sound cue, and unfortunately that means that he's not going to be able to find a kill off the back of that explosive ordnance. But still, I guess that is going to force Direwolves to maybe do a little bit of droning, sort of dedicate that the position is 100% clear. Indeed, they are doing just that as we come down into the last half round for, well, at least Gaming Gladiators' stint on the defense. Short but sweet, Direwolves have to make a play.
You do see Jackie still has a frag grenade in his pocket. Might be able to use that. Harambe rotates out there, trying to get a little bit of work on those hatches. But Ed still has a couple of holograms, and he might be able to find a little bit more information. Oh no!
Oh no!
What a great read from Ape. What a great read.
Yeah, perfect. He heard the clone. He knew what was happening. And as soon as he saw it, absolutely capitalized on. But that is where Gaiman come into their own. The aggression unrivaled by Direwolves as we come into the last 40 seconds. It's a straight drop into E-Box. Pecan completely blind, still manages to find the kill. Joe goes down, make it 2 for Pecan now as he's going sicko mode inside of the site. It will be Harambe to find onto 8. Direwolves very quickly turns around inside a blue pistol in hand. He's looking for more. Hoven to find another, holding it down from bunker single-handedly for Gaiman as a player pre-fight. It doesn't connect. Hoven, another headshot for him. Harambe, the last alive, needs to get the bomb down. Told you. And Hoven, a 1 versus 2. Is the Toxic Babe going to connect? Yes, it is. It downs him completely. Gaiman, lock it out. The team kill. He wants to do it. Is he going to? Maybe not. It's a GG, well played in chat. They don't know where the diffuser is. They're going to find it and defuse it. Hoven not letting it happen whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, locking it into third. Berlin favourites. Gaming Gladiators.
What a hard-fought victory for the GG. And honestly, well-deserved, if anything, as we can see. Not a far-off performance from Direwolves either, so definitely well-earned Both sides fought tooth and nail for that, and just what a performance from Gaming Gladiators in that last few rounds.
I mean, they were staring down the barrel of a match point loss, 6-5. Come back to win it 8-6 in overtime, and you love to see it, especially with at the end. I mean, the 1 versus 2, Hoven single-handedly making it happen from inside of bunker. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. It's a shame it couldn't have been first place, but third at the end of the day is still something to be proud of. Lan, we go away from match number 1 now, and I mean, the way that an insane storyline for GG.
Absolutely. Only foreshadows good things in their future, especially as they go overseas for the first time, and in general for the scene as well. So good luck to them. We can only expect good things, and we'll be keeping an eye out for all their future performances. But don't forget, there's a giveaway. Every round, every match we do a giveaway, and you just got to put a hashtag in and make sure you're following the channel.
Yeah. Hashtag Fight for Glory. Follow the steps on your screen. Go into the draw to win, well, your share in 600 R6 credits, as well as that cool win. PC only, unfortunately, but regardless of that, make sure you chuck it in. Why not? Free is always cool. I mean, a great way to kick the night off. We know who finished in third. We know who finished in fourth. The question now lies, who's going to finish in first and second? We've got the grand final matchup coming very, very soon after this break. But before we get to see Elevate, there's something else that we're going to talk about, but you'll have to find out what that is when we come back from the break.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylist, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15, just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Sap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Oh, spot sitting, it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate, close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin.
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing could be coming in very soon, and the wrap-up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Operation League Southeast Asia Summer Series for 2022. The last day of our playoffs bracket, the grand final is moments of land before the grand final. Announcement to make. There is an official theme song coming out called Call Up that Ubisoft's SEA Rainbow Six Operation League Southeast Asia Esports Tournament collaborated with Ingo Entertainment and KC to produce. Let's check it out. Let's see what it's like.
Till they come up, it's the first page, but I shift the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the next, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 30 air in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, let turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here on top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last through the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rugged, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Living in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Well, there you have it. An banger. And in addition to the music video launch event, there's also a lucky draw related to the theme song on the Rainbow Six Operation League official YouTube channel. And everyone is welcome to participate in that. Obviously, if you want to participate in the event, you can check it out on the official YouTube channel or the Facebook. And I believe you have to, if I'm mistaken, in regards to into the draw for that one. I mean, Lan, what do you think? An absolute banger.
Oh, absolutely. The meaning behind the song, of course, is very focused around baseball for everyone that didn't actually know that. And that's a massive sport over in Taiwan. So coming from a Taiwanese artist to be able to collab with our league here in Southeast Asia, it speaks volumes, if anything. And honestly, I think it's a nice follow-up from what we saw recently over in Australia as well. In the ANZ League, we had a couple of rock songs come through as well for the Oceanic side.
We did indeed. Some certified bangers from these Ubisoft partnerships. We'd love to see it. But thank you once again. And with that, we're going to be heading back to the break. A very short moment while we get this match set up so we can get the grand final underway. We'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. We'll return.
Try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
Welcome back after that moment's break and an absolutely awesome music. We are here for the build-up. We have made it through 3rd and 4th place. We know who's who, but coming into it, the grand final, Elevate versus Fury, to decide who walks away with the ultimate bragging rights of place. Lan, this is going to be an absolutely insane matchup to end the season.
This is going to be one of the best matches that we've seen come through. And of course, it has to be between Elevate and Fury of all teams. And, you know, Fury's a roster and a team that hasn't exactly had the best performances, but they've always stayed near the top. They ended in the during the regular season in 4th place. And, you know, Elevate in 2nd, but they've managed to end up in the finals. So both teams technically not exactly pinned for that number 1 spot, but so far working very hard and definitely deserve to be here especially after Fury's performance against Gaming Gladiators on Skyscraper, and then over again on, I believe it was Cafe, in a very close match. But this time, Elevate and of course Fury here, going to give us probably the best match of the season.
Yeah, and I'm going to be completely honest, brutally honest. If I did not think Fury were going to make it to the grand finals, I thought they might be 3rd, 4th playoffs at best, but here they are, battling it out for their possibility at finishing over Elevate. Elevate I could have seen, but I was thinking, you know, Direwolves, Gaming Gladiators, something like that. But when it comes down, it is the most vanilla thing you've ever seen. We're going back to Villa. We're going to have another Oregon as well, but Cafe in the middle to change things up a little bit. I guess we take those Land, but yeah, Villa straight back in for game number 1. And I'm not really surprised, if I'm being completely honest. One of the most picked maps in competitive R6.
Yeah, and it's no surprise Elevate are picking Cafe after their performance against Direwolves just yesterday, leaving 7-2. It's honestly a map that they've always excelled at, and it has the verticality that Sapper likes to play with as well. We've seen him play with C4, we've seen him play 2 floors up or even a floor down, and he always excels, he always does very well. I9, of course, and the rest of the team on Fury should have a pretty decent chance on their map pick as well. And, you know, going to Villa, we've seen I9 do quite well, and don't think less of the rest of the team as well. Hajime on that roster is just as deadly.
But as always, starting it off with the bans. Flora's seen a considerable ban rate tonight. People are not really interested in going up against the Floras whatsoever, it seems. But we look towards the map ahead of us. Villa, a highly defender-sided map, 68% throughout the season on the 9 times we've seen it played, the 10th. Thinker to go from Fury, no real surprise. It's a band they're quite comfortable with. But in saying that, Elevate starting on the defense and have the upper hand here, I'd imagine, on Fury's map pick, regardless as time goes as well. Final defend, I mean, Valkyrie probably, if we had to guess. But other than that, it's game on. Map number 1 of the grand finals.
And we're here for it, honestly. But, you know, all these picks getting taken off, these are all value operators. And there we go, Mira as well, a pretty big pick for a map.
Valk left like up Villa. Though.
Yeah.
That's going to be huge.
But
well, big for Elevate.
Oh, absolutely. It's I mean, there are pros and cons to these bans as well. There's a lot still available. Thatcher's available. We could even see, you know, a couple of defenders come right through. But overall, does look like the attacking side starting off with 0 locked in. So Sam Fisher, I'm not sure if he's actually he's gonna stay there. I think he's gonna get swapped off. But Habana being swapped over to Ace already is pretty preemptive.
Yeah, definitely. Not surprising though, given the map that we see ourselves on currently. Ace sort of having a little bit more maneuverability opening up those bolt holes with one charge as opposed to having to get the launcher out, shoot things, push the button, wait. Yeah, but it's switched back over, so I guess it doesn't. They're quite happy to wait a little bit. I9 jumping onto the Knock as well. Knock, a character that, especially on a map like, can be very dangerous. Entering in from the bottom floor with those nades, the verticality, especially paired with something like a Lion, like a Dokkaebi, which we do see from BG Man. So scary prospects here for Fury. Scary operator picks Elevate. They're definitely going to have to be weary.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, an operator like Hibana, definitely more suited if the defense were bringing a Aruni. They had the Saria laser gates. But this time around, don't have to burn too much utility. And, you know, that's something that vertically Hibana is really good at, you know, burning a lot of this utility just for the sake of it, to save their actual flashbangs, their actual frag grenades for something a little bit more valuable. But this time around, we do see, you know, 1 minute tick off the clock already and no kills coming out anywhere.
This is the grand final, so there's a lot of these teams taking every inch with caution in terms of the roam clear right now. I mean, Mark is going to be for contact, but he's allowed to get away, and with a minute 10 seconds burned on that roam, Fury, unfortunately, not going to be better off in the instance. No kills found means that still a lot of work to do for both sides. Roam clear included, but it's going to be I9 to open it up. Mark falls, and Elevate kill off with a loss, unfortunately.
There's a little bit of damage on that Nook, but unfortunately just not a lot at all, and still has one frag grenade left in their pocket, so still be able to bring in a little bit of utility, maybe some up nades to pick off some kills and get something going. But Sapper now with that smoke might just play this a little bit differently as he rotates off and instead tries to hold his door.
Minute left. Given that there's not really too much opened up, it's not a lot of time, but Fury still have all of the available utility they need. They did end up bringing the ace. Hibana, not brought out. Regardless, Fury, 4 strong. Onigiri finds a kill under I9, so the knock taken off the board means the nades are gone, but it's like Hollis to open it up with one of his own onto this before. A lot of damage taken on that bolt through, but it's DCH and Mr. Punch time 1 for themselves. Down through the wall with a pistol, though. The cross will become punched to confirm. It's the left to BG Man, but Onigiri is there to shut it down. Elevate. Find round number 1. Fury had a good start, but ultimately get the job done.
And as the round comes to an end, Elevate collapse in on Fury, surrounding them and making it very hard for them to make anything really work, especially since they kind of boxed themselves into one position. Very well played. Essentially playing a extended retake, and, you know, quite sparingly as well. Didn't force anything, didn't get too aggressive, and paced themselves quite well. We didn't see Elevate in any man panicked at all. But Fury, unfortunately, just not finding the right openings. They had a good start, but not able to just use that and capitalize on it.
Yeah, not at all. Even with I9 finding that opening kill as well, unfortunately, the vertical nade's not able to connect. Did open it up with 1 onto the Roma, but yeah, Mark. Other than that, I'm not really able to find too much else. He's jumping on the Ash, something we've seen Sapper do big things on this, but regardless, Elevate, round number 1 in there, arguably the most defender-sided site on Villa, as they move on to the secondary now, trophy stat. Things even out a little bit, but even still, Elevate with 1, looking to make it a few more.
A lot of pre-fire shots coming out as Fury try to just maybe find couple of cheeky kills through some of these high traps, but like Hollis to work on some of these windows, and perhaps even getting some early drones into bathroom as he tries to suss out some of the positions of the defending team. but you see DCH here already rotating through, and oh, like Colas finding a nice kill into Onigiri, a clean headshot, eliminating
Through the drone hole.
Yeah, through the drone hole.
Headshot.
Oh, I just don't know.
He must have been
Prone,
proning.
maybe?
I was going to say, he must
Yeah.
have been doing the prone behind the sink thing that we saw, but oh, look at this. Is Hajime inside or outside? Oh, he's outside. Okay, I was going to say, if he's just at the bottom of Astro chilling, that would have been the easiest kill that Mark's ever found in his life, but no, he isn't there. Smartfully so. Like Hollis has made his way into the into the walk-in road, rather. Jumped into the walk-in road. And as Elevate now scramble inside of the site, they've lost on Agiri. Make that another as DCH falls as well to I9, and Fury quickly consolidating losses. I say that though, I9 falls. Looking for a second, Mark will be spotted out through the punch hole, but can't quite find onto the second player, but he will connect onto Dark with a headshot. Single-handedly, but it's BG Man to regain the lead for Fury. Elevate now have a lot of catching up to do.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
1 minute left in the clock, and Elevate are not in a great position. They lost their smoke early, they lost their razor blooms early, and Malusi is not healthy. Mark could fall if a fly landed on him, but Sapper... No, sorry, they smoke is around, sorry, they're mute. I keep getting mixed up between the two SAS operators, but okay, so fortunately though, Smoke's still alive with 3 toxic babes in his pocket. Might be able to make something work, especially with that shotgun.
Definitely the case. The wall opens up. BG Man
no.
to find a second on the mark. It's now Sapper left in the 1 versus 3. Has the shotgun in hand. 3 toxic babes to work with as well. Swings on out into the bathroom. Will be spotted. Has to change positions to look for the regress. Smoke to bait things out, and does take a considerable amount of Jimji in hand, but it's from behind. Hajime flanks up the red stairs into the back side of Trophy. Takes an insider split across their Fury line around for themselves and make up as in round 1.
Much more confident and more like what we expect to see here in the grand final. But this time around, Sapper might bring in that Pulse, and that's an operator that I like, especially here on a map like Villa. We've seen him quite often, and you know what? It all really comes down to, okay, I speak too soon. Vigil's nice, though. We see Vigil.
That is true. We do not see Vigil very often. Saying that, I suppose, so I would assume we want the Pulse, but bringing the Valkyrie sort of, I guess, negates the need for the Pulse. Great guys, you know, 2 nitros as well in the hands of both DCH and Marks. So some explosive utility to play off of that information, but I think the majority of the reason the Pulse isn't being bought is because they are going to rely quite heavily on that Valkyrie. I mean, only 1 Black Eye left to set up upstairs, and even in saying that, Vigil as well. Pulse I would probably see fitting into this roster slightly better than the Frost, but in saying that, I'm not the professional player, I'm just the commentator. So
I think just based on that roster, what you're looking for is to counter aggression, if anything. Catch Fury from being as forward as they are, you know, like they're rushing in, they're catching Elevate off guard, and they want to slow them. And, you know, having a Vigil that really throws you off with his cloaking device, because now whenever you catch him and you see those, you know, those squiggly bars, you just don't exactly know what floor he's on. You just know he's in the general vicinity. But look at how Sapper's playing this. He's getting very aggressive. He's running up front, and he's taking these angles face first.
he shoots one of the drones, but the player on Repel is going to be an issue if he chooses to get too aggressive, which he isn't, thankfully. Impact user as well. I'm not too sure if that got rid of a Claymore. It may have from BG Man. He has already got 1 placed down, and I actually think he did just place a second on that run out. So utility being drained, I guess, to some degree by Sapper, but at the same time, it's costing him utility at the same time as well. So tit for tat, I think, in trades here. But if the round elapses, no kills, as I say it. Onigiri opens it up with 1 on the Dark. It seems like we just have to say it and it happens, but either or, on Elevate.
Oh,
Oh, what a shot from BG, man.
Yeah, cheeky angle there from over in the window. Unfortunately, Onigiri was expecting to see feet, but not exactly what he was dealt, unfortunately. Mr. Punch creating a little bit of line of sight there over into Memorial. And maybe that might be exactly what they need in order to control that. But I9 now just upstairs with the Dokubi and the DMR, trying to find a very aggressive position here. But the barricade's up, and that's going to just allow him to sit toasty for a while.
Oh, the Valk info is there, though. This is why the Black Eyes, without an IQ, can become such a nuisance. A lot of damage dealt to I9 there. Not a considerable amount, but definitely more than he would have liked, as Elevate are all still relatively healthy, aside from Onigiri, who unfortunately is no longer with us in this round, but 30 remain. Plenty of time for both sides in the instance we see the round. The verticality there, DCH gets the down and the confirmation, but it's also Hajime to find BG Man and Mark 1-for-1. Hajime, the last alive, has to get into the site, diffuser down inside of the pantry, has 2 to find and 15 seconds to smoke to cover the cross. He's going to opt to go for the kills. One inside of the laundry doesn't speed. I don't think he realizes the player is so close to the door. Swings on down, and there you are. Sapper there to collect from inside of the wash. Unfortunately for Hajime, couldn't make it happen. Opted to go for the kills. Didn't pay off.
Unfortunately, just sprinting just a little bit too much there. Telegraphed his position and exactly when he was going to turn that corner. But what were you meant to do with that left? With that left on the clock? Forced, really, just take a really hard choice. And by the look of it, expected the defending player to actually be further down, closer to the door. Not so open right next to the reinforcement. But I suppose he already assumed he wasn't going to be there just because he didn't see his feet initially.
Yeah, unfortunate. But we also forget that they don't have the observation like we do. So maybe you didn't see at the end of the day. Shadows are deceiving things. But it didn't pan out anyway for Hajime, we'll just say that. Closed out by Elevate for another round, but so far it has been a 50-50 affair. I mean, back and forth. Round 1 to Elevate, round 2 to Fury, round 3 to Elevate. And if history repeats itself, we would be seeing round 4 go to Fury. So if Elevate can break the cycle, looking 4-2-5-1 half. I mean, yeah, that's probably what they're going to be shooting for, obviously. The more rounds, the better.
Can't complain with more rounds under your belt. But so far, it's either, you know, both performances are hot or cold at this point, yeah? Close in that last round, but it really is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We're still seeing this Vigil come back 2 rounds in a row now, so whatever Sapper's doing, they're quite happy with.
110%. Even though he only has 1 kill, I think it is genuinely just the bamboozle factor that Vigil brings. I mean, being able to fool everyone from Fury is great, but not great when you give them kills like that. Hajime to take down Onigiri on the rotate. He's been the first to go down in the last 2 or 3 rounds now, unfortunately, for his team, which does sort of make their job a little bit harder. But when you got people like Sapper, you got people like DCH and Mark still alive, job yeah, but in saying so, Fury 5 strong, looking to make a push sometime in the near future. Regardless, though, will hold some good control, especially now with Mark finding one, but the instant trade there from Dark. 3 versus 4, doable position in both respects.
Gotta respect the reload at 133 rounds. You can never be too sure, especially after that last game on Border, where LMG player fatally taken out because he ran out of bullets. You can never be too safe, right? Saying that, before it gets used, unfortunately, Explosions going off everywhere, left, right, and center, and phone calls going off as well. But Sapper is not affected, of course.
Yes, but he used the mute jammer to block it out. He swings on round for one, but the trade's there. The Jama on DCH BG Man to find Sapper after the fact. Mr. Punch now the last alive in a 1-3. They walk into the maps. The Nitro is prepped. It comes out. It doesn't connect. And the shot through the wall for I9. Fury do find that and keep in tow with our 50-50 scoreline. Unfortunately, not quite deep enough there for Elevate, but still Fury fighting back with another round of their own.
You can see I9 took a second there to just contemplate where that trajectory came from. He was like, wait, if the wind forces were blowing in this direction and the C4 flew this way at this speed, he's here. And then boom, got that headshot, cleared it up, found that round for themselves, and Fury now tied it up 2-2. So a very close game for both sides here. And honestly, these guys are just putting up some of the best siege that we've seen all day.
Either or. I mean, Elevate have had a great start to sort of Fury in the whole 50-50 thing at the moment. Given that this is a defender-sided map, or at least that's what the stats reckon, we're staring down the barrel of what on the 3-3 half. I mean, the stats have definitely not been telling us this whole story, I think, tonight.
Not at all.
No, because defender-sided maps are won by the attackers. Attacker-siding maps are won by the defenders. So, I don't know what to make of it anymore, but at this point, the numbers tell me this. That's what we're sticking with, and this should be, in theory, sided map. At least the 9 times we've seen it so far. With Elevate, hearing this, you know what? Most of the last 2 to make your half on it easier.
Yeah, let's hope so. 2-2 right now. Rounds just started, but this time around, looking at this attack, I think I9 on the sledge this time. So.
Indeed. Here we are. Interesting entry. Albeit, taking the time, this is the tunnel. You have to tick all the boxes before you start making any types of, because the times that we've seen Fury skip crucial steps, it has cost them rounds. And Elevate are definitely good at picking up on this and have done on multiple occasions already in this matchup. So I would be expecting them to do nothing less than that going forward into these next few rounds.
You still got 2 minutes left, and with the Legion on your side, that just means a lot of goo mines. As long as he can stay alive, they will be ticking away every few seconds. So they might not last very long if it keeps taking out utility like this.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, the Twitch drone definitely putting work in. Spots the shield. I mean, if there's any ADSs there, they're as good as gone. Goomine's been called out and everything. He's waiting on the recharge for because I believe he's used them all. So unfortunately, we don't get to see how long it takes on that recharge. But even still, the information being called out is insane just because they know it's there. And there you go. Zap used, cleared out, gone. Thanks for coming.
The amount of value that Hajime is bringing to his team with that Twitch drone is crazy. Switching over to the next Twitch drone now to bring even more utility and value to his team. If he takes out those ADSs with this Twitch drone, that's going to be, oh my gosh, he will get away with this. Absolutely insane. This guy has done so much work for his team, and he's literally just sat on his camera for like, what, 30 seconds?
Indeed. Indeed. I mean, the utility taken out allows I9 to find the nade on a mark. And, I mean, keep in mind, this is Fury's map pick as well, so you wouldn't expect anything different on Nagiri to find one onto I9, though. The trades are there. Onigiri is second. Takes down Hajime as well. Dark to find Onigiri, though, so traded out with the loss. Dark walks into the site, takes down Mr. Punch from Vault. And Sapper to find Dark. The trades are there. DCH to take down Lycolis. BG Man, the last alive on Repel outside of the study, has to make his way in. No defuse. Has to play to retrieve it. No logic bombs. Too slow. Not a lot of the time. 7 seconds. Caught on both sides of the crossfire by Sapper. Elevate. Consolidate. And find the round cells regaining the lead once more.
What a round. Honestly, Elevate playing it the way they did, despite Hajime bringing in so much value, really shows their experience and their time here really coming through. Of course, members on the roster of Fury are just as experienced, but Elevate really pivoting on their position there and actually being able to capitalize on that is massive.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Indeed,
bombs.
massive. Some could even say huge, but it was away with a 4-2, or at least that's what I imagine they'll be shooting for. In saying that, though, still one round left on their defensive half before we switch on over to the Fury side of things. And I mean, again, this is Fury's map pick, so you would assume that they've got some interesting strategy cooked up behind the scenes for when they do go over on the defensive side of things. But in saying that, we've said it multiple times, defender side of maps have not been going in the favour of the thief and vice versa. So, in 6, we could see Elevate walk away with a 2-round lead. At the same time, quite as easily, you can see Fury equalise for 3 on the split.
Yeah, that's absolutely. It really is a 50-50 game right now. And Elevate and Fury both have the potential to be able to take this round away for themselves. So, I might even say we might go to overtime today. Like, Sapper here might head, but simply like this, he might be able to find a kill or out. It really anyone's game at this point. And the way that Elevate are playing this, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy how aggressive Sapper's being right now. Look at this guy. He's not stopping.
You can't really blame him, but the fact that Hajime is taking down Mark opens the door for Fury here in a pretty considerable way, given that Elevate have sort of been feeding them these opening kills on multiple occasions. I mean, usually it's Onigiri that gets caught out and is rotate or gets aggressive onto an angle, but this time, who unfortunately found himself in the crosshair of Hajime. So, yeah, look, if you to find another entry kill, it's pretty big for them as they start to try and knock their inside as well. Elevate, we get to start playing a little bit tighter to home.
Oh, Onigiri finding a nice little headshot onto Hajime there. Not a massive loss losing your Ash, but still nonetheless a top fragger to be taken off, and that's a lot of utility. That's a lot of firepower being taken off the board. But BG Men still on the board, of course, and with that Thatcher here, should be able to bring in a little bit of value. But there we go, Onigiri off the board.
Big kill to find. Dark takes down Onigiri as well as Memorial control, but it's Sapper there to equalise. Into Laundry, no, there's another one on the door. But does he get the kill? I think the players get on the drone, but just gets caught out by the Collis on the retreat back to the side. And now coming in to cut off China. Doesn't matter though, like I said, the spot the head finds the kill. I9 locking it down completely as the bomb is beginning to go down, leaving DCH in a 1 versus 3 position. On the Valkyrie has some good info. We see the ping being relayed by Elevate here. Opts to drop down into the Red Hall. Bullet to cover the drop sound. Makes his way in. Does one connecting. I9 for a second in the round, and Fury equalise on the half. 3-3 as they go over onto the defense.
What a round. And honestly, you can see both teams here enjoy those. Elevate more than Fury. Of course, Fury laser focused. If anything, I think I9 is really struggling. The guy is looks like he's getting the screen, but that just shows he really wants it, you know?
It does. It does, but I mean, a 3-3 split here, not the best for Elevate now that Fury go on to defense. I mean, they are an absolutely insane team, but comes through to it. But defense being favored, things not looking good. It's going to be difficult. It's definitely going to be difficult for Elevate here, but provided they can make it happen, albeit, it's going to shape up to be an interesting one now that Fury are on defense, I think.
Yeah, look at his defense though. 2 C4s already on there and in the hands of Hajime and BG, man. So I think some cheeky vertical kills coming through. But hey, you know what? Sapper and DCH dropping over to Nomad and Zafia. Okay, well, Nomad's a pretty good pick considering how wide this map is. It does mean that any roamers, I9 coming in on that Vigil, who is having a field day here on Villa, by the way. Never have we seen Vigil being picked this much in any one match in Operation League.
Indeed. Either or. No kills. 30 seconds, sorry, elapsed. The wall's already opened up into the main site. As Mark cuts off all the crosses. Looking forward from that, I mean, things do open up here for Elevate. That drone is going to make things a little bit harder, unless that was what he was planning on doing, in which case, great. But Elevate, yeah, sort of taking their time, everything up they need. But again, it's the grand final. They're taking everything as slow as they can. Need to make sure that everything is clear before they make moves.
Mr. Punch has a little bit of information, might be able to push up here, takes out a couple of vanilla cams and already trying to get a up nade here. Doesn't connect to anything. But with a couple of phone calls going out, Lycolis has to buy a little bit of time. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's actually gone over into study. No, it hasn't, and he's going to throw another one. And he's going to put one down the staircase just to cover his tracks. But a little bit wasteful with utility here. But surely buying valuable time as we see utility being thrown in response and in return.
Indeed, a minute remains as everything begins to culminate here now. Hajime opens it up with one on the mark. Some good damage dealt here, but the main stairs being cleared out, or at least attempted to initiate a considerable chunk of damage. The nade to follow is going to be there. Lycolis doesn't dial, and that pushes him back. He is caught on the rotate. On Onigiri there. I9 to find 2 on the flank. Mr. Punch and DCH cleaned out. Sapper has to get off the rappel here outside of the 90 window, but the damage has already been dealt by Fury. He comes out from Onigiri, but it might be too late. Low HP. Sapper have to make a play for a 2v4. They know that I9 is downstairs. Single-handedly picked apart this assault on the flank. Either deal with him or go for the site. She's looking relatively open, but as I say that, Hajime Onigiri with a very swift headshot leaves Sapper in a 1 versus 4. He didn't even get one for consolidation. I9 takes a little bit of damage, doesn't deal any right now inside of the living room. But the LMG lets it rip, connects, and with 10 seconds left, he's going to opt to play for some kills, have a chat with his team for the remainder of the round. And Fury, they're going to find their first on defense. Hajime actually gets the kill too for his third. So there you go.
I mean, they can technically afford to lose that one. They're still quite even here, round 8 after the swap, so not the biggest loss for them, but definitely every round, definitely. Elevate, unfortunately, just not connecting with some of these, with some of this utility, and despite Fury burning a lot of utility and a lot of smoke, in response, and just through a couple of fumbles, they get away with it, essentially. Unpunished. And hopefully we see Elevate really just shape up here next few rounds. But bringing Thatcher over to Dokkaebi, I definitely rate it. Probably the better choice here, considering the utility that's being put down on that side for
I know I say this very early, and I know that there is still plenty of Siege to be seen before this even becomes a reality, but what if Fury turn around and win this?
Ooh.
A team winless in APAC South last season had one of the roughest starts, arguably, in the Operation Summer Series League. To come back from that and win in the Grand Finals against Elevate, of all teams, now that would be a story worth writing a book for. with it.
That would be a massive upset, considering Fury
Yeah.
were 7-5 in the season, and Elevate were 8-2, and there was 7 points in between them. That's a couple of wins, and like they did not have a good time in the in some of the other leagues. Elevate have been highly decorated throughout many different tournaments, many different leagues and seasons.
Majors?
Yeah, for ages. One of the one of the oldest rosters in the entire Southeast Asian scene.
Yeah, definitely, which would open the door for a lot of conversation, obviously. But first, they have to actually do it, which is a big ask, especially given that Elevate. But at the end of the day, anything is possible in competitive Rainbow Six. That's why we love it. That's why we keep coming back to it. And as we say that, things are beginning to happen. Trying to clear out this utility. They've got DCH once more on the Twitch, getting rid of all these ADSs. Just opening up avenues for his team to start doing some damage, and indeed they will. Sap to kick it off with the AK, finds Lycolis on the smoke, and that's a great kill to take down. The information there, the pretty fire to collect from Onigiri. And I mean, the drones, not even the fact that it was a Twitch, just putting in work. Onigiri finds another as it all just begins to collapse here for Fury.
Unfortunately, that C4 was not time and connect. But there we go. Dark now trying to find a couple of angles as he sees some of the attackers peek through, and he finds one. Tries to bring it a little bit equal, but you know, maybe it's working. It's definitely working. It's definitely working.
Definitely working. 3 kills. I9 with 1 as well. Dark single-handedly dismantling everyone from Elevate, looking to try and push on through, but it's now Sapper in a 1 versus 2. Does have the air jab to play with. Is going to completely blind Dark as well, so himself some sort of benefit. Bomb is going to go down. The pings are there. Has to swing to find 2, but he is going to get 1 actually as he takes I9 down, but the position given away on the spray. Sapper for Elevate goes huge! And Fury absolutely molding. I can guarantee that they lost that.
Leave it down to Sapper to be able to clutch something like that. We've seen him pull off crazy things before, and here we go. Again and again, the guy just turns up. Fury now back up even against Elevate. Oh my gosh, this is insane. I'm telling you.
My, my. I mean, last time we saw Elevate play this map, oh, wrong. We watched Sapper hit an insane 1v4 on Nash like it was nothing. So if they're coming into this with very similar types of style of to do, I mean, yeah, the fact that he was able to walk away with that. I mean, Sapper again, just the clutch king for Elevate, really. Gets the job done. No questions asked. Majority of times, and keep in mind as well, I9, former member of this roster, now playing for the other side. I mean, he's definitely got a lot to sort of prove here for himself.
5 seconds to insertion.
In some sense, he's filling in some big shoes, but really, Sapper, if anyone can recall a couple of weeks back, on this map, with a Valkyrie, just getting C4 after C4 after C4, the guy, he's a machine. In every iterance of us seeing him play, he does not disappoint. And here we go, 9-5 right now, and jumping on Diana. A big time for us, especially when he's got a frag grenade still available. He's a weapon. And Elevate are very frag focused. Mr. Punch, of course, not having a great time, but overall the roster is performing. And Fury are just, I mean, some of the green is starting to show in some respect. Not to say that they're inexperienced, but they're definitely fumbling the bag here.
Given that it's one of the newer rosters, I guess, with the implementation of I9 into that roster, he definitely sort of changed the dynamic a considerable amount when he was put on the roster. And even in saying that, you know, he's had a pretty insane showing for the time that he has been at Fury, but the impact trick there, BG Man, will shut down the A charge with one of the impacts, but not the bottom one. So the wall will be opened up, goes for the second impact, wasn't really needed, unfortunately. So a little bit of a waste of utility, but how's he supposed to know? The wall opened up, does give Elevate some avenues into the site, but for Fury, they still have majority wall control and all of this control on the master side, but the verticality here from Fury could be the undoing.
Look at I9 patiently waiting 2 floors down. BG Man, of course, taking out the drones, now rotating, make sure he doesn't get caught here. But Dark as well, still trying to find a cheeky angle and perhaps find another free kill. Not exactly working out to his best interest right now, but seems to be the game for Fury.
I definitely think is the strategy they're employing right now, because with 40 seconds left, it is 5 versus 5. As the Toxic Babes come out from the smoke, the Nitro available from I9 as well. We'll spot one. It's an easy... No, it's not an easy pickup. The SMG not providing dividend as Sapper starts it off. BG will find Sapper on the trade, but the diffuser is it. The Toxic Canister's doing big damage, but it's Dark to find one. The planter taken out. Mr. Punch one, but albeit the diffuser has been planted. Fury now need to play for the retake, but it is planted for the master hold, and Elevator doing just that. DCH on the close angle, his teammate further away. Mr. Punch from inside on the cross. BG Man finds the kill on the DCH. A triple. They have to go for the defuse with one still very wary of the fact, but he's going to find one. Mr. Punch to take out the aggressor. Now the only one trying to shut him down can't run through the Suya gate. Oh! Hands of Lycolis takes Mr. Punch down, and the defuse to come out from Fury. The lead once more on the defense, and unfortunately in the post plant can't keep it together.
5 seconds left on that clock for that defuse, and they managed to just save it in time. Unfortunately, Elevate came short on that plant, and Fury just played that well, and then they managed to get the retake. So round 10 and Fury are now leading. Whatever they're doing, it's working. And you know, same with Elevate. Like, both teams are just playing excellent Siege. It's not like any one team's making massive mistakes over and over again or getting consistently caught out, but they are actually playing this so well on both sides. You can't really fault one or the other, and it's not like either team is just playing bad.
It's grand final day, baby. Shouldn't expect
That's
anything
what we
less.
want.
Should not expect anything less. These are, in theory, the 2 best teams in the league. So, we ourselves deciding if that is the case. Indeed, it seems to be. Obviously, forward. If you can do it. I mean, imagine Fury win. That would be insane. Saying that though, I mean, this is Fury's map pick, so if they do win it, I don't think it'll be telling too much of how the rest of the game will go, given that they'll have their map pick as well. Cider Cafe, definitely more of an elevated-sided map, but Oregon, again, a 50-50 split, really.
So close. But you know what? We're only in the first map of this series. Can you believe it? I can only hope to see something like this translate over onto Cafe Dostoevsky and then go again full best of 3 series, just as we saw in the last matchup, going all the way back to Oregon. So
yeah, if we do end up back in Oregon, part of me wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, in saying that, there's a very high chance that we see them go back to Oregon. So regardless of, moments will decide the fate for map number 1. Obviously, Fury 1 round away from putting themselves on the map point, but Elevate 1 away from equalizing. I definitely think this is going to be an overtime game, but you never know until you get to that point in time. So I guess we will see.
1 minute 33 seconds left on the clock. Half the round has passed. Not a single drop of blood to be seen. Both teams are just so tensed and locked up right now. Everybody has the weight of the world on their shoulders, and as soon as I say it, the first kill goes down. The second as well.
Jermaine falls, so does DCH. So the trade's there. 5 minute remains. A lot of time on Agiri on the Ash. Uses the brick to attempt the position out, but BG Man still standing strong. Close left here of the clock. Has the information as well. Mr. Punch, fuck. Trade's going in the favour of Elevate at the moment. The swing around Man proves to be fruitful. Lycolis connects with a Nitro as well onto Mr. Punch, and very quickly Elevate lose the lead that they had so hard gained for themselves. Fury now holding that for themselves. 3-2 in the dying 30 seconds of this round as Mark opts to go for the rotate. They have the Jackal track as well, but unfortunately the player just getting away in time before Sapper is there to find him. Smoke to come out to cover the cross into China, but the angle's being held. I mean, close left. You got something to deal with, but there you go. 1-4. Mark to take down Lycolis. Has to find 2 more. With 20 rounds in the Type 89 magazine, it's easily done. Has to get aggressive. He's going to opt to go for the plant in the off spot towards Tetris, but pinged out. Has to move. Has to go for the kills, and it's I9 with the Alder to connect for the final kill. Fury put themselves on match point on their pick of Villa.
Can you believe it? Match point now for Fury. For Fury. And we were just saying before that if Fury take this one away and they end up first place here in Operation League Summer Split, that's a massive upset and a huge turnaround.
Yeah. It's it'll be interesting because winless in APAC South to the victors of the next season they play. I mean, that's a big come up. Saying that.
Well, the roster's come a long way.
It has. With the introduction of I9, I mean, you could arguably say I9 diff, really. If we're being completely and utterly honest, I mean, Fury without I9, winless in APAC South. Fury with I9, possibility of being first place in the R6 Operations League for Southeast Asia Summer Series. So, big difference, very big difference. But, albeit, we will see. It is not yet to happen. Elevate could win 2, win round 1, and then take game 2. We don't know. Again, the beauty of the game that we so very much love. But regardless, Fury do hold the current beneficiary, being 6-4 in their favour.
Well, they still have an opportunity to take this out and drag it out a couple of rounds left, but Elevate are out of chances. They have no opportunities to mess up, and they need to make this a meticulous attack. Ooh, definitely getting I suppose. I don't think he was seen, but he is definitely detected. I suppose he used his utility just in the nick of time.
Yeah, I see 7 coming in clutch there for I9, but will it be clutch enough? Have they locked him down to a position they can find, or have they only just dedicated his position for the moment? I guess we'll find out momentarily, but Mark with the Elevate skin, and there you go. Onigiri finds 1. Sapper to take down Dark. I9 will trade with 1 onto Mr. Punch, so loss is not completely unaccounted for. He will find 1 for his troubles, finding his 10th kill actually in the match. But very similarly, some people from Elevate looking for their 10th frag. I mean, we've got Mark staring down the barrel. He needs 4 more to find 10. Sapper's already on it. DCH with 5 as well. So, look, here we are. Coming into the last minute and a half here. Elevate looking good with the man advantage at the moment.
Toxic Babes are out, planted, ready to be used, ready to be activated. Frag grenades going out just to take out any stragglers, perhaps take out any remaining utility. But Fury with only 3 members left have to make this work, and I9, so he has to find a couple of surprise kills here, and he has to move fast. Hajime takes the lead, and with only 45 seconds left, now Elevate somehow on the back foot.
Hajime finding 2 opens the door for so much. Him as well finding his 10th kill. DCH and Sapper though, if any 2 are going to do it, it's going to be them. Sapper the clutch king, we talked about it. Especially on the Ash, gets the job done, spots out a few, knows the position of I9 now, looks to go for the swing, doesn't quite see the head, but knows that the player is there, the Toxic Babe to cover. As he goes to swing from the door instead, Sapper none the wiser. Will get the information relayed on the drone. Isn't going to spot the head at all. I9 playing so smart as to not peek into this. As to remain the Toxic Babes completely shutting it down. Sapper catches an impact grenade with his face as DCH walks into the other site in an attempt to do something. They find a kill each. The bomb has to go down. Sapper not connecting with the pistol in hand. He's going to get it. Elevate. Oh, no way. The Fury fights. No way. I said it. The only 2 that make it happen did. And Elevate hold on for one more round. Fury kicking themselves. That could have been it. But it was not. Elevate 1 round away from sending us to overtime.
And you can see it on their faces as well. Elevate are just ecstatic. Sapper struggling to hold that smile, and he's just in such a spirit. Like, that was the closest round possible. He won that by a literal second. And only because the Aruni decided to actually sprint. And if he stayed in that corner and tried to take that fight, it might have been different. You never know in the end, but wow. Sapper clutching that round. Absolutely insane. Brings it up 5-6. 1 round away from taking this overtime. This is the best possible grand final we've got so far. Ladies and Elevate versus Fury. Villa. Just big moments all around. Look at this. Goes and switches to the pistol and manages to pick in round 11.
Let's be honest.
Absolutely insane.
Let's be honest. Brutally honest. A little bit whiff. But made up for it. Definitely made up for it.
I mean, if you were choking on your own breath at that point, it's like, you know... Full sweat mode.
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
If he
You're
missed
panicking.
if he missed that, keep in mind as well, that was the 1911, so he only had 7 shots to work with, or 8 shots, sorry.
Oh yeah.
So, that could have shaped up to be a whole lot different than it was, but Sapper gets it done. The clutch king. I'll say it once, I'll say it twice, I'll say it again even. He gets the job done. And for Elevate, that's what they needed. That's going to put them in good spirits as well. So maybe to overtime. I mean, Fury still hold the lead. They still hold the trigger, really. But the question is can they pull it? Can they deal the final blow to Elevate and send it to map 2?
Well, don't forget, Sapper, 13-7 right now, is actually the MVP across the entire league. He's only tied up with Souffle. And he has he generally has a better KD ratio. So he's seeded first.
And probably will remain that way. Considering Souffle's already played and, well, didn't go great for them.
Yeah, no one in Fury comes close at the moment, so...
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we probably assume that he stays there. But, yeah, albeit the Twitch drone doing big work once more for Elevate. Spotted out. Dark will give himself away with the pre-fire. The question will be now to Sapper. No, Sapper doesn't. Sapper walks away. He lets Dark sort of live to see another day.
Probably assumed he was already off the board and out of that area, but Mr. Punch takes a little bit of damage and retreats back inside what I assume is the walking wardrobe. A couple of magnets go out there. Oh no!
Like Collis takes down Onigiri. BG Man is downed but not out. Can be revived as Hajime fights his teammate, but it's Sapper to confirm it from the red stairs side. Hajime keeps fighting towards this wolf window, but can't quite find the headshot. He's waiting for Sapper to come up, but he's not interested whatsoever. He's degressed towards Memorial to wait for a flank, which is probably the smart play in this situation, as Elevator looking to go for the execute. They have one busy elsewhere. I9 goes down from, I believe, a grenade. And this opens the door for Elevate to look to go for a push. They do still have Dark towards this stairs side, but it's Mr. Punch to connect with the headshot. DCH now on the Astro Repel as well. 2 versus 4, as I9 will not be returned. Mark with a great shot through the wall to take Lycolis down. Hajime, the last hope here for Fury, unless they want to see overtime. Sapper to confirm the frag on I9, makes his way up of Astro, will spot the player out after the shots come from Hajime. The pre-fire is there. Sapper, no. DCH closes it, and Fury absolutely livid. You can see it, kicking themselves as Sapper and Onigiri all happy to see it happen. We move on to the first round of overtime in game 1 here of the grand finals. Elevate get the defense side. Fury losing 3 rounds in a row. That's got to hurt.
And we can only hope it doesn't snowball them into a bigger loss here for the entire map. They had this amazing story so far, and they're letting it go just inch by inch out of their grip, out of their grasp. And Elevate, honestly, they play that so well, and twice Fury were left with defenders that were wounded, down but not out, and just unable to pick them up twice over. First Dark, then Hajime, not able to pick up their teammates. And Elevate, they weren't greedy with it. They just got those kills, they got those frags, or even they got those
Sapper play clean up.
Yep, and just like, you know what, just you do your thing. And he didn't even care. He just rotated.
Yeah. No need to get aggressive. I mean, Sapper, arguably that is why Sapper is one of the best clutch players in this league, period. And as you said, currently highest rated player in the league. Out of 8 teams, there is a reason why.
Oh my
because
gosh.
he is insane.
No way Fury do it like this.
Oh, hang on a minute. I see what you see. There's a Blitz, there's an Amaru, there's a Lion, there's an Ash. Things possibly about to get spicy. Possibly about to get spicy. Indeed it will. BG Man rushes into the top of main, but it's DCH to greet them, finds one, and gets away for the time being. But Hajime takes one out off screen. BG Man as well to take DCH out. They're in 90 control for them, as well as the top of main. Flashbangs to follow. The Z-pings are there. They have the information. 360 no. Opts to look back towards his teammate as I9 takes down Sapper from the rappel outside of Wolf. Lycolis to take down Mark. Mr. Punch, the last alive in a 1 versus 4 for Elevate. Can he do it? Probably not, given that they've had such an explosive entry. The Blitz there to greet him with a Black Eye shield as well. Completely blinded by the light. BG Man cleans things up, and Fury in spectacular fashion take that round, the first of OT for themselves, and put themselves back on the defense. Elevate now was so close, but now are once again so far.
Imagine being Elevate and just being like, hey, wait a second, that's a Blitz. Wait a second.
Where was that gone 6, guys?
Just out of nowhere, just like ran right through. And I'm speechless. That's that's the thing. That's how Fury play on this map. We've seen them do it before. And sure, like, they didn't really, like, technically respect the other team at that time. But the fact that they pulled that off pocket, they've put themselves 1 up in this overtime match, and they are set to win it if they can do it on defense. I don't think they're going to get as aggressive. Elevate won't match that aggression. As you can see, their roster is a little bit more tame. But it worked. And Fury are one of the only rosters that can actually pull that kind of aggression or those kind of plays.
Yeah, and they are the only team that sort of does so in a confident fashion. We've seen other teams attempt it, stuff like that, but it never sort of pans out, unfortunately, unless you're Fury. Because at the end of the day, it works when Fury do it. So everyone take some notes when Fury are jumping on and playing either or. They hold the lead once more, and they're on the defense. Things looking great for them in this position.
Now they're playing on this site down in Kitchen. It does look like Elevated taking their time with this one. They're gonna have to. They're out of options. They're out of chances. They are literally the edge of the cliff, and any one false move and it's over for them. They're gonna go to the second map, and they're not gonna like it on Cafe, or they might love it. Who knows? BG Man now just threading the needle with an enemy attacker just outside this window, and he's gonna peek it. Ah. Both leave unscathed, but, you know, hey, peekaboo, I'm here.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Sapper definitely a little bit more worried than he was about 30 seconds ago. But still, I mean, just forcing him off that position opens the door for Fury to rotate away, and indeed they do just that. Dark moves off, BG Man moves off, taking up their secondary positions elsewhere, which you would most likely expect, given that, you know, half the round has been spent, nothing has been found. That Nitro coming out does hurt a little bit for Fury, especially being the fact that they probably were hoping to find a kill with it, given it's their only Nitro. But in saying such things, Elevate now are allowed to go to town roughly unscathed in the vertical.
Yeah, they're trying to take down some of this utility here, and as we can see, Mr. Punch getting quite handy with that hammer. 2 frag grenades, of course, could do a lot of destruction, do a lot of damage down on that site. Maybe even find some straggling defenders. But as we see, I9 try to take out some of the drones and try to defend himself. With 1 minute left in the clock, all members on both sides are still available and ready to go. Of course, they're running out of utility and they need to make this quick. 45 seconds left in the clock. Proto, they gotta move quick.
Look at the position for Sapper. Has the ability to run into the site, will open it up with the breaching round. China now an avenue available for the Ash, but will he choose to take it? I mean, maybe wait for some more time to drain away as you look to do some damage, but it's Hajime on the flank upstairs to regain the vertical control. Mark takes a lot of damage too, and things for Elevate look to get considerably more difficult as Sapper is now spotted out and does take some damage. Look at this, inside of the Z-Hall, there is a player there to greet I9 with the outer, letting it rip, finds one. Dark to take down Sapper, and things for Elevate quickly look horrible. Onigiri and DCH find one for themselves each respectively, but with 4 seconds left, Dark goes down. The confirmation with the Gon 6, Hajime from behind to confirm on Onigiri, but Fury walk away with map number 1 under their belts. Their pick, Villa is their house, and Elevate are sent home packing. For game number 2 now is where the decider is going to have to be, because Fury, well, they're quite happy walking away with map number 1.
What a performance. You can see they're ecstatic. They're in such good spirit, and this is contrast to how they were performing several rounds ago, but 2 back-to-back rounds and at overtime where they just exploded Proto. They just went absolutely ballistic. They performed so well on that attack and on that defense as well. Fury just really came into their own and brought in the fire.
Really impressive gameplay from them as well. I mean, as we said, you know, a team that went winless in other leagues, quite literally 0-7, to come in, take map 1 away from Elevate, a team with major experience. Yeah, look, if you're Elevate, you definitely want to be a little bit scared now. Going into map number 2, you have to win it. Send it to overtime, because, I mean, if they don't, what a way for the season to end. Regardless, we do have some cool things just before we go to the break, though. Obviously, our giveaway, let's not forget. Make sure you follow Rainbow Six SEA and chuck the hashtag in the chat as well. Hashtag Fight for Glory for your chance to win 600 credits, as well as an R6 Operations League pin. If that so interests you, get on it. It's free. What can you lose, right?
Absolutely, why not? Everyone's been going absolutely ham in the chat anyway. So make sure you enter this. And of course, if we didn't mention it already, there is another giveaway on Facebook and on YouTube. So make sure you guys check that out. If you guys didn't know, they're actually giving away DDR5 RAM. So do not miss that one out. That is massive.
Big dubs all around, definitely. But as we finish map number 1, we head to a short intermission before we get into map number 2, what possibly could be the final map for the Operations League Southeast Asia Summer Series. We will not know until we come back, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2 shortly.
You and your status, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15, just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left, and Smoke are off. And Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets two, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace. No!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch, if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident to push that felt off.
Rick still has one exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after an insane game 1. We are here, Fury in the lead. Something I didn't think I'd be saying, if I'm being completely honest, as we come into map number 2, but we're moments away from Cafe Dostoyevsky, our second map of the evening, and it's definitely shaping up to be an interesting one. Obviously, Fury walking away with their map pick under their belt. Elevate now get their chance to send us on to map number 3.
You know what? It might be Sapper's map as we come in. Because, to be honest, he's performed very well on this map. He's performed very well on Villa as well, and as we did see in the last matchup. But this time around, it is Elevate on the back foot. Like you said, never thought I'd see it. Never thought I'd say it. But, you know, they even have the IRL training room buff, and it just wasn't enough that time. So, hey. You know, like they're contemplating exactly what they need to do. They're still going over plans. They're strategizing, and they're really just taking it in. Because hey, you know what? It's kind of crazy to think this, but in overtime, it wasn't even close. Fury destroyed them in that overtime.
They did. They really did. I mean, 2 rounds without a question. The rush as well. All just opened the door for a multitude of things, really, for Elevate. And unfortunately, they couldn't open the door and step through it. Fury closed it very promptly after they sort of opened up. Rush plays never usually work out, but apparently if you're Fury on Villa, they go your favour majority of times. So either or, Elevate now going onto their map pick Cafe, a map they're comfortable with, a map that they're happy with. You'd hope that they send it on to the third here. But again, we will say it once more. If Fury can do it, take it in 2, I mean, that will be a prospect.
It would definitely be. You know what? Maybe it's because they have the Kingston Fury buff. Surely
True.
one of them has Kingston Fury RAM, and it might just be I9. You never know. You never know. But you know what? If anything, they're set to take on this map here, and it's gonna be an uphill battle because it is not their map pick. You know, Elevate here, they knew what they wanted. They performed very well on this map against Direwolves, and you know what? Maybe this time they might take this into a third map.
Yeah, look. Either or, we start things off on map number 2 with the bands. Elevate will take off Finka. With Twitch going as well. I mean, Valkyrie, I'd imagine, will go. And then maybe the Mirror on Cafe?
Yeah, I mean, still able to be banned. Oh, we speak too soon. There we go. Mira taken off, along with a full roster of ladies as well. So, I mean, Valkyrie being taken off for that defense is pretty big. We've seen Valkyrie used to great success, and Fury taking off the Valkyrie is definitely targeted at Sapper. But that's not going to stop him, of course, from the C4 plays, as Pulse is on the board, and he's very apt with that operator as well.
I mean, same difference, really, you know. Valkyrie got the cameras, Pulse, you got the cardiac sensor, so I guess it's the same, but different type thing.
Scanny, go boom.
Yeah, basically. Red ping, go burr, but either or. Elevate, kicking it off once more on the defense. Fury opting to choose attack. An interesting choice, but again, defender-sided map, statistically speaking, 54% of the time we've seen it played, of the 6 times in this league, 54% of those have been defensive wins. So, I mean, look, attack's going to have their work cut out for them, but Fury opted to go attack first here, so you'd hope that there was some strategy behind it.
We hope so. Well, I guess they're just trying to get the hard rounds out of the way first. Yeah, this is definitely the back foot, if anything. But they have Flores, so that's a lot of value they can bring to your team here. And Sapper, oh my gosh, going out with the shotgun already, and he pays the price. See you later, buddy.
Rough gig. Not good. I don't know if he thought that Dark was on rappel there, or well, probably did, but unfortunately he wasn't. He was on the little roof of the garage, and that means that, well, for Elevate, they don't have a pulse anymore. So,
yeah, I definitely think he assumed he could actually get away with shooting him as he gets up on that rappel, but he was definitely a little bit too late on that, and unfortunately already around the corner. So shotgun could not connect, unfortunately. But hey, you win some, you lose some, and it's only round 1, so not a big, massive thing.
Well, exactly. I think Elevate maybe even sort of testing the waters, per se. That's what they're allowed to get away with, but not much, apparently. Going up against Fury as I9 takes down Onigiri and actually almost has site control here as he makes his way through mining towards Train. And DCH falls in the fray as well. BG Man to take him out with the Mark 18 as things all begin to sort of culminate in favor of Fury. Mark does answer back for something, but it's traded out instantly by Hajime. Hajime for the last 2. Fury absolutely dominate round number 1 on Cafe, and Elevate lost in their own element.
Considering this was their map pick and they are in the better position here on defense, that was a very poor performance. And you can't really say it's because Sapper wasn't there. Can't really say that just because it's
Sapper diff.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. But surely we've seen other operators and other players on that side, like Mr. Punch, Onigiri. Sure, Mr. Punch is having a hard time right now, and he has been having a hard time over on Villa. But Mark and Onigiri should be able to carry at least half that team on their back as well. Unfortunately, we just don't see that happening.
We do not at all, Lan.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Elevate, if they allow Fury to keep getting away with things like that, it's going to be a relatively short final.
Oh no!
Because yeah, I mean, Fury are just dominating right now, and
surely
if that is allowed, yeah, like surely not, right? Elevate have to come back and make a play for the 3 mapper, because if they don't, Fury will win, and that is not something I thought I'd be saying at all. But here we are.
It's either. How did he do that?
I could not tell you.
Oh, you know what? It's from the front. It's from the flat end because it actually curves off there. So it looks like a straight bang in the middle, but it's actually on a flat surface. So yeah, like again, you know, Azami just bringing in so much value and so much flexibility with those Kiba barriers, turning defensible positions and previously indefensible positions turning into her favor. So DCH now playing in a spot where he usually wouldn't be able to. Very aggressively, mind you.
Well, that's the joys of Azami. But with Flores on the board, BG man bringing Flores along, you'd imagine that position will be difficult to hold on to when they do start dumping some utility in the way of DCH, but not interested at all right now at the moment, it seems. They sort of push away and opt for the verticality that I9 is looking to control right now.
Ooh, a lot of value being brought in. And I think it's just a matter of time till we see the EE1B pop up. But that frag grenade almost connected. Jeez.
That would have been a right time, right place moment there for Fury. Dark especially would have been happy, but unfortunately the nade not connecting means that they are still going to have to play with all 5 on the board as the final minute begins to elapse here. The ADS being rotated over to keep him alive, but there you go, the vertical from I9 finally connecting as the E1D is paired with it to stop the refrag ability here. Fury begin their ascent up the white stairs, possibly in the moments to come. Obviously they have an inkling that someone is close by to the hatch as something is prepared, but nothing to come from it. They are going to go for this cocktail plant. It is going to be Lycolis that has to repel in. Checking the corner close is going to be able to dictate that it's largely clear, as top white is going to become the focus as the flashbangs begin to come. E1D as well to repel in. It's Mark actually walking down white to single-handedly turn things around for Elevate. Jumps out as well. Gets one before being traded. Onigiri and Sap are now the last alive. Lycolis and Hajime as well. Need to go huge for Fury, but from inside of Freezer, he doesn't know the positions. Gets caught out by Sapper and Onigiri to take down Lycolis on the repel in. My, around from Elevate, a spectacle to behold, but Fury definitely in the driving seat for the majority.
I do not know what they were doing, looking like having 2 members of that attacking side staring up the hatch together at the same time with 1 player outside that window. They didn't need that many. They needed 1 person to cover white, and you know, Mark walked down scot-free, and he had Peeker's advantage there. He had the momentum there, and he definitely caught I9 off guard. Did not expect him to rotate down like that. And sure, I mean, you should have expected someone to rotate down because you just threw like 4 flashbangs through that window. They were not, whoever was going to be there was going to move, but no one was ready to receive or catch them on that rotation, unfortunately. And then Fury just unfortunately didn't take full advantage of their own strategies.
10 seconds.
Indeed.
5 seconds remaining.
But I mean, for Elevate, it's got to hurt. But at the same time, it doesn't. They won the round, albeit a round that they shouldn't have won, off the back of some pretty big mistakes from Fury, highlighted. But yeah, Fury hopefully learned their lesson. They picked attack. For some reason, on a defender side of the map, they picked attack. So either they're very confident in their defensive side and know that no matter what happens on attack, they'll walk away with it, or they're very confident in their attacking side. They don't care about the defensive side. It's one or the other. But right now, it definitely seems like the first option. But DCH definitely making the job a little bit easier for them. And, well, Sapper does consolidate the kill. It's a bit too late as the nade comes through. There is no Jaeger on the board. So an interesting play from Elevate.
Yeah, a unlikely turn of events, I would say. Onigiri taking a little bit of damage there. Has to be wary. Still has the C4. Needs to use that to bring value to the rest of the team. But there are 3 C4s left on that defense. So even if he loses, there's still 2 more, surely. A couple of pre-fire shots from the attacking side, from what I can hear, is coming through. And you know what? They're just doing a little bit of work here. I don't know how he... How?
Mozzie, when did Mozzie get that nerf? That wasn't in my patch notes. I'm not too sure what was in everybody else's, but
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe they just wanted to nerf Onigiri specifically. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's the case, especially when he hits shots like that. So yeah, the Mozzie drone not doing the job, but Onigiri is. And Elevate, find the man advantage.
Oh no!
Not for long though.
Yeah, there we go. BG man picking up Mark. Does level things out. And they're slowly making their way to site now. Now pushing through second floor, trying to clear that out before they take on first. But it does seem like white is all clear for them as they push through, as they got a hot drone going down as well. Pop that Vulcan while they can. Those dead packs need to go before the time starts crunching down. 45 seconds left on the clock. Onigiri's got to rotate back. So does every other member on that defense as they start ticking away.
Go down through the wall, but an even better nade. Ejame, a great throw there for Fury. Have to entry into the site. Spots one from inside of the freezer. Will collect Mr. Punch, the last alive. The TCSG is going to connect. Sapper with 2 on the floor. The shotgun going huge, but there you go. Elevate, find another round for themselves. And we go into round number 4 with the defense starting to show through here as the favorite, but still Fury, definitely plenty of opportunities going forward.
Yeah, still really anyone's game here. Only on round 4, but as we expected, just a tight match from both sides. Fury, of course, still hotly contended for that first place. Elevate are not out of it just yet. Yes, this is definitely the replay we need to see, because DCH copping out of that round early only just put them in hard mode for the defenders, but it wasn't enough to actually take them out. And yeah, just grenades all around in that last round for round 3, and you know, unfortunately Fury just didn't have enough to spite it.
Not too sure, but either way, it worked out, I guess, at the end of the day. And for Elevate, that is. Fury, unfortunately, not able to consolidate. I mean, Hajime has been doing absolute bits for Fury. Not enough, though, it seems, as the rest of his team just can't quite to put the rest together in that instance. But regardless, it's only 1 round difference, so definitely still everything open for them.
Multitude of opportunities, but as we can see, Zami in her favorite spot. Just gonna chill upstairs, hold down Cigar Lounge as long as possible. Of course, the name of the game on defense is to buy time, And on a site like Reading and Fireplace, a site that was previously just unplayable, has really found its place here in competitive Siege, where I suppose a lot of the... And this is the same story for a lot of sites, right, Proto? Like, some sites that were just previously indefensible have had their strategies and their plays just expanded to the neighboring floors above and below, and that's made a world of difference in how the meta is played.
100%. I mean, you extend, you ultimately just make the bomb site bigger. At the end of the day, that is always a plus. Obviously not too large, because then you open yourself up for flanks and whatnot, but I don't think the teams that we're watching are going to make that mistake anytime soon, as the Keeper Barricade has attempted to shut the door up, but unfortunately doesn't quite make it. DCH takes a little bit of damage as players from Fury start dropping down, but it's actually DCH to find the first. BG Man will fall, sorry. Mr. Punch to take down Dark as well. Fury beginning to drop like flies inside a cigar shop, leaving things up to Hajime, I9, and Lycolis to make it happen.
Oh, as the Alphabet starts to fly past our kill feed here, Onigiri finds another onto Lycolis, leaving only 2 members on Fury, which is not great. They only have 1 flashbang available.
Yeah, that's it. That is all they have. And 22 sledge swings, but I mean, that's not really a lot, but that's a great headshot. It doesn't really matter, because Mr. Punch is there to trade it instantaneously, and Hajime finds himself in a 1 versus 4, but with 30 seconds left, no diffuser in hand, and no frag grenades to work with. Plenty of soft breach, but at the end of the day, that's not really going to get him very far, especially due to the fact that he needs to retrieve the diffuser if he wants to have a hope. The nitros begin to come, the verticality's there, and it's on Onigiri to close it out with the Commando and Elevate. Again, further their lead, 3-1, starting to look a whole lot better on Cafe.
Yeah, it is their map pick after all, and after their performance yesterday, it only makes sense for them to be performing as well as they are right now. So, hopefully, we see a good performance from Fury, despite the fact, as Direwolves only took 2 rounds of Elevating Cafe yesterday. So, Fury not far from that right now, but at this rate, Elevate are going to be taking this all the way to 7. So Fury got to catch up real quick. They still have 2 rounds before the swap, and they got to just tighten things up on this attack.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Indeed so, but either or. Look, we've had an interesting set of games this evening, and we're staring down the barrel of another best of 3, which, going the lengths, that is, if Elevate keep this up. And I'm definitely thinking that this is going to be one of the longest, if not best, nights of the Operations League. But yeah, Elevate lead with 2. Fury need to equalise, and I mean, the Ying has come into play here, an SEA staple, but is it going to do too much with Lamai and Jaeger on the board? Probably not.
Yeah, most likely not. Here we go, Onigiri using up whatever magnets he's got left. And looking at this roster on attack, like Lycolis on that Ying, along with the Lion, should be pretty interesting. I think Fury need to stick to being as unexpectedly aggressive as they have been so far. You know, like we're seeing them pace things out, play it slowly. But Elevate want them to play that way, right? They want them to play slow because they play better slow. They play better methodically, and they can calculate better as well. Yesterday on Cafe, they also pulled out the ban on Finka, and there must be some method to this and some reason, because they don't want to have to play against this like overly aggressive attacker side team that can just heal themselves up. Oh my gosh. DC Hedge.
Take those, especially on an R9. Good kill to find, but
yeah.
Onigiri goes down, so the magnet's not on charge anymore. Does sort of hurt the utility side of things for Elevate, but when in comparison to getting rid of the Lion. Probably a good trade at the end of the day, but we come down to the final sort of minute and a half here as Fury look for any sort of leg up that they can find. BG Man definitely finds it, taking down Mark with a lovely vertical nade. But yeah, still have a lot to clear. Obviously, position inside a cigar and bathroom will be the next point of focus.
A lot of angles being held here from both attacking and defending sides. Lycole is still doing a little bit of recon, but has 4 Candelas ready to go. DCH taking a little bit of damage and losing all of his health. Just unfortunately not a great time. And oh, another up nade. Hey, it's a trend. Mr. Punch getting taken out just leaves Sapper all alone over in Freezer. And it's unfortunately not a very easy place to defend.
I mean, we've called him the Clutch King before, but staring down the barrel of a 1 versus 3 with a lovely headshot like that. Hajime falls. He doesn't get the player at white, though. BG Man comes out on top for Fury. And they're going to find a round for themselves. 3-2. One more equalizes the half as they go over to defense. Elevate struggling a little bit to find a definitive lead.
Yeah, if at any one point they had an advantage, it's easily taken back by Fury. So it's still anyone's game, and Fury are not out of it just yet. So we've seen Elevate take 3 rounds in rows. You know, Fury can do the same. But I'm just surprised we're even here. I'm surprised that we are watching Fury perform the way they do. And yeah, I've always pegged Fury to be a good team. I've generally had them in my predictions, haven't I? But at the same time, against Elevate, I would have picked Elevate. You know, despite my biases, just because of the performance. And Fury are really just impressing me at this point. You know, like they're performing consistently. They're finding aggressive. They're finding points where they can be aggressive and take Elevate by surprise, and that's where they really excel. You know, just being unexpected and being aggressive, and you know that's quite common within the Thai Rainbow Six community. But Elevate are just not responding very well to these moments, and if anything, they've had to try to dictate that a lot with denying utility, denying line of sight, and also denying area for as long as they have been. But it's not working in some instances, and it only really works against Fury when, I suppose, they get a couple of free kills and Fury are on the back foot.
Indeed, they are. Find themselves in a pretty rough position right now. Albeit it's only 1 round on Elevate's map pick, which at the end of the day is a whole lot better than things were looking for them in the previous map. Given they did find the 3-3 half regardless, so take that as you will. But as the entry comes out here from Fury, they begin to make their way in. Well, everything's sort of going according to plan. I mean, a minute has been spent getting the top floor, but Cafe is one of the maps that sort of takes half the round just to clear because it is so extensively large. There's so many corners, so many rooms that you do have to check corner to corner, wall to wall, just to be sure.
And mind you, this is one of the few rounds we're actually seeing Osa. So we haven't seen the operator very often. This time around, our shield-bearing operator will be coming through and providing a little bit of cover. Unfortunately, we'll be taken down real quick, and so will the Hatch. DCH forced to actually rotate out of there, and BG Man not exactly in the best spirits.
Yeah, no, definitely not looking healthy. But the attempted bait here from i9 on the shield placement, they know that Mark is inside of Christmas. That position is largely known. The smoke coming over to cross, or cover the cross rather, should I say here, for the rest of his team, as i9 does make his way down to the bottom of white, looking to, I'd imagine, hold the rotate out. Indeed, that's exactly what he'll be doing. Does have Coffee Cross cut off as well, but no one quite there. Means that Fury are in a bit of an interesting position. They spotted some people, but they don't really have a whole lot to go off right now, as I9 does look to get aggressive and hold his teammate as he opens the wall up. But from above, Sapper takes a considerable amount of damage. I mean, Mark goes for the swing round here, but I9's expecting it. The trade from DCH is there, and they begin to pop the Goyo canisters. One will find the damage. Hajime takes Sapper out with the Goyo canister. Onigiri finds one, though, and Fury very quickly find themselves in a position that is significantly harder than about 30 seconds ago. I9 went huge, but it wasn't huge enough, or was it? Can the rest of his team consolidate losses and make it happen? BG Man goes down. Onigiri there to fall as well. Sorry, Onigiri to take down Hajime as well. It's all up to Lycolis. He finds one. Pistol in hand. Can he look for more? No. Elevate do find the 4-2 half on their map pick. Fury now go over into the defensive side. Unfortunately, with 2 at the half.
So we see Elevate really play that defense well, biding their time, and Fury just unfortunately unable to execute on point and in a way that keeps them alive. They kind of funneled through one section, and unfortunately those Goyo dead packs just went off, took them out, denied a lot of area, denied entry, and they just could not get on site safely. And by the time they did, all Elevate had to do was play time, because they saw that timer and they were like, hey, you know what? This Thermite, he's not going to do anything by himself. So this time around, after the swap, Fury are on a massive deficit here. 4-2, 2 rounds achievable for them to win back-to-back. But at the same time, Proto, don't forget, this is still a very disadvantageous position going into a swap. Albeit the fact that they are on that defense this time.
Yeah, they are. Which does sort of open the door for a few things, you'd imagine, but even then, I mean, Fury at the moment have had a relatively good showing so far. Regardless of the score, regardless of the round count, things have been looking good for them. So, in saying that, going forward, I mean, if they can find 2, I mean, it's a defender-sided map. If they can find all 6, they win. So, or 5 even. So, keep it in mind. Things are starting to get spicy.
Yeah, things are definitely starting to shape up. And for Elevate's first attacking round, you're bringing in the Flores. So, gotta bring in all that destruction value. And look at all this firepower. Hajime already taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not exactly a great start to that round, but it's been a minute, and you know what? He's just gonna play this safely as he tries to rotate. Perhaps try to find anyone trying to catch him on that rotate as well. Trying to take the aggression to them.
Even still, damage taken is not lives lost in Rainbow Six. So Hajime, even with 1 HP, could still do some big damage, but thankfully for him it will be a little bit more than that. So he can take a little bit as well as give some, but Elevate being methodical with how they want to take this. Red opened up, nades to come, flashbangs as well. It's utility dump as they attempt to clear out that red position and make their way up into Cigar Lounge, as well as shop.
All the flashbangs are out, no one can see anything at all, and Lycolis decides to take a vertical position and try to get some advantage here. Manages to rotate back into the cocktail lounge, but you know what? If anyone can hold off against all the utility on the attacking side and the remaining 4 flashbangs, it's the Warden.
Yeah, 100%. Warden, definitely the one that you'd want in the fray against the flashbangs, but either all 40 seconds remain. Fury 5 strong, same as Elevate. That may change momentarily here as Onigiri takes a considerable amount of damage, but it's also DCH to find 1 from inside of shop onto Hajime. So damage finally consolidated and dealt as they look to clear out this freezer position with the Flores drone, and indeed they will. I9 It's going to have to play for his own safety, but it's going to be Dark to take down Sapper from the White Stairs as Elevate look to begin to try and collapse onto the site, but i9 with this denial is going to be doing absolute bits right now for his team. The glass is activated. i9 finds one with the SMG, traded out by Mr. Punch. Lycolis looking for one, but the drop from the hatch is proving to be absolutely fruitful. The bomb needs to go down. 1 second left. It isn't being planted. The down was there. It was enough. Dark, huge for Fury, goes for the planter, and ultimately walks away with the round for themselves. Unfortunate for Elevate, but huge for Fury.
A massive position for them to be in right now. Only 1 round away from an equal scoreline. This is exactly what they need, you know, to be able to consistently take the fight back to Elevate, and to not only prove that they're of equal caliber, but to keep themselves in the running for that overtime at all costs. They cannot afford to let it slip, and this is what they need, and it's what they're doing right at this point.
Indeed, it is just that. And look, Elevate still hold a lead, but as we've mentioned, it's difficult to sort of say anything because Elevate have just been hit or miss, I guess, if we're going to say, you know, if we're going to be completely honest. Elevate have definitely been struggling a little bit in this matchup, which is odd to say, given that Elevate are regarded as one of the best teams in SEA, and we say that. But at the moment, it is shaping up for Fury to come back and make it happen. They already hold the lead. Why would they not take Cafe here if they're allowed to find the momentum?
I'm sure they want it as much as the other, but honestly, it's rarely up to them at this point because they're all kind of just throwing themselves at the objective, and they're all doing their best to be able to pull these ones, pull this through. You know, Onigiri with the Dokubi this time around, playing long with the DMR, and hey, you know what? I rate this site. I rate it so much. Honestly, you could find some pretty nasty picks with that.
Yeah, you can. Indeed, you can.
Wait,
great nade. It didn't kill him,
no,
but I mean, you may as well have.
I honestly thought it would have taken out the shield, though.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I think he might have body blocked it, maybe? I don't know what happened, if I'm being completely honest. Something went wrong. As we say that, though, everything sort of just grinds to a halt. They found some big kills, some good damage, and then they just sort of stopped.
Well, they've lost their Wamai, and that's a lot of utility being taken off. Onigiri being eliminated, that's pretty big. That was a phone call away from, you know, being disastrous for them, and they've saved themselves the having to deal with that DMR and 2 phone calls. So that's big for Fury to equalize and, you know, level it out. They've also taken out the Yana, so again, another big pick.
Yeah, DCH to fall. I mean, losing out on the replicator as well as grenades definitely hurts. Mr. Punch has the information, though. The drone is there. They know of the position of Lycolis, but to his better decision, Mr. Punch opts to run away. Sapper will fall to Hajime on the Aruni. And I mean, we look at how everything's panning out. This nade is going to be perfectly placed and will collect the down. Not the kill, though, funnily enough, onto Hajime somehow. But given his position, he'll probably be easily revivable as Mark finds one onto Dark. So Elevate starting to sort of compound their losses into momentum. Start taking these rounds. But there you go. Mr. Punch will find another onto Lycolis, and very quickly the lead that Fury had has been thwarted by Elevate. They got 20 seconds to make a play. They're going to open up the freezer and look to go for the plant. Do they have the Goyo in tow? No, they do not. The only thing available to them is going to be the denial from the Maestro. As the nade comes out, Mark on the entry finds one onto said Maestro. So the Evil Eye's not going to be there to deny. They do have the information provided by said Evil Eyes, but Hajime has to get aggressive, has to take the planter out or the cover, one of which, but it's Mr. Punch to come out on top. Elevate find another round. Fury unable to turn that into theirs, even after finding such a good advantage with those 2 kills.
Oh, man. You know what? It's a pretty big moment. And despite Elevate now being 1 round away from overtime, Fury are still in the running. And you can tell, like, a lot of these rounds are close, and they have really good moments. But this is Elevate's map pick, and at this rate, if Fury do not pull in 2 rounds to level this out now, toot sweet, before they go into, you know, they secure that match point, I'm calling it. Elevate take this one away, and then we go all the way to Oregon.
As a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind everybody that it is currently 2 a.m. So any decline, any decline in production, we will blame on time elapsing, not us. Just putting that out there. Regardless of the aforementioned time, the only people that have all the time in the world is Elevate right now. 2 rounds to lead. Fury, no hope at consolidation until they can prove that they can start dealing some damage, because at the moment they just aren't on Cafe, and that's why it's their map pick, especially with Mr. Punch allowing, allowed to get kills like that. I mean, why would you be going for the spawn peak, Fury, when you're down 2 rounds?
They're just getting a little desperate for some of these freer kills, you know? Might have been the thought process going through it, you know? We got to get these free kills. What freer way to do it than to spawn peak? But hey, you know what? You're going up against one of the best teams in the region, if not, you know, one of the most storied teams in the region, and you just can't afford to do that. So rightfully so, they get punished, and now Onigiri is going to have to drone it out and make sure his team stays in that lead.
Half the round has elapsed. I mean, a kill in the favour of Elevate early is always a good thing, but especially given that half the round they've got a kill, they've got good control of the top floor, beginning to make their way in, starting to clear this utility out. It is drawing the smokes early as well. I mean, talk about good use of time. That's exactly that. But I9 does get aggressive. He does find a kill on the mark. Trades off a fair bit of his health, but taking out the Hibana, it's a pretty big dub for Fury in the current moment. Shots are traded. Mr. Punch takes down I9. Lycolis takes a little bit of damage here from DCH. He knows that this player is on the close left, but opts for the reload, allows him to get away. Con 6 to the face, doesn't connect. The nade to follow now as well. Very well placed forces BG Man to peek on out. Will be collected. The smokes there, though, from Lycolis forces DCH to move away. All of this utility being used to sort of induce movement, we shall say. Dark to take down Onigiri. And Elevate got 2 low health members, but unfortunately Lycolis falls. DCH now able to walk into the library, or at least look to, as he does go deep with his teammate looking for the plant. Elevate secure match point on their pick and look to go forward on the map number 3 in a relatively quick fashion.
This is it. Elevate, take this one away. I don't see Fury coming back from this. Elevate knew exactly what they wanted and what they were getting into here on Cafe. And this is a repeat of their performance yesterday. So, no surprise. I don't see Fury coming back from this, unfortunately. They had all the opportunities. Fortunately, they threw a lot of that away. And we are just going to watch them, unfortunately, just do their best to try to stay in as long as possible. They might win a couple of rounds on that defense, but it doesn't look very likely, unfortunately.
First tack timeout of the night, by the way.
Yeah.
In 5 games of Rainbow Six played, we have seen 1 timeout. in the grand finals. Interesting as to why teams don't use their attack timeouts more often, but I mean,
true story.
So be it. So be it. It's utility they're not using at the end of the day, so the only people they're hurting are themselves. Either or. Attack timeouts don't really provide too much other than a bit of a time to reset, talk things through, etc. So good to see Fury using it, I suppose. But as you said, I think Elevate close this out. They don't want to mess around. They want to get on to the third map. They've had enough. And Fury aren't going to get away with it that easy.
Absolutely insane how this is panning out for Elevate, but to no real surprise. Jeez. I just hope Fury just get it together. They did so well on Villa, and here it's just lackluster. It does not compare, which is sad because we've seen them do well on this map. But of course, yeah, sure, you know, we saw Elevate time and time again just dominate here on Cafe, so this is their best map, rightfully so.
Indeed it is, and I mean, we say that with full confidence, knowing that Fury are going to do their best. But given that this is one of Elevate's sort of more focused picks, you would assume that they are looking to take things away in a relatively quick fashion, given that they hold the match point 6-3. I mean, the ability to lock it out from here only sort of gets bigger as time goes on. But yeah, Fury staring down the barrel of that match point. It's a lot to think about. Definitely put some weight on the shoulders. They don't want to go to map 3.
No, they definitely don't want to. Not in their best interest, and honestly, it's not going to be a great turnout for them if they do so.
You'd hope not, at least, but even still, in saying that, a lot of utility being used up here on the top floor. A great bounce there under the gate to take that shield down inside of Lounge. And I mean, Elevate, masterclass in Cafe right now, just clearing the top floor out with no real issue whatsoever as they begin to make their way in upstairs. I mean, half the round elapses, no kills either way, but I don't think it really matters too much at that point. They've already gained so much control. They have the information on the player in Pillar, and they clean him up respectively. BG Man caught lacking, unfortunately, by Elevate.
Yeah, Onigiri here now, trying to find an opening. Might just take down some of this wall. We see the dead packs go off, and we see some members of the attacking side still rappelling on the external main street there. Mark trying to find an opening, trying to find a position, and even DCH rotating slowly, and oh man, one after the other. Fury find another kill. So their first kill actually here on this defense, just they try to play over reading and dining. Ooh.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's all starting to sort of unfold here as kills go back and forth, 2 for each side respectively, and Elevate need to retrieve the diffuser. Not long left, 15 seconds remain. Smoke still in the hands, or at least the last was just thrown out by Lycolis, but Onigiri to open it up, finds one. The bomb now going down. Lycolis takes out Onigiri, has to go for the plant, has to wait for the timer, but doesn't go as quickly as he possibly should have. Gets the plant off and manages to get into a safe position, but the shotgun connects. Fury hold on for one more round. Elevate can't quite close it out just yet, but attack timeout definitely proving to help to some degree.
Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Oh, buddy. As Proto mentioned, apologies. It is 4 a.m. here for me, and I'm just getting a little slow here, but Elevate 6-4. Fury, stay in there. Just one more round. and putting up a little bit of a fight. Elevate just want to close this out, of course. They just want to end this here and now before it gets out of hand. But hey, you know what? Fury are doing their best to stay in it, and it shows. That was a decent round from them.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. I mean, it came down to the 1v1, which at the end of the day could have gone a little bit smoother, but arguably still a win. And they can't really complain too much, I suppose, but either or, they're having fun. So even if it does go on to the next game, even if we do continue on after that, at the moment, Fury quite easily have an opportunity to make something happen. Provided they win the next 2 rounds, which they quite easily could, we could easily see Elevate go to overtime here and maybe even lose game 2.
Ooh, perhaps. That might be the case.
Big maybe.
I mean, anything's possible. We've seen massive reverse sweeps before here in Operation League. But we are finally in the grand finals. And you know what? Between Elevate and Fury, on our second map in this best of 3 series, here, Southeast Asia Summer Split 2022, there's a big time for both these organizations. And Elevate are cracking out the Monty. That's what I'm talking about.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that measure is the Monty. So we hope to see it work out for them. Whether or not it does, a different question, but it has worked previously, especially the Clash. So it's essentially the same operator, right? But as we sort of say that, Mr. Punch makes his way in. They have the information of some of the Fury members. That being BG Man, currently finding himself in a bit of a rough position, cut off by the Monty. Has to rotate back to the site. And ultimately, they're going to close up the breach using these army barricades. That is a great use of utility, but like Colossus screen goes down, not finished, but in a position that's probably unretrievable. Unfortunately for Fury, that is going to be a big loss.
And you do see another member of that attack go down when he can be claimed. DZH greatly damaged. Diffuser now picked up by the Monty. Might be the best operator to be able to hold this one here. But with the Cuba barriers being taken down slowly, flashbangs go out. And it might be the right time for Mr. Punch here to start putting that diffuser down. 40 seconds left. And no defenders in sight. It's going to leave him a little wary, if anything.
I mean, they still have a player close, but this is going to be DCH to open it up. R9 finds one onto Sap, and the bomb now being planted. Fury still hold a good position. They find a kill onto said plant. The Monty goes down. Mark to trade a 2 versus 3. 2 players from Fury on low HP, but still prone behind the ovens. Look at the position that Hajime holds. Such a advantageous position. He's going to find the player vaulting over into prep now. One more, but from the Red Hall taken down. It doesn't matter. His teammate there to cover. Elevate sweating. You can see it in their faces. Fury are 1 round away from sending us to overtime here on map number 2. This is Elevate's pick. But if Fury can make it happen and take it to overtime, this could be where they close it.
This is going longer than I thought it would. Wow.
A lot longer.
I mean, like, I'm living for it, man. Don't get me wrong. Sure, it's late. It's super late. But, like, who cares? For me, at this point, Fury... I don't have to say it, but they're bringing in all the guns. They are doing their absolute best, and they are trying. Elevate, unfortunately, just did not get this to pull that last plant off, and Fury did a great job at not only denying the plant, taking out the Monty, which was massive, by the way. Because if that Monty was still up, they would not have won that round. If anyone else planted, like, and Monty covered, it would have definitely ended up in Elevate's hands. But they managed to find an angle. They killed the Monty. They secured that round for themselves, and they didn't get overly aggressive. They just played it smart, and that's very rare of them. Like when
it is.
When we see them get an inch, they start taking yards. But this time around, it was like, you know what? Okay, cool. You know, we got that. Let's just chill.
Give me the whole thing, and we'll take it. Take it quite happily, that is. But Fury, one round away from making the impossible possible. I mean, if they can do it on Elevate's map pick and then win, I mean, gosh. I might have to wake everyone up in my house because I'm going to be absolutely ecstatic, especially with Lycolis kicking the round off like that. Sapper down. The buck gone, ladies and gentlemen. That is huge for Fury. No way. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. He's... Yeah, I mean, he's almost dead, but if it was another kill, I mean, that would have been GG go next into overtime.
I mean, okay, so far, Sapper off the board, massive, especially on the buck, big, especially for playing this side here. A lot of vertical play they could have really used from the bottom up. Like Hollis off the board, also big. The Elder no longer in session, takes it away, and those evil eyes, pretty much just cameras at this point.
Still useful as cameras, but
still useful, but you know, no zappy.
No zappies, yeah. No oof ouchie my lasers. So either or. No one downstairs either here, which is going to be dictated pretty quickly by DCH on the Yana clone, and that's going to allow him to sort of push on in and maybe look for some of these vertical nades. He does have an inkling that there are players right above him, inside of Cigar, but there's only a minute left to play with here for Elevate. One of their players on quite low HP. Nade to follow, the hatch opens up, and BG Man is going to be in some serious trouble if that nade connects, but it won't. The magnet's there to save the day. As Elevate look to set up for their plant. DCH does find one onto BG Man as he drops on down, and so unfortunately for Fury they lose one in the fray, but Elevate still hold 4 in the last 30 seconds of what could be possibly the last round. Still plenty of good talent left on the board for Fury, but it's going to come down to a pretty considerable effort. Speaking of effort, it's going to be Dark to make it all happen. He finds 299 there to cover. Make it both. Fury send us to overtime and Elevate. They can't close it out. We go 6-6, and Fury are in it with a good chance to take it from Elevate here. They go onto the attack. Elevate back on defense, but at this point, Fury deserve the win. They have won 3 in a row just to send it to overtime. Very similar to Gaiman, but here we are, a completely different matchup, and one that I did not expect Fury to be winning at the moment.
Can you imagine if Fury
I might not have to for much longer.
Oh my gosh, dude. If for 2 more rounds, Fury win, that is... Wait, they would have come back from 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
They would have come back 5 rounds back to back to
Kinda
win
crazy.
first place in Operation League Southeast Asia. What? What is happening? I can't believe that Elevate are letting this slip like that. There are so many instances where Fury are just outplaying Elevate, and Elevate are just making very sloppy mistakes. Surely this ends up in a best of 3. Like a full best of 3, surely.
Oh, I don't know. At this point, part of me would love to see it, but part of me would also love to see my bed.
Same. No lie, same.
it's I would love the best of 3, but at the same time, I don't know. Fury are so deserving of it here in 2 that If it happens, I wouldn't be surprised. Genuinely would not be surprised, because Elevate have just been making so many mistakes, and they are yet to use their tack timeout. I mean, that tack timeout for Fury was just a different level. Or at least it seems so.
I mean, here we go. It's now or never, Proto. It's here and now. Overtime, 6-6, Elevate Fury. Second map in the grand final of the Southeast Asian Operation League Summer Split in 2022. And if Fury win this, they are first place. Oh my gosh, not
no.
Miyazami, not like this with a grenade.
DCH falls to a well-placed nade, and Fury hold the lead in terms of the man advantage as they begin to make their way into reception. The window comes down, the swing is there, BG Man connects, Mr. Punch falls. Elevate very quickly, starting to get a little bit more worried, I'd imagine. 3 left alive, it's not much at all to work with, especially when Fury are looking as good as they are. Onigiri does get rid of the drone. Sapper does find one with a shotgun, but for a trade of half of his HP, it's a considerable loss. But, I mean, Fury probably not too worried after the fact, especially finding those 2 kills early on and that damage onto Sapper and now Mark as well. I mean, Fury absolutely fiending kills right now, just sending it as we come into the last 40 seconds of this round. The first one for overtime. If Fury play their cards right, they will be holding the match point advantage in their favor, but Elevate still hold 3 strong. Sapper is still alive as well, the clutch god for this roster. If he can do some damage,
they absolutely
Fury could be staring down the old barrel as well. But Ash charges to come on Onigiri. Taking kills like that, he has diffuser control as well. Sapper finds one onto Hajime. The lead that Fury found themselves so very quickly deteriorating. I9, the last alive on the Ash, doesn't do any damage. Instead, finds Onigiri and Elevate off the back of a huge 3K from inside of the bakery. Regain the lead. But Fury get defense now. Do we see 15 rounds?
Oh, I have no clue anymore, man. Like, you can't predict these games, dude. Elevate absolutely melted Fury in the last few seconds of that round, and they did not even stand a chance. Fury could not react to it. 3 members of their team just got wiped, like, in synchronized fashion.
Yeah, I don't know what the play was there in the bakery, but
something bad happened.
Well.
It did not go well at all, and you just see the Ash sprinting back to site, and she just gets caught. So it's unfortunate, but just very, very slippery. And if Elevate win this one, we go to a 3rd map. If Fury win this one, we go to 15 rounds, the full length.
The whole Monty. Oh my, Fury. A lot rides on them winning this round. A lot indeed, but regardless of the fact, even if Fury don't win it, and we see it go a continuation onto map number 3, Fury have shown an absolutely astounding level of siege. So there's that.
Absolutely, and they are only improving every round. You know, I say that they've had some pretty bad moments, but hey. Oh, like Colas taking out Sapper like that is massive. That's your Zofia. That's your main fragger. And in addition to that, it's not even been a minute yet.
Oh no.
That's
Keep in mind, we did see this. We did see this from Fury in the last round. They found 2, and then, well, we know what happened subsequently after that. But if it's telling It's one of the big fraggers down, Sapper to fall, and with that, a multitude of possibilities arise now for Fury. They play passively, find a couple more kills, we see 15, but if Elevate just sort of goes sicko mode, which we have seen them do before, Fury lose it out here, especially being spotted on the drone, but no kills to come.
We see I9 now sprinting through sight, trying to find a new position and perhaps even prep another magnet for the rest of his team. Has 2 impacts, and we still have... just as I say it, 1 C4 only left on Fury, as the other from BG Man finds a kill.
Mr. Punch falls, and for Elevate, things very quickly become a whole lot scarier, but keep in mind, if they do lose this round, Fury will get to play on the attack again as DCH creeps up. The information's there, the pre-fire as well connects. Elevate find 2 kills to equalize. Hajime low HP means that Elevate technically hold the lead in terms of the health points, but the drones as well, the information gain that Elevate are playing right now, a completely insane matchup that Fury just can't quite seem to get a hold on, even with the mutant play. I mean, they have the information onto the whereabouts of Hajime. He doesn't have an ADS. I can guarantee the nade comes through. It's perfectly placed, surgical from Elevate. They turn it around once more in their favor. Dark falls now 2, and it's looking like Elevate have had enough of Cafe. They're sending us on to map number 3 unless I9 has anything to say about it. Finds 1. The bomb now going down here. It is going to be an attempt to deny with the impacts, but it's not enough damage. It does go off. Mark 50 HP. We're in the post plant now. He does aggress back into the backside of Kitchen, looking to find at least 1. He will locate the diffuser. Doesn't know the player inside of Freezer is still close. Spotted out on the drone as well. Has to make a play. Has to find at least 1. Peeks towards red. Does spot the feet, but it's not enough. DCH to take him down. Elevate find a point for themselves and send us on to number 3. Fury so close, but unfortunately just a little bit too far.
A very hard-fought victory for Elevate here as they take us into the 3rd map, and as you can see, all these players not only congratulating each other, but also they need a little bit of a break. Stretch their legs, get the blood flowing, but wow, Proto, what a map! Like, we are clearly losing it here because it's neither here nor there for either of these teams, and honestly it's so back and forth, and both teams are making their share of mistakes but also making their share of plays, and it's just great to see. It's amazing for Southeast Asian Siege, but what a grand final we are having here today.
Yeah, we've really had sort of everything. I mean, the overtimes already, we've got Villa, we've got coming into Cafe. I mean, not expecting that to be as long as that took at all. And Fury actually almost walking away with the 2-0 there. I mean, eesh, Elevate definitely sweating. But we head on into Oregon for the 2nd time of the night. Momentarily, we will have a short break. But before we do, don't forget, giveaway once more. Follow Rainbow Six SEA and make sure you drop the hashtag in the chat. Hashtag Fight for Glory for your chance to win 600 R6 credits, as well as an R6 Ocean Operations League pin. Sorry. But yeah, as Lan said, it's getting late. But we are still in it for one more game, ladies and gentlemen. So go grab a coffee, go grab some food, because we are in for another map after this. Oregon coming to your screens in a short amount of time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylus, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We chilling at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
No, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left, and Smoke Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets two, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Sap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate, close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin.
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has one extra thermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return. Game number 2 going in favor of Elevate. Game number 1 in favor of Fury. You know what time it is. It's time for map number 3. We go back to Oregon for the second time this evening, as the evening grows very old. But regardless, Oregon shaping up to be an interesting one. Both teams with 1 to their name, so I think this is probably going to be the best deciding map that we could have seen. Probably the most even battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? This is exactly what we would expect or hope for in regards to a grand final. The last thing we really wanted was a complete blowout, but you know what? We've got the most competitive siege we could have possibly asked for here in Operation League in our 3rd place match, and over now into our final grand our grand final, if anything. But you know, have funs and everything being kept in good spirits for both sides here. Elevate and Fury about to send it over in Oregon, a map where giants come to die.
Getting into it, always starting things off with the bands, and Elevate again, kick it off on the defense. They get rid of the Finker. They get to pick the side. They got the better round diff. So they will take defense. Fury take the attack. They obviously now get the next ban. Fury opt to probably get rid of the... Okay, not the Thatcher. Ying goes. An interesting choice. So Thatcher and Flores both in play. So we head to the defensive bans. Most likely going to be Valkyrie Mirror if I had to pick, but still, that Ying is something that you don't see every day, and I guess I'll just be quiet because Wamai goes And let's be honest, it's probably going to be Jaeger or something crazy.
Well, Wamai's been picked quite often, and seeing a ban for him isn't very surprising, considering what he's able to do for a lot of these defenders. But Finka and Ying definitely quite happy with those bans. And Azami, of course, on a map like Oregon, can be just a real pain.
Mira Valk, Thatcher Flores all make it through the ban phase. And we already see Valk. We already see... okay, no Flores, no Thatcher. I'll be quiet. Regardless, we see the Valk. For a laundry supply, I mean, pretty standard. Well, as standard as you could hope. Going forward into this matchup, the most evenly pegged map so far in the Operations League is Oregon. Well, aside from Clubhouse, that is dead 50-50. But Oregon has a very slight sway to the defensive side, but again, mostly 50-50. Arguably the best position we find ourselves in terms of deciding who walks away with the dub here, because, I mean, other than the downstairs, which, I mean, statistically speaking, is attacker-sided 52% of the time, I don't know. Fury got some work cut out for them here, but I don't think that's going to stop them in any regard.
No, not at all. They've definitely had some good moments here on attack, but bringing in the Amaru for a basement push is very interesting, and I can only assume they're doing that to take control of tower very fast and quite confidently.
Oh, why? Fast and confident definitely seems to be the players. Two players erupt into that sort of large tower side and sprint on down the stairs. Mark's there to greet them. A little bit of damage dealt. Monty in tow them as well here for Fury, so they're adopting a little bit of the Elevate special, but albeit maybe not the same degree. The Goyo is there, opting not to pop straight away as the Flores drone does. Mark back down the stairs, clears the barbed wire out. No, it doesn't actually, sorry. Does not clear the barbed wire out. Claymore place. Nitro could follow, but I mean, Elevate definitely locked in to an interesting position right now, with Fury breathing down their necks pretty heavily with control of these backstairs and blue with the presence of the Monty. Things already pretty spicy round one here of map 3.
Oh, especially with rounds and positions like this. They're trying to duel this despite the disadvantage they have in that position. A couple of pings come down, and I'm not sure what they're trying to communicate, but if anything, asking for a little bit of help as they are starting to feel a little pinned. C4 goes out. Does it connect? No, but it does a lot of damage.
I mean, it's just as good, kind of. Dark on 1 HP. No Finker on the board, obviously, with the ban. So no HP replenished, and there you go. Sapper walks on up, claims his kill, gets the smoke off towards Blue as well, forces I9 away from the double door, and opens things up for Elevate a little bit. Gives them room to just breathe for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to force him to play a little bit safer and slower. Sapper downed already. Not exactly great. Not out of it just yet, but I9 is going to have to start pushing up.
Needs to follow Hajime to confirm onto Sapper and even find the cross on the mark. Looks for more. BG Man does some damage onto Mr. Punch. The Nitro there to do something, but unfortunately it's not enough as the pings are just being relayed here. And Fury, with the help of I9 on the Monty, are just absolutely locking this side down. DCH, not really much left he can do at all. Hajime for 3, I believe, in the round. Fury closed it out in quick succession. I9 on that Monty. I mean, Elevate definitely getting a taste of their own medicine right now.
Very,
I9.
Very,
He's
very
ecstatic.
confident. Yeah, he's loving it. Is he though?
Well,
honestly, I think he's really struggling to look at his screen at this point. The guy has been blinking non-stop, but Probably because he's got his eyes peeled at every single possible moment. But they're definitely having a good time, and they're definitely in good spirits as they move into the second round, considering how strong they were on that first attack.
Yeah, that Monty definitely was sort of just the linchpin, and they couldn't get it out. The thorn in their side. But Elevate have been doing that for a while. I mean, the Monty, the Clash, we've seen Sapper on the Clash, we've seen lots of people playing those types of operators. So at the end of the day, Fury busting out the Clash is, the Monty, is honestly kind of good to see, given how effective it was on that downstairs take. But I9's going to be forfeiting the Monty this time, instead choosing to bring out the 0 over the Ash. So no Montagna, but albeit around for Fury, you'll take it where you can get it, especially if you had to use the Monty, because, well, why not?
Yeah, why not? Things are starting to close out now, and Fury opening this round quite slow this time around. Pacing themselves. Oh, I take it back.
Oh.
That was fast. That was very fast.
I9, the best of Mark, unfortunately there. For him, it's not going to pan out in his favour. But still, remember we talked about at the start what a storyline it is. I9 going up against his former roster. Definitely the one with something to prove here. And definitely doing just that so far in the opening moments of the second round of Oregon. But Onigiri is at least there to answer with one of his own. Takes down Hajime, the sledge now gone. 2 nades lost, as well as the sledgehammer obviously makes things a little bit more painful, but Fury still hold a lot of utility in regards to clearing out the same things they just lost. So hopefully it doesn't hurt them too much, but I mean, a sledge from Lucy, that's a trade favouring Elevate any day.
Minute and 26 seconds left on the clock. Dark still trying to rotate safely, and he can put down a Claymore to cover his tracks. 2! Okay, well, there we go.
He's definitely not getting flanked. At least that's what we think. We hope. With the double Claymore, but still. Elevate holds some good control. They've got Pit. They've got Attic. They have Dorms. They have the main wall even still here with these Renegates. Completely slowing down the push, as well as some controlling the kids. I mean, only one body, but arguably not too much, as Zappa does sort of get himself stuck in a largely difficult position as the stuns do start to come on through. But if not careful or checked, Zappa's going to be allowed to go huge. Indeed, he will. Finds the first. Dark to fall. Fury losing the lead they fought so hard for, but breaching into the Attic now. Sapper just single-handedly holding this breach down, completely blinded. Does lose the gunfight, does some damage to Lycolis, but he's forced out by the smoke. In turn, so much damage dealt there by that utility from Mr. Punch, and Elevate very quickly turn this one around in something that looks to favour them. Fury haven't even regrouped yet to go for the pushes. 10 seconds is all that separates them from the end of the round, but it's I9 to come up right, find one. Mr. Punch does take one out, but a triple kill for I9. He needs one more. DTH needs to hide. The bomb not going down, and Elevate win on time. Fury, unfortunately, not able to make it happen. Close, but no cigar.
No, in fact, the cigar lounge was on the last map. Okay, bad joke. But in saying that...
It's late.
It's late. Round 3, even. Both sides. Good performances, very close rounds. What else can we say? They started off very explosive, and to be honest, I hope that seen more Sam cams, but 0 not doing too bad, you know. Playing it very aggressive, of course, which is unlike his design, to be fair. Yeah, so, of course, meant to be more of a recon focused operator to bring in some intel and then to be able to play off that intelligently as, you know, lore would dictate Sam Fisher plays, but I9 definitely has a mind of his own when it comes to playing with him and how he's supposed to be used. And saying that, the entire roster on that attacking side is swapping over. Yep.
Yeah, indeed they are. And that's probably because it's downstairs, which Fury have read into, obviously given that they did their drone work. Drone work. I'm trying to figure out a way to make that work together, but it doesn't work. So apologies that I wasted everybody's time. But yeah, I'm back onto the Monty. Probably the best shout, given it works so well, but we do see some form of direct counter. I mean, they do have the Malusi and the Irene, obviously, but nothing really specifically there to deliberately stop I9 sort of running around. Good damage dealt as well there on the BG man. Onigiri single-handedly holding down this bunker position, but I mean, they're just waiting for the Flourish drones to come on through and attempt to at least find a kill here. But I mean, if I9 just aggresses, he could definitely take that 1v1 with a shield. I mean, go for the melee. Could be the shout here to open things up for Fury, maybe.
He's going to need some backup if he does do that. Like Colas now playing over upstairs. Will be able to use the breach charge, take down that hatch. And Mark finds the kill of the Dark. So, that's not great. I mean, you needed that Zofia. It's not the end of the world, but you needed that Zofia in order to make something happen. The Rotero drone there, I'm not sure what he's trying to achieve. Maybe some utility that we didn't get to see. But Onigiri doing his best to actually hold that one down. Ooh, damages BG man quite a lot. Gets dropped. I don't think he's gonna get picked up though. Not at this rate. Oh, he might just be able to.
With the smokes, yeah. With the smokes there, they're gonna be able to get him back up on his feet. And BG man has really paid the ultimate price in getting him down. He didn't get the confirmation, and he's basically dead. But at the end of the day, they've drawn out so much of the smokes utility. I9's now finally gone deep into dirt as the wall is reinforced off, which does sort of force something open here, but shot in the back by Sapper because BG Man wasn't holding the cross. That is a huge mistake from Fury. The Monty now completely counted out by ultimately aggression. It's really the undoing as Onigiri finds BG Man now as well as diffuser control. And Hajime and Lycolis have their work cut out for them. The 2 versus 4. I mean, something that we've seen done before, but can they do it again here? They need to find a lot of kills, but not looking in the right spot. Shotgun in hand. Sapper looking to find the kill on the backstairs. It's the shotgun battle right now. SMG in the hand. Looks for the long angle. It's Mark to take him down. And Onigiri, unfortunately, doesn't get as many kills as maybe we would have thought from Insider Blue, but still a few for him in the round. And Elevate turn that one into their own.
Yeah, the Supernova, unfortunately, is not connecting as well as he had hoped it would. And ultimately just kind of I suppose it was misleading from his perspective because you don't get markers, you don't get indicators on the downs, so he would have assumed that yep, that connected, he's down. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Unfortunately incorrect, but this time around not seeing Lycolis on that Amaru for now. Might be the right call. But yeah, okay, bringing on the Thermite probably does a little bit better for a site like Kitchen and Hall.
Yeah, I mean, Kitchen Meeting is definitely an interesting one, but arguably the one that most teams now play, given that sort of, well, I say most teams don't play kitchen dining, but there are some that still often do. It's just that the meeting site is definitely a whole lot better in terms of competitive siege. So I guess there's that. no real surprise that that is the choice that Elevate have gone for here. But I mean, they're slowly starting to build the momentum up. Fury aren't careful. Could see ourselves in an Elevate dominated game very quickly.
Bringing the Osa this time, an operator we do see quite a lot here in Oregon. This time for the second round today, I think. Not very often we get to see this operator used.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It is not.
At
I'm
least-
surprised we didn't see Osa earlier on Oregon, actually, but...
Yeah. Quite surprising, because quite a common pick on this map, especially if you're playing
especially
over
on
in
this
Hall.
side.
Yeah, absolutely. The control that she provides in tower like this is insane. Provides so much defensibility. It makes, in some sense, similar to how Azami turns a lot of indefensible sites into actual, footholds for the defense. It allows attackers to just hold down attacking points or even open areas to their advantage. So plays a very strong part in this current meta, and especially how this is panning out to be. Ooh, nice. BG man, good read there.
Yeah, great read. Does force the player away, but the smoke's ultimately used to get the tracks down without any sort of real issue as the players from Fury begin to push into green. Mark does return back to the site to help his team out, but smoke makes things interesting as I9 takes Sapper down from, I believe, above. Either way, smoke's now being drawn. DCH can't aggress onto the hatch due to the fact that that Osa shield is there, and that is why Osa holds so much control in her current state. But either or, Onigiri going to be the linchpin of this defense. Will find one. The diffuser in the hands of Lycolis now dropped. Fury. No, there's a player close on the stage. They need to take him down. BG Man takes a lot of damage, but doesn't quite deal enough. There we go. Will find the connect as they look to go for the plant. Fury, a 4 versus 3. They still have to deal with one Toxic Babe right on the breach, which makes things difficult. But if they wait it out just long enough, it'll dissipate to the point where they can get in and start getting that bomb down and hope that they can play for the crosses, because as they enter on in, everyone's going to be waiting. DCH there to greet. Dark will fall. The bomb being planted, though. They need to find the planter as is, but behind the Osa shield, they can't quite find the angle. The bomb goes down regardless. They get aggressive, but DCH can't quite find the shot to take Hajime down, and now from a post plant, they need to find some type of leverage. DCH is going to give them just that. A great shot to hit BG Man there. I9 for another on the mark. Mr. Punch will take down I9. Now a 1 versus 1, and it connects. Mr. Punch for Elevate. Plenty of time left to make it happen, and Fury loses a round that arguably they should not have.
You see him beat his chest there in Fever, just so in the moment, and as soon as that's over, he just gone back to being ice cold. That's a professional player. That's a professional player. Emotions for like 5 seconds, and that's it. You know what? Back zoned in. Wow.
That's gotta hurt.
Connecting in those last few moments was massive for Elevate to be able to save that. And that was a position where, honestly, I did not peg them to win. They honestly had all the odds against them, and they just swung and got those trades when they really shouldn't have.
Definitely not. I think Fury definitely hit a little bit of an oopsie daisy there, but sometimes it happens, so unfortunately. Yeah, panned out. Not the best for them as Elevate somehow made that work. And you do have to give it to them. There's a reason why they're one of the best teams in SEA, but either or, we are where we are. And Elevate on the defense, I mean, a 50-50 map, so even when they do go on to that attacking side themselves, I don't even think that what we're seeing right now is telling them how it's going to pan out. Fury could have an insane defense. They could sort of turn the Jets on and go 3-3. I mean, we don't know. It is so hard to say based on what we've seen so far in this matchup.
It is looking like struggle street for them right now. but it's not over just yet. As much as I want to say Fury are on the back foot here and that Elevate are going to take this out, the fact is, every time we say that, Fury somehow have life. So who knows, really. But round 5 now, 3-1 in favor of Elevate. Flashbangs are getting thrown in, and it does look like the initial push for Fury will be to take over the walking wardrobe so they can start taking in some of those bedroom positions there.
They're going to need some control if they want to go for an execute, but they're starting to gain that with no trophy presence whatsoever from Elevate, or at least no more trophy presence should we say from Elevate. It's going to allow Fury to walk on in. They've got top main, they have Master, they've got all the way over through into Armory as well, and Mark looking to get aggressive. FO12 caught out. The trade is there, I guess. DCH does take Dark out, but at that point, I mean, a Sledge Frenella, good trade to find. Even still, though, getting aggressive like that, probably not recommended as the Capitao starts to burn this player out of the backside of bunks, but DCH getting aggressive puts an end to that.
Yeah, that's what happens when you just focus on using utility way too much. Unfortunately, for Hajime, it is still a first-person shooter, and they are going to have to trade this out with bullets instead.
Indeed, seems to be the case, but I mean, Fury going deep for some big kills. DCH does find one, but it's I9 inside of the tower to actually find 2 of his own. However, Elevate still hold the lead, a 3 versus 2. I9 in a good position to do some damage as players do start to swing on out from the top of White. Not quite spotted though, possibly even misheard. Onigiri to take down I9. Now make it both like Hollis Falls as well, and Elevate in leaps and bounds begin to put the lead in their favor more and more as each round passes in their favor. The last round of their defense now staring down the barrel of a 5-1-1/2. Fury are in very real trouble if they can't make this a 4-2, because Elevate, if they're allowed to build it up, I mean, keep in mind, this is the 3rd map. They've had enough. So Fury are going to have to put everything into this last round and their subsequent defenses if they want to see this go anywhere closer in their favor.
Yeah, it's not great right now. Elevate definitely are starting to pull away, and Fury are just unlike themselves at this point. We expect them to be putting up a little bit more of a fight, at least in the first half of this attacking round for them, but seems to be proving just too much of a tall order. And after that first round, Elevate are just winning back-to-back, 4 rounds in a row now, and can they make it 5? Definitely yes, by the look of it. And especially now that they've brought out the Dakota stations too, Mr. Punch on that Thunderbird should be able to sustain them a little bit more, especially if they're playing downstairs, play a little bit more passively, and play around these defensive points, and it's going to allow them to stay there for a little bit longer.
Indeed it is. I mean, Elevate having the lead that they have right now is good and also, well, great, but it gives Fury the ability on their defense to have the exact same flip. If Elevate get overconfident, I mean, we saw it on Villa, feeding kills into places they shouldn't be. Overconfidence, overzealous, whatever you want to call it, Elevate were doing it. And it was giving Fury plenty of avenues to find kills. So if they start doing that again, we're going to be up dire straits. But at the moment, they're keeping relatively composed. So take that as it comes, I suppose.
There's still a lot to do for Fury, but they still have all their team members left alive for now. They have the Nook and they have the Capitao, so the element of surprise is still in their hands, but they need to make something happen. 1 minute's passed. It's not too much time, but they've got enough information to start moving in on some of these sites, and it does look like Dark and the rest of the team are starting to push in through tower from the top, and now also through some of these hatches. Smokes it down, and it does look like even some of these X-Kairos are going off.
Yeah, I mean, dedicating a smoke to open up that wall, probably a smart choice, but that is all the Habanas used. That was all 3 sets of 6. So just to open up that wall, definitely useful, I suppose. You clear out the position, obviously close tower. You know, you got blue door relatively available for the taking, if we would like to say it as such. But it does also open up the Harry Potter side as well to be contested, and it does give I9 a good sort of idea of what's going on. But as the glass comes out on the Geary, does take one down first. BG Man to fall for Fury. Elevate looking good.
No.
50 seconds remain. Plenty of time for them to work with regardless, but inside of the smoke, Hajime just next to it. Holds a good position. Lycolis does drop on down to find Mark though. Hajime creeps down blue. Does find one, down white into Freezer. Takes down Sapper. Elevate now, 3 versus 4. Things slowly getting worse as they start to compound losses. The flashbang to follow. The diffuser in the hands of Dark. If Onigiri has anything to say about it, he's not going to let it happen without a fight. As he takes down another, Hajime falls inside of Freezer on the long angle as Fury start to look to go for this plant. They do hear one. Onigiri swings on round. Will be traded by Lycolis. The diffuser dropped Lycolis for another. A triple for him in the round, but on the cross, Mr. Punch has everything to make happen right now. He's got the bearing in hand. A play to his left. Does he know? No, he doesn't, but he does take down the planter. The trade doesn't go in favor of the defense because one still survives, but he did kill the planter. Had he looked left, could have been a different round, but Fury do find one before they switch over, so a 4-2 half is definitely respectable, but still highly favoring Elevate.
Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, despite making the right choice there in that position, it just wasn't enough. And like you said, one member left alive wins that trade, and the attack take that one away. So Fury on the swap are on a big deficit, and we've been saying that 2 rounds isn't a lot, but considering their position and the momentum Elevate have had, Fury are not great right now. They have the advantage and the bolster of being on defense, so hopefully this is enough for them to take this and, you know, supersede into a win 5 rounds in a row. Who knows? But it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very challenging, especially if Elevate are snowballing like this and they are so much more confident in a lot of these positions and on this map in particular.
Indeed, Elevate definitely, I would say, the slightly more proficient team on Oregon, given what we've seen so far, but I stand to be corrected. So Fury, please feel free to correct me. As we wait to see what unfolds, BG Man will be spotted early in the fray and forced down to the bottom of the main stairs to barricade up the laundry side of things. The main hatch not barricaded in this iteration of the hold from Fury, which, I mean, I rate. At the same time, reinforcement usually means holes in the site defense itself, or at least reinforcements, or lack thereof, rather, should we say. No ADS towards blue, if I see correctly. An interesting choice, but I guess one that has its own merit. Yeah, they're facing towards Freezer instead, so there you go.
Yeah, DCH bringing in that Twitch, completely bypassing the alibis because, you know, it's not a big deal. And unfortunately, that's all really Alibi has been relegated to being, you know, just to try to pick up some quick data through some pre-fire that, you know, might somehow catch them a free ping. Unfortunately, Gemini doesn't get them too much information, but that grenade out there, oh, unfortunately, does not go very far.
What does go far is Mr. Punch. Finds a headshot on the Lycolis. Smoke down early. It's always the kill you want to find, but as we sort of elapse into the final minute of time, Elevate finding another kill on Agiri takes I9, and I mean, already 10 kills deep for him in this matchup. Sapper pushes on down on the Ash. Has bottom freezer control. Looking to make a play, but it's BG Man to take on a Geary down. As we move into the last 50, Mr. Punch goes for the rotate back towards tower. I think it's going to have to be a back main split here for Elevate with a small amount of freezer control from Sapper, obviously bringing up the rear, but not having blue control, not having main control, and not really having freezer control, let's be completely honest. They only have the back end of freezer. Things are going to be difficult on this execute. They have to find some big kills, but Fury still holds some big positions, some power positions here, especially towards that laundry side. But BG Man, not punished on that aggression, somehow is allowed through. Savannah opens up the wall, looking to go for execute. One will be found by Hajime, not a second though. Elevate need to get aggressive. However, they all fall on the crossfires. It's all up to Mr. Punch. Hajime and BG Man find one for themselves, but Mr. Punch, the last alive, he's not even going to get one. Hajime to clean it up. Fury find a round. And Elevate collapsing under the pressure on the downstairs hold.
Another round for Fury. Wow. They're all really enjoying it. I mean, I am too, don't get me wrong. Despite how I sound right now, trust me guys, this is
very fun. That's landing right now.
This is peak Siege. I'm telling you guys, it's peak Siege. 4-3 in favor of Elevate, but Fury picking up a couple of rounds back to back now. 2 rounds in a row, and definitely not out of the game just yet. Contending here in our best of 3 series on our 3rd map here in Oregon. They lost the first. Oh, they won the first. They lost the second over on Cafe. So very dominating Elevate. But look at that. Clean pick up there. Almost got the second. And then a couple of clean kills on that feed to tie it out.
Hajime really locked it down. From inside a small box there, which you'd have to give him props for. It's a hard position to play, and ultimately one that he did really well in holding. So, albeit, take it as you will, he has done an absolutely monumental bit there. Fury, especially locking in around for them, but either or, we're doing well right now. So's Fury, so's Elevate.
But you know what though?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Round 8. Mr. Punch and the rest of his team are now rotating. Does look like, however, they are switching attack sites here, so they're not going for the initial pick. And maybe they. Oh, okay, it's there. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't look like it stayed up there, but it apparently did. So they've got the drone in, that's what matters. 2 drones inside the tower, one going towards hall, one going downstairs to make sure that basement's clear. But it does look like they're starting to get a good position in on that stage, which is where they're looking at putting this attack.
While we have some downtime, something I think we forgot to mention earlier is if anyone's interested, call up the official theme song of the Rainbow Six Operation League SEA. Will be available on all major music streaming services on the 8th of the 2nd. So if you're interested, obviously, grab it. I would highly recommend. But other than that, back to the game, Elevate and Fury, 5 alive coming into the last half of this round. And, I mean, Fury on this defense so far have looked pretty decent.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Ooh, impact grenade going out there to impact trick it, deny that breach. Now with some subsequent flashbangs and a couple of phone calls there to try to push that through. Ooh, nice.
DCH takes down 99, but is traded back instantly by BG Man, regardless of the wall is open now, which does open the door for Elevate into the site, but Fury still hold good positions. They have sandbags. BG Man holding that down on the Warden. They do still... Okay, they don't have sandbags anymore. Sapper, a great shot, threading the needle. The assist there from Mr. Punch, the bomb yet to go down, the smokes to come out, and everything starting to culminate towards the end of days here for one side. Perhaps the last toxic canister, and the phone call comes here as well. That's the last bit of utility for Elevate. Flashbangs to follow on the cross, though, being held from the garage is going to allow the bomb to start going down as Hajime does find Onigiri, but regardless, the diffuser now planted. Will Elevate fumble the bag like Fury did on the post plant? We're about to see as the flashbangs start to come through. The utility is still there for Elevate, but that was the last of it. Nothing else left. Sapper connects. Hajime falls. 3 versus 2. Dark and Mykolas need to coordinate their push if they want to have a chance at even trying to defuse this, but it's Mr. Punch from behind and Mark from the main breach to close it down. Elevate 1 round away now from finding match point for themselves here. Fury, unfortunately, not enough denial to keep Elevate at bay.
What a beautiful flank coming in from Elevate to be able to secure that post plant, knowing full well that their entire focus was homed in on that stage, and playing outside the tower itself enabled Elevate to not only control that post plant and the tempo, but also to buy time for the flanker to find some easy targets that were very much distracted. So Elevate now 5-3. And 1 round away from match point. Fury unfortunately didn't perform very well there. They lost that. I think honestly they lost it as soon as sandbags went down. As soon as the warden got taken out, that was it. They could not control that, and they, if anything, they needed to have had someone already seated in the tower or coming up from the back stairs in order to actually tip that in their favor. But unfortunately, just did not have the time to make that rotation.
Yeah, didn't have the time at all. But with sandbags going down, it definitely made things a whole lot harder, given that that position was probably one of the most pivotal in that defense, regardless of the outcome. You know, we say it how it is, and Fury, even with that position, I don't think would have been able to win that round. Unfortunately, Elevate had such a good setup coming into the execute, but you never know. It could have happened. It's Siege. Anything goes. I mean, we have Pickle Rick Charms. At this point, anything is up for talking points. But Fury 2 behind, have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's not looking great either. It's definitely not their map, and they're definitely fighting uphill here. Hajime trying to find something. As a sneaky little alibi. As he rotates around. Mykolas is the first one to pick up a kill onto Onigiri with a clean headshot, and that's goes to Dokubi. That's big. Onigiri's been performing well on this map, and Dokubi as an operator provides a lot of utility and threat with that DMR.
Yeah, flashbangs as well in tow, or smokes, depending on what you want. Does she have smokes or nades? I can't remember. They change it like every patch.
Smokes, I believe.
I was going to say, I think it's smokes and flashbangs, but it might be nades. I don't know at this point. It could be anything. But Nitro to come out, I9, possibly ill-guided. Maybe a sound call or something like that from his team, but doesn't connect. But I don't think it really needed to at this point. They've got one of the top frags off the board. You've got to be happy with that. Sapper had a great game 1, but 2 and 3 have definitely not been his strong suit.
Yeah, it definitely has not been great. Not exactly the monster we expected to see, but Onigiri is picking up the slack in that respect, to an extent, of course. 10-6 right now.
Indeed he is. Big damage for Elevate, but a minute left in the round. Given that Elevate have some good control, it's plenty of time to make happen what they need to happen, but with BG Man finding that kill, not a second, unfortunately, downstairs as DCH does take down Dark, but trades off majority of his health. The BG Man actually falls DCH to find another. They get into the default side of things. I9 calls it out, but can't quite find the shots. However, Hajime's there to take him down. Mark to fall after he takes out Mykolas, though, but the positions and health bars relatively similar. DCH on 1, but so is I9. So he creeps up to the top of White. Needs to jiggle for information. Mr. Punch will retrieve the diffuser, goes for the plan. He just needs to play for the cross here. Hajime has some inkling that there is a player on White. He will find the first. He goes for the diffuser as well, and he gets both. Fury 1 round closer to equalising. Hajime making plays here. And unfortunately for Elevate, close, but again, no cigar.
A very good round from Fury there. Hajime turning up absolutely big. Unfortunately, I'm not sure actually who died to the Twitch earlier. But regardless, the F2 won that duel.
BG Man did.
Yeah,
Dark, I believe.
Yeah, that's the one. But unfortunately, it's not aiming high enough, and the F2 just in the right hands is an absolute beast. And so, rightfully winning those duels, but it did leave them quite vulnerable on that attack, on that staircase. Since as soon as he popped their head, unfortunately got taken out immediately, and that allowed Hajime to just clean up house and get a clean double just to end that round. So, round 10 now. Fury are still fighting tooth and nail for every single round they have. They need to win this round consecutively in order to actually give themselves the best possible odds in taking this away. 5-5 and taking round 11 if possible as well. But hey,
that's just a theory.
It's just a theory.
A land theory. And I mean, it may come true momentarily. I mean, Fury are one away, especially starting off rounds like that. Mr. Punch goes down. That is your sledge going on a bottom floor take. Probably not the worst op to lose, but still painful, regardless of the operator. Especially when it's the first pick, not going in your favor. Elevate, kick it off with a really, really big loss.
Yeah, the X-Kairos are getting used now, and you're starting to go over some of these hatches. Hajime upstairs in dorms, just waiting for the right time to pounce. They are unaware of his position. I don't think he's been droned out just yet. Oh, okay, no, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, hang on a minute. He got that kill. DCH goes down.
Oh, hey.
It's traded back by Sapper, but you lose a Flores. You now lose your Yana as well as BG Man takes out on a Geary.
Oh, I swear.
And Elevate go down to a 2v4. Fury one round away from equalizing. This is not looking good.
Yeah, in a matter of seconds, it's just flipped on its head, and now Fury are in charge. 4-2. It's very skewed here. Mark aiming down the sights, no scoping it all the way through. Can't afford to lose a trade.
Anything he needs, anything at all right now, but they still have a player upstairs to worry about. I9 on the outside is allowed to make it back in.
Oh
and
my!
He dies.
How do you lose that?
How? How do you get away with that?
You literally had pings on him. You literally had pings on the guy.
IRL ping. Yeah, this is exactly what Elevate need to be doing right now. Mark, yeah, thank you. Go upstairs, hide in a corner. Boys, what is happening? Because something has gone very, very wrong. They held a 3-round lead. I think 2 rounds, sorry, at one point. Fury have come back now to equalize. And I mean, if they're allowed to do what they did on Cafe, my, we could be staring down the barrel of a Fury win. A Fury win, land. Which just, in my mind, was not going to happen. But here we are, with the prospect of such. And we are still yet to see Elevate take a tack timeout. Well, official tack timeout. That was technically a tack timeout, but you know what I mean.
I mean, yes, it was a tech timeout technically, and they needed it. They really needed it because, like you said, What is happening, Elevate? What is actually going on? You are throwing away some of these rounds. You can tell that the attrition is starting to sit in. Some of these players are losing their edge and making just small mistakes. Not massive ones, just a lot of small mistakes that are compounding. And Fury are catching them off guard. Like Hajime, 12-7 now. Literally got a free kill in the start of that round.
2 freebies.
Oh, so many. And I don't know what else to say. It's 5-5 right now. Fury came back 3 rounds in a row, and then they took 1 extra just now. Hey, Elevate might not get match point here.
Maybe not. And I mean, I think the issue for them right now is they're just not playing trades. I mean, we're seeing a lot of one-dimensional, one-person pushes here and or there, not group work from Elevate, which, as a team, in a team setting, going up against a team like Fury that is a hyper-aggressive roster, when they are given the chance, you need to be playing for those trades. You need to have people around in your vicinity when you're entering, so that if you do get taken down by someone like Hajime, who is just absolutely fiending it on the alibi, running around, shooting at anything that moves, there is at least some hope that you're traded out, which Elevate are not doing right now.
He's got a buddy as well.
Yeah, he does, yeah. But that's exactly the difference that I'm talking about. Fury have roam buddies. They've got trades. Elevate don't.
Look at this. They're moving together. They're a little team. And that's what you love to see. BG Man, alternatively, holding down sandbags alone, has, of course, has a lot of utility to back it up. But they need that double roam to come in. And it does look like they settled in on, I believe, B. But, not sure how long that's going to last. They might go out for another adventure.
They might. They honestly have the time to. Plenty to work with as Onigiri opens up this front side of the split breach here. But some good information provided by the drone of Mr. Punch. And they know that there's 2 players watching the drone hole. Can he... Oh, hang on a minute. Hold on a minute. It does go through, and the shield does go down, but no kill. Had that have been a couple of seconds earlier, it would have been a kill, but a perfect bait it is. DCH takes down I9. Opens the door here for Elevate. They're setting up a flank camera. Everything is looking good as they look to make their way towards the site. 40 seconds remain. Mark with the diffuser in hand. Flashbang's ready to come out and go in. Will connect. Lycola's not blind though. Does not have any more toxic canisters to work with. Has to get aggressive. Will be completely white screened here though, as Elevate look to try and make an entry, but BG Man in this position still look to make things difficult. The bomb now goes down. BG Man finds 1, make it 2, looking for more, as the bomb is going to be planted once more. Fury go into this, post-plant position. Mr. Punch takes down BG Man, and Mr. Punch will take a considerable amount of damage on the way up, but as DCH take down Hajime, leaving Dark in a 1 versus 3. He's not even going to get 1. Elevate lock in. Match point in their favor off the back of another post-plant inside a meeting kitchen. Fury, unfortunately, can't quite lock that site down, but Elevate have it under wraps.
Fury, unfortunately, just losing that and not being able to take back that post plant. Their buddy system just deteriorated after that first half. And in the second half of that round, it became a free-for-all. And in very similar fashion to Direwolves, as soon as Elevate set up, they were locked in there. You could not move them. Sure, they lost a couple of players here and there, but it's in the end a game of numbers, and you got to throw bodies at each other eventually. So Fury, unfortunately, just literally playing to Elevate's, how they're dictating that round, and it just did not work out very well. They needed to really catch them off guard, send in the flank. Unfortunately, no one was able to do that, and they let that go quite quickly.
5 seconds to go. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Oh, look, either way, regardless of what happens right now, Fury are in a good position to make something happen, take it to OT. But look, going forward, Elevate still hold the lead. So Fury are going to have to put the hard yards in.
Elevate 6-5 right now. They might just take this away. They might end this entire best of 3 series here and now. With 2 minutes left in the clock, one thing is for certain. One of these teams will take away a very hard-fought victory. And we cannot say either was really playing poorly. But if anything, both teams played excellent Siege here in the grand final for the Rainbow Six Operation League Southeast Asian Summer Split in 2022.
Oh,
not great.
It's going to be harder, mate, to open things up. Lycolis will be returned back to former standings, quite literally standing back up. And Zonagiri falls once more as the opening kill. I mean, things not looking good here for Elevate, unless they can sort of start locking down some of these kills, because there's not a lot of time left to make that happen. Not a lot at all to work with. But, I mean, a minute is still plenty of time. They do have the wall open. They do have avenues. They've got the air jab set up to at least attempt the plant here. As long as they can funnel Mark into the position, he can look to go huge. He's going to get a cross, but no, the smoke there as well as the cross from BG Man is going to make things hard, and he will fall DCH to find one. The air jabs do go off. That's a great nade from Mr. Punch. Will take BG Man down, and it does open the avenue here for Mr. Punch to possibly be the replant. DCH just has to rotate up and cover the angle. They have to move bodies around if they want to get this bomb down, which is arguably what they have to do. I9 takes some good damage. They spot one out underneath the main double window. They've got the flank set up as well. The bomb now going down for Elevate. Crosses are all held. Everything's looking good as it starts to unfold. DCH finds one. The air jab to collect another. The last inside of Kids. Fury, unfortunately, are going to have a massive prayer here, but it's not going to be enough. Elevate, your champions for the Rainbow Six Oceanic League, the Operations League Summer Series. I mean, good for them. It took so long, but it's well deserved at the end of the day. Fury, the hope, not big enough.
They came quite close. Look at the victory dances. Look at them.
Mr. Punch is happy.
He's the JoJo poses. Yes, the double back biceps. Give it to me, boys. They are very much enjoying themselves right now. Unfortunately, Fury, not exactly the case. They are definitely, you know, they feel accomplished to some extent, but just neither here nor there. Just so close, but so far. So close, but so far, if anything.
It happens. And look, regardless of the outcome, Fury put up an absolutely amazing fight all the way up to the end. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it happen in game number 3, but to take it to game number 3, I mean, against a team like Elevate, you love to see it. You really do. And it's good to see that from, you know, where they began last season in other sort of tournaments, to come into this tournament and do as well as they just did. That does speak levels to the work going on behind the scenes from Fury and all their supporting staff. So shout out to those guys, because they were the ones making the difference. I mean, Fury has turned around and become a top 2 team, apparently, finishing second. And as we said, something that I don't think most of us were expecting.
And if anything, they fought tooth and nail for that position as well. It was honestly anybody's game, and they could have very well been our first place team, and they could have, if anything, been a league champion.
Quite easily. Quite easily. Now, before we go, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one final giveaway for you to get into. This is the last one for the season, so make sure you follow Rainbow Six SEA. You enter the hashtag Fight for Glory in the Twitch chat for your last chance. I iterate last chance to win 600 R6 credits as well as a Rainbow Six Operation League SEA pin. So if that's something that entices you, go for it, because as I said, once more, last chance, no more. This is it for the rest of the season until we come back next time. So get in now while they're warm.
Unless, of course, you are a boomer, then head over to Facebook or YouTube.
That too.
Yeah, I mean, you might win some DDR5 RAM by Kingston Fury. But look at these playoff scores. Of course, your grand final winners are Elevate, second place Fury, and then you've got our third place winners, Gaming Gladiators, and our fourth place, Direwolves.
Arguably the 4 teams we expected to find in this position, and throughout the entire season, if you had to pick, you had to put your money on 4 teams to make it into the finals. I think these were the 4 that you most likely would have seen pretty much everybody pick at the end of the day, given that there's a reason that these are the top 4 teams in SEA, because they are that good. And they've been that good for a considerable amount of time. But I mean, LAN, this has been an insane season. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to not only all the other casters, Cthulhu, Blue Panda, Black and Blue, Imphian. I mean, you as well, LAN, obviously. But man, everyone behind the scenes making this happen, I mean, thank you very much. We got Runic in the production, observers as well. So thank you very much to them. I mean, LAN, anything you want to say before we go for the final time this season?
Well, in saying that, also thank you to you two for being such a fantastic co-caster, and everyone behind the scenes. Don't forget Kaya, who's been as was liaising with us this entire time. But most of all, thank you to all the supporters for Southeast Asian Rainbow Six, and to all the players for putting their best foot forward. All of you really make a difference, and we can only hope that we see more Rainbow Six in Southeast Asia in the seasons to come. So surely this is not the last that you'll see of us, but hopefully it won't be too long until we return.
Well, good luck to Gaming Gladiators, obviously, at Berlin. But for the final time, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Elevate for walking away with the dub. And for the final time, enjoy the rest of your night. We are signing off for the last game of this season, the Operation League Southeast Asia Summer Series. My name's Proto. As always, it's been a pleasure. Have a good evening. We'll see you later.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.